The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301 The Dragon King of the Yangtze River appears. After Shen Feng led the people into the Jinxiang area, he led the soldiers to start disaster relief. Everyone rowed boats to rescue people, moved them to the high mountains, and distributed tents and food so that these people could survive temporarily. Countless people were trapped in their homes, and had no choice but to climb to the top of the roof, surrounded by torrential floods. Once they fell into the flood, they would be submerged on the spot, and they would be swept away before they could speak. The undercurrent is surging, and even a good swimmer cannot swim recklessly in the flood. If you are accidentally caught in the undercurrent, you will be unable to run even if you want to. Some people sat on the roof and said that there was finally a place to stand, but some people were trapped in the tree and could only hold the trunk tightly, not daring to let go. Gradually, their fingers became stiff. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do any activities, and these people had already shed their tears. They always hoped that someone could save them, so they could only stare into the distance. The flood is scary enough. Countless houses were knocked down, and the khaki-colored water flowed in all directions. In this case, some fish mutated and attacked creatures on the shore everywhere. These fish have long teeth and are no longer herbivorous. Sexual fish, but turned into carnivorous fish. Even if the mutated beast falls into the water, once it hits the piranha, it will take only a minute to be eaten to the bone. Shen Feng also bumped into piranhas, and countless piranhas jumped out of the water and rushed towards the people in the boat. They were extremely vicious. Shen Feng cast Wind of Fury in an instant. Countless wind blades drilled out from his body, killing all the piranhas, and even if only the head was left, the piranhas were still opening and closing. Don't let go. The people trapped in the flood were most afraid of seeing this kind of fish, because many people were eaten when they fell into the water. Shen Feng has been rescuing victims, and his title of Wind God has spread far and wide. Everywhere he goes, countless people come forward to worship him. Shen Feng can't stop him, so he can only travel. Wear a mask to avoid being recognized. While Shen Feng was continuously rescuing the victims, an uninvited visitor came to his door that night. Shen Feng and the others were cooking porridge on the mountain. Whether it was fish or wild vegetables, they all added to the porridge, regardless of the taste. As long as it could supplement nutrition, it was enough, and cooking porridge in the heavy rain was not so good. For easy things, you must first prop up a waterproof shed and use solid fuel to ignite the porridge. And ordinary people can only hide in tents to avoid the rain, hoping that the flood will pass as soon as possible. At Shen Feng's level, he is already a 5th-level supernatural being. He consumes a lot of energy every day, but the energy he gets from drinking porridge is really little. Shen Feng needs to drink more than 10 bowls to barely fill his stomach. He is really hungry, unable to take it anymore. Shen Feng could only stuff an evolutionary gene jelly into his mouth. At least it contained enough energy to relieve hunger. The rainwater hit the roof of the shed, making a crackling sound, and now, the typhoon seems to have no sign of leaving, and the rainwater is still falling day and night. The flood brought disasters to human beings, and the same is true for zombies, because zombies have no ability to cope in the flood. Tens of millions of zombies were drowned by the flood, but it was cheaper for fish and shrimp in the water. Groups of fish and shrimps began to mutate, and after eating people, they looked for places to lay eggs. Within a month, the number increased sharply, and schistosomes also took the opportunity to make trouble, occupying many large rivers in the south, and began to absorb nutrients when they entered the host body. After torturing people and animals to the same extent, they ran out through their stomachs. Shen Feng has seen enough of the situation of the victims. Countless wives are scattered. They have already suffered from the harm of zombies. It is not easy to survive. But even so, God did not let them go, and forced them to die desperate and end up with nothing. City. Master, there is a small boat coming towards us in the flood. It seems to be looking for us. Suddenly a soldier on guard shouted at Shen Feng. Hearing this, Shen Feng hurriedly looked in the direction the soldiers pointed, but saw a bright light coming towards the mountain in the night. The light kept shaking in the flood. Submerged the boat. However, in the end, the boat went ashore smoothly, and several people got off the boat. One of whom was an acquaintance of Shen Feng. Yiming was wearing a raincoat all over, and walked towards Shen Feng with an ugly expression on his face. Hey, Shen Feng, the trouble you caused is here. Now you need to wipe your ass. Yiming shouted from a long distance away. The soldiers under Shen Feng wanted to stop K Yiming and tell this arrogant guy to get away. He seemed to be looking for trouble. How could he be allowed to approach? However, Shen Feng stopped his subordinates from moving, and quickly asked, "What are you doing here? You're not doing disaster relief, but you're here to trouble me." K Yiming walked into the shed, and said to Shen Feng angrily, "I started doing disaster relief a month ago. I don't know how long it was earlier than you. Do you want to kidnap me morally? I came to settle accounts with you." Shen Feng was puzzled, and asked, "Account? What account? I didn't offend you, did I?" "It's true that you didn't offend me, but you offended the entire middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. From this point of view, you should be regarded as a sinner through the ages," K Yiming said confidently. Shen Feng sighed helplessly, and didn't bother to talk to K Yiming anymore. From Shen Feng's point of view, he had no grievances with K Yiming, but he started to blame K Yiming when he came up, which is really wrong. K Yiming asked, "Do you know the Dragon King of the Yangtze River?" Shen Feng nodded and replied, "I've heard it. It is said that it is a huge monster that has been haunting the Yangtze River. It eats people everywhere. What's wrong? Do you think this kind of beast is raised by me? You have to be a bit dirty when you pour dirty water. Does common sense work?" Without answering, K Yiming took out a few photos from his body and handed them to Shen Feng to let Shen Feng see for himself, and these photos are the evidence about the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. Shen Feng took a look and found that these photos are all huge monsters, basically hidden in the water, and only black shadows can be seen one by one. However, there is a photo taken at night that is clearer and can be seen. Seeing the monster's long head, its protruding snout, its many fangs, and its eyes that glowed green in the dark night, it looked terrifying. Shen Feng looked at it for a long time, returned the photo, and said, "It's none of my business, I don't know." K Yiming sneered, "Stop pretending, look carefully at the monster's eyes, and you will remember it when the time comes." Shen Feng looked again and found something unusual. The monster was blind in one eye and the other eye seemed to be blind. It turned out to be a one-eyed dragon. "This is really funny. The majestic Yangtze River Dragon King turned out to be a one-eyed dragon." Shen Feng said with a smile. K Yiming chuckled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. It is exactly the same as the Crocodile King you hunted down last year, and the species is exactly the same. There is no such coincidence in this world." When Shen Feng heard this, he couldn't laugh immediately. He remembered that last year, in order to delay the time to go to Yanjing to fight, he chose the excuse of chasing and killing mutant crocodiles. I still remember that Shen Feng used berry ted directly broke one eye of the mutated Crocodile King, and the Crocodile King fled into the mountains immediately. At that time, Shen Feng thought the crocodile would hibernate, and was caught by K Yiming in Yazhou, so he had to stop hunting the crocodile Wang's actions. But now, K Yiming was the first to talk about it, and Shen Feng suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that the Dragon King of the Yangtze River is the Crocodile King that I chased away? Shen Feng asked hastily. K Yiming nodded, and said seriously, "That's right, that's it." At this time, K Yiming said slowly, "According to statistics, the Crocodile King you let go has already eaten thousands of people. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Don't tell me it's not your fault. You and I know what this is all about." Shen Feng spread his hands helplessly, and said, "It's useless to say these things now. If you always look for the reasons for the past, you will fall into endless remorse. So, wait until the flood recedes to say this sentence. What do you think?" K Yiming stepped forward and grabbed Shen Feng's shoulders, and said seriously, "I can't wait. Follow me to kill the Dragon King." Now the Dragon King has come upstream to the south of Hunan, taking advantage of the flood and has been eating people. It's not too late to make up for it. So, hurry up and get ready to follow me. K Yiming finally revealed his real purpose, which was to take Shen Feng to kill the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. Shen Feng frowned, and said, "I don't have to do this, right? I still have to save people. You can go by yourself. It's not that you can't kill them. If you find them, just shoot them. What kind of monsters can kill them? Can you bear it?" However, K Yiming said seriously, "No, the Dragon King has a very high IQ. Once he finds a ship on the water, he will hide. He will never fight us head-on. Even if he finds a plane in the sky, he will quickly hide. Large-scale operations cannot kill the Dragon King. Then, wouldn't it be enough for you to send out elite troops to fight?" Shen Feng continued to ask. K Yiming shrugged and said, Isn't that why I came to you? You thought we didn't want small-scale battles, but we didn't have enough manpower, and I couldn't see enough with one supernatural being, so I asked you to help. That's reasonable too, right? Shen Feng realized that Ke Yiming had come to ask for help. He thought he was looking for trouble, but now it seemed that he was just asking himself to kill the Crocodile King. You don't want to come to me, do you? The Ability Management Bureau has a lot of talents, ask them to support you. If it doesn't work, there is also the Xiangsong Bureau, they may support you. Shen Feng asked suspiciously. He didn't understand why are there so few supernatural beings on Yiming's side. In Shen Feng's view, there are at least 70 supernatural beings at the headquarters, and at least half of them can fight on the battlefield. But at this time, Ke Yiming actually came to him to join the battle instead of asking the support from the headquarters is very strange. Ke Yiming said in a low voice, take a step to speak. This matter is very confidential and cannot be disclosed casually. Shen Feng was very dissatisfied, put on an umbrella and walked out into the rain. Listening to Ke Yiming's story, it turns out that the headquarters of the Ability Management Bureau has attached great importance to it since they made great achievements in Yanjing, so they sent a large number of people with abilities to other places to participate in special tasks, especially in the north. Maozi's natural gas it's broken. Yanjing sent a lot of supernatural beings to check the situation, and the natural gas pipeline must be opened. This is also the reason why the Ability Management Bureau is so capable. Once something important happens, the headquarters will first think of the Ability Management Bureau, so they are sent out to carry out tasks, and the headquarters is now focusing on the Xiangsong Bureau. I was selected from the civilian population by the Ability Management Bureau. I can't ask a bunch of dudes for help, can I? Let alone their combat effectiveness. The most important thing is that I can't bow down to them. Ke Yiming stern way. So, you came to me? Shen Feng asked. Ke Yiming nodded, and said seriously, I know you are very strong. I have heard about you from Xiao Shen. Whether you are on land or in the sky, you can display a strong fighting power, so come with me to kill that monster. However, this is fighting with things in the water. I'm not very good at it. You'd better fight with someone who knows the water element. Shen Feng said helplessly. If the battle is on land or in the air, Shen Feng naturally doesn't care too much, but if the target of the battle is in the water, then it is not easy to deal with. It's okay. I'm still a fire-type supernatural being. It's raining all the time. I'm still going to hunt the Dragon King. Let's go and make up for your own mistakes. Ke Yiming said quickly. Shen Feng nodded, agreeing to Ke Yiming's request. Since the Crocodile King he let go turned into a monster, it's better to handle this matter by himself. Chapter 302 The Evolved Dragon King. Shen Feng decided to hunt and kill the Dragon King, and brought Luke Kevin with him before leaving. This made Luke Kevin very scared, and said in his mouth, didn't you tell me to come to rescue the disaster? Why do I have to go to the battlefield too? I'm a civil servant. What Luke Kevin has done these days is indeed very qualified. He took many survivors to find wild vegetables and identify wild fruits, so that many people can temporarily fill their stomachs so that they will not starve to death. He was going to the battlefield, and he was going to fight the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. Luke Kevin felt that he was being valued too much. Shen Feng explained with a smile, who told you to study biology? We still need your knowledge to help us understand the information about the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. As for the battle process, you don't need to participate. Don't worry, we will protect it. Yours, Hearing. This, Luke Kevin could only lower his head helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shen Feng's combat power, but he was worried about the danger on the battlefield. If he was accidentally swallowed by the crocodile, he would really die. At that time, there will be no chance to regret it, but he can't refuse Shen Feng's decision, so he can only play by ear. Ke Yiming brought 2 people here, plus Shen Feng and Luke Kevin. This is 5 people. It seems that the number of people is small and the combat effectiveness is not enough, but in fact, Shen Feng and Ke Yiming are both supernatural beings. A bigger mutant beast is nothing in general. Shen Feng handed over the team to Yang Chang and Guo Pinming to lead the team. With the presence of these 2 people, the team will not have any problems. However, before leaving, Shen Feng also told Yang Chang, if there is any change in Yazhao, you should immediately take people back to support. Yang Chang nodded in agreement. While on the boat, Shen Feng handed the photo to Kevin Lu to look at. Brother, how can we find this crocodile? There are floods everywhere now, and we have to go to the south of Shannon to catch the crocodile. Isn't it easy to find it? Shen Feng asked Lu K1. Kevin Lu looked at the photo and said, the crocodile is a temperature-changing animal, so it often goes ashore to bask in the sun during the day, so you can look for it by the water. As soon as Lu Kevin finished speaking, K Yiming said, let's forget it. I've been looking for satellites on the shore for more than 2 months, but I haven't been able to find them. I want to find crocodiles by the water. It's impossible. K Yiming knew that if the Dragon King could be found on land, then the satellite would have been found long ago. The 60 to 70 meter Crocodile King really looks like the legendary dragon. It is impossible for the satellite to fail to see such a big target. I realized that once the satellite discovers the existence of the Dragon King, there is no need to search for it. Direct missile bombing. I don't believe it can't be killed. When Lu K1 heard this, he became serious and thought carefully. If King Crocodile would really go ashore to bask in the sun, he would not have appeared in southern Shannon. After all, it has been raining in this area for a month. Even if you want to bask in the sun, there is no sun at all. Suddenly, Kevin Lu remembered something, quickly picked up these photos and looked at them carefully, and suddenly realized, I understand, this crocodile is huge in size, with thick fat inside its body, which can have the effect of heat insulation, and its body has become slender. The claws have also become flat. It has evolved, it has completely adapted to life in the water, and there is no need to go ashore anymore. Looking at the huge monster in the photo, Shen Feng was puzzled and asked, Brother Lu, why can this thing be called the Dragon King? Shouldn't the dragon be the leader of scale insects and the god who specializes in thunderstorms? People call crocodiles the Dragon King. Isn't it appropriate? It's very suitable. Lu K1 said directly, dragon is a fictional creature, but there are also prototypes. Among them, the most reasonable prototypes are boa constrictors and crocodiles. With the body length data of China's first dragon, it is exactly the same as crocodiles. So some people suspect that the crocodile is the prototype of the dragon, and now it is normal for the Crocodile King to be called the Dragon King. K Yiming also joined the discussion at this time. Since this guy is the Dragon King, then if we kill him, wouldn't he be a dragon slayer? Will he be like the brave in the game, who will be killed by the dragon after killing the dragon? Countless people sang it. Shen Feng said mercilessly, you can shut up, I already have the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior, and I still have photos to testify. In Jiangyang before, I had already killed a giant about 50 meters away. Boa Constrictor, the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior is already mine. I didn't say that this title can only be owned by you alone. I will also kill a Dragon King, so I also have the title. K Yiming said with a smile. The 5 of them went straight to the southern Hunan area by boat, but after searching for 3 or 4 days, they couldn't find the Dragon King, let alone saw it with their own eyes. Even if they hadn't heard of it, K Yiming felt that something was wrong. It stands to reason that someone had witnessed the existence of the Dragon King in southern Shannon before. How could it be possible that they can't see anything at this time? Could it be that the Dragon King is hiding? However, there is not much movement on my side. Shen Feng looked at the boat and asked, could it be an engine problem? Isn't the Dragon King very intelligent? If it heard the sound of the engine, it would probably hide, so we couldn't find it at all. K Yiming thought about it for a while, and it is indeed possible that this cunning crocodile has an IQ. Maybe its brain size has also grown as it grows in size, so it knows what to eat and what not to mess with. Therefore, as long as you see ships and planes, you will dive into the depths of the water immediately, and the sound of the engine is indeed very loud. It is also very possible that the Dragon King will enter the water when he hears it from a distance. Let's change wooden boats, and everyone will take turns rowing to see if we can attract the Dragon King to appear. K Yiming gritted his teeth and made a decision. Lu Kevin's face turned pale immediately. If he was sitting on a small boat, he could still escape from the mutant crocodile, but if he was in a wooden boat, he would be unable to run even if he wanted to. The speed of rowing is not good at all. Lu Kevin immediately wanted to object, but the rest of the people were all in favor of rowing, and he didn't have a vero, so it was useless to object. In the end, he followed a few people to a small wooden boat, and wore a raincoat to look for the possible appearance of mutant crocodiles in the heavy rain. 2 days later, they still didn't see the mutated crocodile. At this time, Shen Feng already wanted to go back. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well save people. However, at this moment, news came from southern Shannon that someone had been attacked by the edge of Dongting Lake. 3 people went to the lake to place cages together. As a result, 2 of them were eaten by the Dragon King, who came out suddenly, and the remaining one was attacked. He ran to the house and hid without looking back, and dared not go to the daunting lake, so the 5 of them immediately changed to small boats and set off in the direction of daunting lake. It was impossible to row a small boat now, and the speed was too slow. When they arrived at daunting lake, the Dragon King might have already run away. When the 5 people came to the edge of daunting lake, they found the place where the fishermen were attacked, and then they discussed how to lure the Dragon King out. Shen Feng pointed at Chang Jianyi and said, "You are the initiator of this matter, you are the bait, don't worry, I will set up a sniper at the back, and I can kill it with one shot, go." Chang Jianyi was also a little guilty. If he was really bitten by the 70-meter Dragon King, he might not be able to bear it, so he looked at Lu K1 and said, "Brother Lu, you know the habits of crocodiles very well. Look, you are the most suitable bait to track the Dragon King." Lu K1 became anxious when he heard this, and asked, "Do you treat scientific researchers like this? It would be good for me to follow you to the battlefield. If you let me be a bait, can I escape? Let me see. Brother K, your 2 subordinates will be the bait." "What?" Lu K1 said is well founded. As a civil servant, it would be great to come with him. If he was eaten while making bait, wouldn't it be a loss of a talent in vain? Chang Jianyi's 2 subordinates were also unwilling, shook their heads repeatedly, and said seriously, "No, this matter must be done by Mr. Shen Feng. Everyone knows Mr. Shen's skills. Fengshen. The speed is the fastest in the world, no one can match it. Mr. Shen is the one to do this." At this point, the matter of luring the Dragon King seems to be in a deadlock, and no one is willing to do this bait. Or Kevin Lu had a better idea. "Why do we have to let people make bait? Crocodiles are not only good at eating people, we can catch some animals and put them on the shore. Isn't that alright? What do you think?" That's a good idea. I'll catch the animals. You just wait." Shen Feng said hastily. Now floods are everywhere, animals and humans don't want to die, so they all run towards the mountain. Shen Feng found a mountain at random, and saw a wild deer on the mountain. This is a deer that has not mutated, but it is as big as a donkey. Shen Feng, casting a company like the wind, approached quickly, and the wild deer immediately began to flee. However, at this moment, Shen Feng instantly cast Wind of Fury, a wind blade slashed across, and the wild deer immediately fell to the ground. Next, Shen Feng took the wild deer back, and Chang Jianyi stuffed a locator into the wild deer's body to prevent the Dragon King from finding the location after he ran away. Then, the 5 of them waited on the shore. The Dragon King appeared, and from day to night, the rain kept falling, and everyone's clothes were soaked. Even wearing raincoats, they couldn't prevent the rain everywhere. At night, everyone couldn't help but want to sleep. If they could play cards, they wouldn't be so sleepy. Guns, day and night, are nothing short of torture. Shen Feng was a little sleepy. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, but in fact he began to doze off. He was thinking, there are 5 people here, if I take a short nap now, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Shen Feng closed his eyes with the thought that it doesn't matter if I have one less, and Chang Jianyi and others also thought the same. Anyway, there are 5 people staring at them, so I'll sleep quietly for a while, it should be fine. The 5 of them were lying behind the stone and quietly watching the movement in the water, but when the night came, the 5 of them gradually fell asleep, and they all pinned their hopes on others. Suddenly, the water in Daunting Lake became extremely dark, and a dark green star suddenly appeared, and the Dragon King of the Yangtze River appeared at this moment. Wow! The Dragon King of the Yangtze River opened his mouth wide, bringing with it the sound of water. And it ate the wild deer on the bank in a moment, then turned around and swam back without any regrets. Shen Feng heard the sound of water and woke up from his dream. When he opened his eyes and saw that the wild deer by the water had disappeared, he fired a gun without thinking. Companion Chang Jianyi and others woke up and asked quickly, "Where's the Dragon King? Where's the Dragon King? Has it appeared?" Shen Feng's face turned slightly red at this time. In fact, he fell asleep just now, and fortunately, it was very dark now, so no one noticed that his face was not right. Shen Feng rolled his eyes, and began to use Zhu Beiji's unique trick, beat back. I said, "What's the matter with you? Didn't you agree to stare at the lake together? Why did I react alone in the end? You all fell asleep, right?" Shen Feng asked knowingly, and easily put himself on responsibility was wiped out. Chang Jianyi quickly apologized, and said seriously, "Shen Feng, I'm really sorry, We are too sleepy, and we haven't had a good sleep these days. We've been lying on the rock all day, and I really can't help falling asleep. It's my fault." After Lu Kaiwen woke up, he quickly asked, "Look at the tracker. Since you didn't catch the Dragon King on the spot, let's track the Dragon King." K. Yiming quickly took out a monitor screen of the tracker and began to watch, and found that the Dragon King was still wandering in Daunting Lake at this time, as if he was not in a hurry. "Let's go. Let's chase it quickly. We can't let this thing get away." K. Yiming called everyone to get on the boat quickly, started the engine, and chased after it in the direction shown by the tracker. The battle was about to start. K. Yiming distributed life jackets to everyone. Lu Kaiwen hurriedly put them on. If he fell into the water, he could save his life anyway. However, Shen Feng refused the life jacket. He patted the paraglider weighing several kilograms on his back and said, "I have this. I can go to the sky at critical moments." Chapter 303, Chasing Thousands of Miles. The sky was full of dark clouds, and large swathes of rain fell, mixed with lightning from time to time. It was midsummer now, and the torrential rain had lasted for more than a month, and the entire Jingxiang area was flooded on Daunting Lake. K. Yiming drove a small boat and took 4 people to hunt down the Yangtze River dragon. This crocodile, which was once hunted down by Shen Feng, is now being targeted again. It has already eaten thousands of people. Yes, for this kind of harmful beast, we must get rid of it as soon as possible. Lu Kaiwen took advantage of this moment and said, "Everyone, crocodiles don't have gills, so they will definitely come to the surface to breathe. This is our chance. We can't miss it now, otherwise, when the wild deer is digested, the tracker it will also be expelled, and we will lose the trace of the Dragon King by then." Holding the binoculars in one hand and the sniper in the other, Shen Feng said, "Brother Lu, don't worry, as long as the Dragon King dares to appear on the water surface, I'll shoot right there and blow out its last eye to see if it's still alive. Can do all sorts of evil." The other 2 are also evolutionaries, holding heavy weapons in their hands, waiting to fight at any time. Shen Feng is sitting on the stern side of the boat. He opened all the paragliders on his back. After unfolding, it is more than 5 meters long. At critical moments, he can use his supernatural powers to fly directly into the sky, and he can only sit at the back of the boat. Otherwise, the paraglider will block the view of others. The glare of light from the boat made the water ahead so clear that even the splashes of rain falling on the lake could be seen. Not long after, the surface of the water suddenly became pitch black. Lu Kaiwen was right. The mutated crocodile is still a crocodile. When the air in the lungs is insufficient, it still needs to float to the surface to breathe. At this time, it was the crowd who attacked Chance. A small half of a huge head was exposed on the surface of the water. At this moment, Shen Feng and the other 2 evolutionaries shot, while K. Yiming casually summoned a blazing flame, and the raging fire spread towards the crocodile on the water surface. It came to the eyes of the crocodile. The crocodile dived into the water right away, but the flame attack didn't work. K. Yiming was a little annoyed. Being on the water was still not his dominant position. If only Fang King Hao was here, he would directly set off a big wave and roll up the Dragon King. "You can attack as you like, but unfortunately, Fang King Hao can't come." Shen Feng kept staring at the water surface with his binoculars. He was sure that at least 2 bullets hit the crocodile's head just now. However, due to the angle problem, the bullets bounced off and did not cause substantial damage. It has to be said that the armor on the crocodile is still very thick, and the angle of the bullet is wrong, and it cannot even cause substantial damage to the crocodile. This thing has been staying in the water, and our advantages have not been brought into play. If it hits the underwater part, the bullet will be buffered by the water flow. If it hits the part above the water, the angle is too small, and the bullet will be bounced off by the thick carapace. Really, it's difficult. Shen Feng murmured to himself. K. Yiming gritted his teeth and said, "Even if it is difficult, we must continue. If we don't kill it, I don't know how many people it will eat." Lu Kaiwen was helpless, and suggested, "Then it will take time, and then continue chasing it endlessly, exhausting the Dragon King's physical strength. It can't stay in the water forever." In terms of endurance, human beings are ranked second, and no animal can be said to be third. Humans can be said to be the most durable creatures in nature. Even when the human brain is not developed, its endurance is far beyond the average. Animals, in terms of hunting, the first method humans learned was chasing. Perhaps animals can run faster than humans in a short period of time, but human endurance is very strong. If you keep chasing with your teeth gritted, even a cheetah can die of exhaustion. Yiming made up his mind to get rid of the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, so he started chasing in Dongting Lake. There were still several barrels of gasoline on the boat. Before the gasoline ran out, Yiming didn't plan to stop to rest. Lu Keiwen tightly grasped the handle next to the boat. At this time, it would be dangerous to fall into the water. Even if there is no Yangtze River Dragon King, there are still many piranhas in the water, and the sky still thundering. The rain is simply driving people to death on Dongting Lake. Under the control of Yiming, the boat kept chasing the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. This Dragon King was not a real dragon. He had to come to the surface of the water to breathe, and the opportunity to attack was this time. However, the waves on the lake are turbulent, and the small boat is heaving and falling on the lake, and it may capsize at any time. Yiming became ruthless. If he does not kill the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, it will cause greater harm sooner or later. Also, keep chasing the Dragon King has to come up to the surface to take a breath, and it can only stay in the water for more than 20 minutes at a time, but it is very fast underwater. Immediately after diving into the water, Shen Feng's attack has no effect. The effect of the bullet on the water surface is limited, and the bullet's lethality is only 2 or 3 meters when it is shot into the water. The situation that the bullet hits the person in the water, like in the movie, will not appear at all. Even if the angle between the bullet and the water surface is too small, it will be bounced by the water. Yiming fired a bunch of flames, trying to burn the Dragon King out of the water to death, but the Dragon King is also very clever. Don't look at it, has only one eye left, but his attention is all on the boat. Once you find an attack coming, dive into the water immediately. The mighty river has become the hiding place of the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. As long as he hides underwater, there will be no danger at all. Shen Feng felt very helpless again, and couldn't help but said, even if Jin Zidu is here, the battle situation will not be like it is now. We can only attack until this thing breathes, and we can't take the initiative at all. Shen Feng's ability is really useless underwater. After all, he has the ability to control the wind. The oxygen in the water is dissolved in the water. Shen Feng can't even enter the water to fight. It would be fine if Jin Zidu was here. His ability is thunder and lightning, which can directly inject electric current into the water. It would be enough to electrocute a crocodile underwater. Even if the electrocution does not kill it, it can temporarily stun it. Yiming was also a little talkative at this time, and couldn't help saying, electric fish is against the law, please don't touch the restricted area. Crocodile is not a fish, so it's not illegal. Shen Feng immediately retorted, the action of hunting crocodiles has gradually turned into a chasing battle. Long-range attacks on the Crocodile King are no longer effective. When waiting for the crocodile on the shore, it was the most suitable opportunity to shoot, but helplessly everyone fell asleep, so no one seized this fleeting opportunity. Everyone could only compete with the underwater crocodile for stamina according to Lu Keiwen's suggestion. They didn't believe that the Dragon King would not be tired. As long as it was exhausted, everyone would be able to flex its muscles. As a result, the 5 chased from Dongting Lake all the way to Jinling, and from the middle reaches of the Yangtze River to the lower reaches. In 2 days, they covered thousands of miles. Lu Keiwen couldn't take it anymore. The chase on the boat was exhausting. Fortunately, he was an evolutionary and his body could barely bear it. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted by now. Brothers, please do me a favor and let me go ashore for a rest, please? I really can't take it anymore. Anyway, I can't help you much, so let me go. Kevin Lu begged. During these 2 days, the 5 people ate and drank on the boat. They ate compressed biscuits and drank mineral water. Shen Feng hurriedly said, Brother Lu, don't back down. As the old saying goes, half 100 miles is half the time. We are almost at the limit, and the Dragon King under the water must be tired too. Persevere, and victory is just around the corner. In front of you. Yiming also cheered up quickly, Brother Lu, you can't leave us, you know much more about crocodiles than we do, and we still need you to guide us in the future, eh? Group of people hurriedly comforted Lu Keiwen. Although they are very tired now, in order to kill the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, these fatigues must be experienced. Lu Keiwen felt that his importance was rising in a straight line, and he was a little swayed suddenly. He never thought that he, as a scientific researcher, had become so important. Lu Keiwen nodded helplessly, and said, okay, just keep going. To be honest, I've never seen a crocodile with such physical strength. In fact, this is also nonsense. After the crocodile mutated, its body became bigger, and its body fat also increased. Its demand for calories has also decreased a lot. It no longer needs to go ashore to bask in the sun. In 2 days, I swam from Dongting Lake to the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and I could still see the Jinling city wall in the distance. Shen Feng looked up at the weather. He hadn't seen the sun for more than a month. Now that the sun shines on him through the clouds, he suddenly feels much warmer. Jinling also received news in advance that Cai Yiming and Shen Feng, two supernatural beings, were hunting the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. Jinling was also killed by the Dragon King. They heard about the actions of Cai Yiming and Shen Feng. After that, support was given immediately, and the 5 people were directly replaced with a small boat, and a batch of dry food and drinking water were added. Lord Fengshen, you must kill the Dragon King. We are waiting for your good news. Many people in Jinling cheered loudly. Shen Feng smiled and waved his arms at the people on the shore. He never thought that his reputation would be heard of even in Jinling. Cai Yiming was a little tired, so he handed over the steering wheel to one of his subordinates, and said, "Come and drive the boat, keep chasing. I'll sit down and rest for a while. This Dragon King is even harder to deal with than an animal, but I'm exhausted, too." Everyone's surprise, the Dragon King of the Yangtze River did not choose to go out to sea. Perhaps it felt that it could not escape the pursuit in the sea, so it chose to go north along the Grand Canal. If this can run from the Yangtze River to the Yellow River, the scope of the harm will become even greater. Lu K1 couldn't help complaining. Does this Dragon King have a map to navigate? He can even find the canal, and he even runs to the north. Isn't he afraid of being frozen to death in winter? In fact, the crocodile hiding at the bottom of the water is almost exhausted. It came up to the surface during the day and saw Shen Feng sitting behind the boat. "A human with one eye out of me? Why are you chasing me again? I haven't even wandered on it. Why don't you let me go?" The Dragon King knew how powerful Shen Feng was, so even if it mutated again, he didn't dare to take the initiative to attack Shen Feng at this moment. He could only swim desperately to other waters, hoping to have a chance to escape. After chasing for another half a day, the group chased upstream along the Grand Canal according to the location displayed by the tracker, and finally found that the speed of the crocodile was getting slower and slower. Everyone was finally relieved. It seems that the Dragon King will also exhausted, continue to chase. It will not be able to swim. However, in the evening, dark clouds in the sky suddenly covered the sky. Cai Yiming took out his satellite phone to contact his superiors. Only then did he learn the news. It turned out that the typhoon was moving to the east and seemed to be leaving the land. The torrential rain of the month is finally coming to an end. It's summer now, it's already June, and the year's rain has been rained in 1 month. The typhoon has finally left the land, which is a good thing. It's just that the group of people who were chasing the Dragon King had just come from the middle reaches of the Yangtze River to the lower reaches, and had been basking in the sun for half a day. As a result, at night, the typhoon followed and came, and at night, it started to rain again. Cai Yiming's eyes looking at Shen Feng also became strange. While looking at Shen Feng, he questioned, "Why am I doubting whether the typhoon was caused by you? Why are you in Yazhou and Jingxiang? The typhoon is in Jingxiang? Now that you are downstream, the typhoon is also coming towards Huainan." Shen Feng was speechless when he heard this question, and he said for a long time, "If I have this kind of ability, why didn't I use this trick to fight zombies in Yanjing before? Just call the typhoon and drown the zombies. Isn't it good to help the zombies?" Cai Yiming thought for a while and felt relieved. Indeed, Shen Feng could not have such a powerful ability. The reason why natural-type supernatural powers are powerful is that these supernatural powers can cause changes in natural phenomena. Although Shen Feng is a supernatural power that uses wind, typhoon is not something that can be summoned casually. If he can summon the strong wind, Shen Feng is already a real god. But in fact, Shen Feng's ability can't even go to the sky, and he can't fly from the ground by relying on supernatural powers. If Shen Feng can summon a typhoon, then he is too respected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Hund's lake collapses. After dusk, there was a patter of raindrops from the sky, and the strong wind blew from the west, blowing countless willows along the roadside, making a whistling sound. The water surface also became turbid, and many fish and shrimp floated to the surface to breathe. Whenever it rained, The fish and shrimp would float to the surface to breathe fresh air. Shen Feng's group was still chasing the Dragon King in a small boat, and arrived at Huzhou Lake along the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal. There were dense reeds growing by the lake, and the strong wind blew down the reeds. The tracker shows that the mutated crocodile underwater is getting slower and slower. If you keep chasing it, it will not be able to run away. Facts have proved that animals are always inferior to machines. Even the mutated crocodile cannot get rid of it. Dinghy chase in the middle of the night. There was heavy rain in the sky, and the chase came to an end. The Dragon King stayed quietly at the bottom of the water, so he stopped swimming in Huzhou Lake. Yiming said nervously, "The Dragon King is coming up soon. Get ready to fight. Be careful not to fall into the water. You will be eaten if you fall into the water." Hearing this, Lu Keiwen said very uneasy, "Don't say that. If you fall into the water, you will be eaten. If we swallow it all in one mouthful, I'm afraid even the boat will eat it together." While looking at the water surface, Shen Feng comforted, "Don't worry, even if it is swallowed, I can break open its stomach and get out. Have some confidence in me. Monkey Son likes to get into other people's stomachs, so I will naturally. That's fine too." Everyone looked at the water surface vigilantly, always on guard against the appearance of the Dragon King. Even though the Dragon King was exhausted, it was still a huge monster, and every move could turn rivers and seas. "We must deal with this kind of monster carefully." Suddenly, the surface of the water became pitch black, and the Dragon King emerged from the water. The 5 people immediately took aim with their guns. When the huge body appeared on the water, bang bang, the 5 people shot together, and the bullet hit the body of the Dragon King, but the effect was not obvious. It can be used to make wallets because its leather is tough and war resistant. Today's mutated crocodile is 70 meters long, and the cuticle of the outer skin is also tens of centimeters thick, and the bullet bounces off if it hits the wrong angle. However, even if the bullet hit the crocodile head-on, the bullet was stuck by the thick cuticle. The mutated crocodile suddenly swam towards the boat, as if it was going to capsize the boat. Fortunately, Yiming took out a bazooka from under the boat at this time, and the 2 men quickly assisted in loading ammunition and aiming. Boom! A shell was fired, and the huge recoil made the boat retreat more than 1 meter. Boom! The shells concentrated on the back of the crocodile, and a huge flame burst out immediately. Even if the 5 people were still tens of meters away, they could still feel the huge air pressure in the distance. Huh? La la! The crocodile immediately swam underwater after being hit by the shell. If it hadn't been hiding under the water, the crocodile would have burst out screaming at this time. The moment the shell exploded, the sharp shrapnel penetrated into the crocodile's body. Although it was quickly stuck by the muscles, the pain had already been transmitted to the brain. The shock generated by the most deadly explosion was directly transmitted to the internal organs of the crocodile, causing the crocodile to die of pain. The mutated crocodile's defense is particularly strong. It can block bullets and shrapnel, but the shock wave can directly enter the crocodile's body and attack its internal organs, which the mutated crocodile can't handle. Yiming breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and said, "As long as the rockets are useful, we still have a lot of shells in our hands, and we will definitely kill this crocodile next time." However, as soon as Yiming finished speaking, one of his subordinates noticed the problem and said tremblingly, "The signal from the tracker shows that the Dragon King is directly below us, and it has already swam under us in the water." As soon as Shen Feng heard this, he immediately summoned a gust of wind and flew into the sky with a paraglider. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared under the boat, and the mutated crocodile raised its head, swung its long snout, and instantly overturned the boat on the lake. The remaining 4 people all fell into the water. Fortunately, they all put on life jackets, and the 4 floated up from the water, and immediately began to look for the Dragon King. Shen Feng could see clearly from the sky, and shouted loudly, "Run! The Dragon King is coming! He wants to eat you!" Lu Keiwen looked under the water, only to see a bright light under the dark water, and this light was green. It was the eyes of the Dragon King. My God! Lu Keiwen's swimming skills are not very good, but at this time, he can only burst out a strong desire to survive rushed over. Lu Keiwen never expected that the small boat on his side would really be overturned. If he had known about it, he would have sat on the big boat and chased him down. At least a big boat would not be overturned so easily. Yiming is also a supernatural being, but when he saw the mutated crocodile underwater, he still panicked and rushed towards the shore by paddling water. Wow! A large mouth more than 10 meters long protruded from the water, and one of Yiming's men couldn't dodge in time, and was swallowed by the crocodile on the spot. Shen Feng dived down quickly, and the wind blades around him attacked the mutated crocodile, only to hear a clinking sound, and a bright red appeared on the water surface. Shen Feng's wind blades didn't have too much effect. The wind blades, the thick armor on the mutated crocodile was cut, but the killing ability was greatly reduced, and it failed to cause real damage to the crocodile. The wind blades attack only caused skin trauma, but failed to seriously injure the crocodile. Although the blood in the lake looked a lot, it didn't hurt the crocodile at all while swimming. Kai Yiming yelled to Shen Feng in the sky, "Shen Feng, quickly restrain this thing. When we land, we will find a way to support you." Shen Feng frowned and didn't know what to say. It seemed that he would not be threatened at all in the sky, but in fact, in the storm, he had to use supernatural powers to take off, and now his physical strength was exhausted. Seriously, but the Dragon King is hiding in the water, so he can't attack. It's impossible to restrain him. In order to get the three people in the water to go ashore, Shen Feng deliberately swooped down on the water surface, only 4 or 5 meters away from the water surface. As long as the crocodile under the water wanted to attack, he only needed to jump up to get Shen Feng. The crocodile under the water saw Shen Feng flying in the sky, and immediately became frightened. He couldn't forget the human being who had chased him for a long time. Can bite him at any time. The brain size of the mutated crocodile has increased a lot, and thinking problems have become more complicated. However, beasts are always beasts. No matter how high their IQ is, they cannot be higher than humans. Humans have evolved their brains for millions of years. It's not something that a bunch of beasts can catch up with by mutating in a short period of time. The mutated crocodile immediately jumped out of the water and bit Shen Feng in the sky. Shen Feng tilted the paraglider to the side and turned a corner in the air in an instant, avoiding the attack of the mutated crocodile. Next, Shen Feng lowered his body to appear above the water again, and once again used his body to track the underwater crocodile. The crocodile had a very low IQ, and didn't know that this was a trick to lure the enemy. It came out of the water again and again to attack Shen Feng, and the attack was dodged by Shen Feng every time. 10 minutes later, Kai Yiming and the other two successfully went ashore. All their equipment fell underwater. Although the boat was still floating on the water, it was tilted and unusable. However, Kai Yiming was still carrying a satellite phone, so he immediately took out the satellite phone and dialed, "I'm on the edge of Hood's Lake right now, asking for support, at." This time, the fastest support here is naturally from the Jinling side. During the day, Kai Yiming and others just passed by the Jinling side and received supplies. "What kind of support do you need?" Jinling immediately asked. Kai Yiming quickly said, "Just send a helicopter over here, carry a few missiles, and it is best to bring incendiary bombs on the water. Our side has already entangled the Dragon King, but the weapons and the like have fallen into the water, and it cannot cause effective damage." Jinling immediately agreed to support. Although it is thunderstorm weather, but in order to kill the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, he can no longer take care of these things. "Hold on. Support will arrive within an hour. Please feel free to contact me when the time comes." Kai Yiming breathed a sigh of relief, sat on the ground and said, "I never thought that an exhausted crocodile could overturn our boat. Fortunately, we escaped smoothly." Lu Kaiwan shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's a pity, Lao Song. He was eaten by a crocodile. He is a living person. If he doesn't, he will be gone." At this time, Lu Kevin was very sad. Although he had been looking for and chasing mutant crocodiles on the water for 10 days, he became very familiar with them after getting along for 10 days. Everyone was able to joke with each other. However, fighting just at the beginning, one of his companions died in the mouth of the crocodile, which Lu Kevin did not expect. Kai Yiming looked at Shen Feng, who was fighting in the distance, and sighed. "Life is always so wonderful. No one knows when death will come, but this is also our destiny, and none of us know when will you sacrifice." Kai Yiming also made preparations for death early. It is obviously impossible to live a nourishing life in the apocalypse, especially since he joined the Ability Management Bureau early, which means that he will not be able to deal with many dangerous situations. He wanted to rush forward. He didn't think the battle was so scary when he stayed in the Three Gorges before, but after fighting the mutant beasts for this period of time, he understood that the real battle is not a competition of combat power, and the combat power cannot be estimated time. He will die this time. Kai Yiming escaped, but he wondered if he would be alive next time. Shen Feng was still constantly seducing the underwater crocodile, and successfully consumed the crocodile's remaining physical strength. In the end, the crocodile swam to the shore, got into the reeds and lay down on its stomach, and was no longer seduced by Shen Feng. Originally, the mutated crocodile hid underwater, and Shen Feng was unable to cause effective damage, but now, the mutated crocodile came to rest in the reeds, and the low reeds could not cover its huge body. Shen Feng controlled thousands of wind blades. It fell straight down, like thousands of sword arrows falling from the sky, all falling on the back of the mutated crocodile, hissing. The crocodile let out a cry of pain, which was the only sound he could make, indicating that he was in pain at this time. A wind blade can only scratch the crocodile's skin slightly, but thousands of wind blades fall from the sky and land on an area, and the power is extraordinary. In an instant, in just an instant, the mutated crocodile's back became bloody, and the wind blade mixed with the rain fell, tearing a huge wound on the crocodile's back, and the white bones were also faintly visible. If the attack continues, there is no doubt that the mutant crocodile will be pierced by the fierce attack on the spot, and no matter how tenacious the mutant crocodile's vitality is, it will die here. However, the mutated crocodile exploded at this time, and crawled to the side suddenly, avoiding the follow-up attack of the wind blade. The wind blades fell one after another, cutting off the crocodile's front claws abruptly, and the crocodile escaped the fatal attack by paying the price of an arm. Damn! I was run away by this thing. Shen Feng felt helpless at this moment. This crocodile was like a 100-legged worm. He thought it was exhausted, but in the end he still got out of the reeds. He ran out, but the thousands of wind blades on his side failed to kill him. Now Shen Feng's body was completely wet by the rain, and the sky was also thundering and lightning. Shen Feng was very worried whether he would be struck by lightning. If he was struck by lightning, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? Fortunately, although the sky was thundering all the time, it still failed to hit Shen Feng's paraglider, and this side was not a minefield. Half an hour later, the helicopter flew over from the south in the rain, and it was equipped with missiles. Although there were only 2 missiles, it was enough to kill a mutant crocodile. As long as it hit the vital parts of the crocodile, it would surely kill. It kills. Although Shen Feng has been flying on the surface of the water, he couldn't accurately find the crocodile underwater. However, after the battle, the crocodile now honestly hides under the water, and unless it takes a breath, it won't come out at all. Fortunately, Yiming still had a tracker in his hand, which detected the location of the Dragon King, and it quietly swam to the west bank of Hudzao Lake. The helicopter got the news and immediately flew towards the west of Hudzao Lake, and soon arrived at the destination, hovering in the air. The pilots also began to search for the crocodile. As long as they found it, 2 missiles would definitely kill it. Even a building is just a matter of 1 or 2 missiles, which can be destroyed directly, but the mutated crocodile is always a body of flesh and blood, so it is impossible to resist this kind of attack. Shen Feng landed next to Yiming on the bank, put away the paraglider, carried it on his back, and said with a sigh of relief, "Now, I can finally end the hunt. I'm exhausted these days." Not long after, there was a rumbling sound from the west bank, followed by the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. The shaking was very strong, as if the sky and the earth had turned upside down. Shen Feng heard the sound in the distance, and then felt the shock under his feet. At this moment, he couldn't help being speechless. Damn, is this the power of the missile? It's like an earthquake. Yiming felt something was wrong, and said to himself, "It's not right. Why hasn't the vibration stopped?" Just when everyone was feeling confused, a helicopter flew over from a distance and told the truth. The west side of Hudzao Lake collapsed, and all the lake water rushed out of the embankment, and the mutated crocodile ran away. Chapter 305 Disasters Endless. The water level of Hudzao Lake was originally higher than the surrounding terrain. This is due to historical reasons. In the past, the Yellow River flooded the land in the north. However, the Yellow River went south for a period of time, took the Wire River into the sea, and even shared the same mouth with the Yangtze River. The Yellow River brought countless silt and flooded many farmlands. When the Yellow River returned to the north, it left Hudzao Lake in the south. The water level of Hudzao Lake is higher than that of the surrounding areas. In order to maintain the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was necessary to maintain the embankment to ensure the smooth flow of the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal. However, the water level of Hudzao Lake has always been an unstable factor for Jianghui, and it is uncertain when it will explode in the peaceful years. No one has ever worried about such a thing, because it is almost impossible. As long as there is a risky area, the official will take precautions, but when the end comes, the population will decrease. The population dropped by 9/10 in an instant, and the world was in chaos. No one paid any attention to the water level of Hood's Lake when the summer of the second year of the end came. The typhoon went deep into the hinterland, causing floods in the Jinxiang area, and the people were trapped on the roofs and treetops. As for the embankment of Hood's Lake, no one observed it after the mutated crocodile was forced to the west bank of Hood's Lake. It looked at the helicopter hovering in the sky, and its huge body was hidden under the water. Trembling slightly, the mutated crocodile has eaten many people and mutated animals. The residents on both sides of the Yangtze River are afraid of it, so they can only call it the Dragon King, but in fact, it is also very afraid of humans. It knows that even if it can wreak havoc in the Yangtze River, it is not invincible. Once human beings really do it, it will be a complete disaster for it. Therefore, the mutated crocodile has never dared to provoke humans on a large scale, and specifically finds and eats alone humans. But once there is a large ship on the water surface, or a plane flies in the sky, then it will hide at the bottom of the water and say nothing, come out. It is trying to avoid appearing in the eyes of many people, and the IQ of the mutated crocodile ended here, and it didn't know about the smarter choice, and it couldn't possibly think of it. This method seems stupid, but in fact it is effective. For a long time, no one can see the true face of the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. Everyone thinks that there are really evil dragons in the Yangtze River. Whether it is fishing or fishing, you have to go in groups. It is safer when there are more people, but now at this time, the Dragon King of the Yangtze River has been chased for 3 days in a row. During this period, he swam from Dongting Lake to Hood's Lake without eating or drinking. He originally wanted to get rid of the chasing humans behind him. He could feel that there were 2 people on the boat. It's particularly terrifying, and it's possible that I can't take advantage of it when I fight. It is also fortunate that the water network in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River is dense. Otherwise, the Dragon King would have nowhere to run, and the time to be cornered would be earlier as a result. Even so, they couldn't get rid of the pursuers behind them, and humans were still chasing it endlessly. The Dragon King decided to risk his life. He was unwilling to die like this, so he overturned the human boat and ate one of them. Shen Feng, who once blinded the Dragon King's eyes, became even stronger now. He flew into the sky with the help of a paraglider, and countless wind blades fell from the sky, forcibly cutting off one of the Dragon King's front paws. At this time, the Dragon King has been driven to a dead end. There are hovering helicopters in the sky, and although there are vast rivers around, as long as he shows up, he will definitely suffer a severe blow. The Dragon King is now injured, so continue to fight. There is absolutely no life or death. The desperate Dragon King crazily hit the embankment underwater, completely venting his dissatisfaction. But when the typhoon came to the Jianghui area, it immediately brought abundant rain, and the water level in Hood's Lake suddenly rose, and the embankment had already suffered. It exerted a lot of pressure, and now it was hit by the Dragon King crazily, causing a small gap half a meter wide. The water in Hood's Lake gushed down immediately, but the half-meter wide gap was immediately torn, and the embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed by an ant nest, which seems to be an exaggeration. But this is a very vivid description. For the mighty river, as long as there is even a gap in the embankment, the river will instantly expand the gap and eventually cause the embankment to burst. Hood's Lake collapsed, and the flood flowed down the river. The crocodile also took the opportunity to escape. The flood mixed a lot of sand and branches, and the reeds that were not cleared last year were also washed down. The helicopter could not find the exact location of the crocodile. Fly back helplessly. After Shen Feng heard the news of Hood's Lake's collapse, they were all stunned. They also didn't expect that a battle that was already a sure thing could happen again. Yiming was helpless, and said to Shen Feng, "Let's find a boat and continue looking for the Dragon King. In addition, we must notify the people in the west to avoid the flood." When Lu Kaiwan heard this, he shook his head. He found a stick and began to draw. He explained while drawing, "The situation is different now. Do you know what the consequences of Hood's Lake's embankment breaking are now? The survivors in the downstream are basically concentrated in the big cities, and Hood's Lake washes down to the west. These big cities will be affected first. Millions of people. The disaster has come. You still want to kill the Dragon King, K." Yiming looked at the map drawn by Kevin Liu and couldn't help frowning, but he immediately said, "Relief is indeed very important, but what else can the 4 of us do? Can we save thousands of people? We can't do it. We can only kill the Dragon King. We can't let it cause more harm." Of course, Yiming knew what the collapse of the embankment of Hood's Lake meant. Tens of thousands of people would be affected by this incident. Whether it was people's lives or property, they were all seriously threatened. But the plan to hunt down the Dragon King I have come to this point, and I am only a step away from the completion of the mission. Wouldn't it be a failure to choose to give up at this time, especially in the case of the collapse of Hood's Lake? Floods are everywhere in the Jianghui area, and the victims may be attacked by the Dragon King at any time. The Dragon King has already eaten thousands of people before. How many people will be eaten in the future? Shen Feng didn't expect the flood to sweep the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. He thought that the middle reaches of the Yangtze River were already severely affected, but now that the collapse of Hood's Lake has caused the downstream to be affected as well, putting more people in danger. Fortunately, Ke Yiming notified the superiors in time, and asked the superiors to quickly organize people to evacuate, which saved many people. It is now in the middle of the night, many people are asleep, and the alarm suddenly rang through the sky. After reading the news, Hood's Lake burst, and people hurriedly began to evacuate, and there was no time to pack their things. They brought some dry food and went with their families. Walking towards the high place, the flood soon hit. Although the end is coming, many cities are superstitious about their own defense power. As long as there are enough guns and shells, no matter whether it is zombies or mutant beasts, it is impossible to rush into the city, so they never build city walls, unless they are directly affected by the tide of zombies. Threats. Otherwise, no one will do such a thing as building a city wall, which is a waste of money and people, and many areas west of Hood's Lake are already densely populated. When the flood came, Wu Yanggang directly entered the city. The roads and low houses were all flooded, and the typhoon passed through the downstream area. Immediately, the whole plain is full of stagnant water. The disaster that occurred in the Jingxiang area before has now appeared in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and more people are threatened by floods. When the headquarters heard the news, they fell silent immediately. The people in the headquarters knew that the entire middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River had been completely destroyed, and it would not be able to recover in a short time. The threat of the flood did not disappear after receding. In this area, it is very likely that this area will not be able to recover. Not only the cultivation of crops but also industrial production can basically not be carried out, and the only grain production areas in the country are the northeast and central Sichuan. Production in the Central Plains cannot be resumed in a short period of time, and the shortage of food can be said to be inevitable. The famine is coming. Everyone had a bad premonition. They thought that after Yanjing won the battle against the zombies, the next step would be to recover the country step by step, but a flood disrupted all plans. The most terrible thing is that the disaster in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River will also greatly affect food production, and so many affected people are starving for food. Famine is bound to appear, and now the main traffic roads have not been restored, and it is also very difficult to transfer food. What kind of consequences will a famine have? Shen Feng finally decided to continue hunting down the mutated crocodile, but news came from Yazhou that hundreds of thousands of mutated beasts had appeared in the southern mountainous area, and they were already trying to find a way to cross the river. Yazhou was under threat. Shen Feng heard the news and quickly called Yang Chang. Hurry up and take people back to defend the city. Something happened at home. Shen Feng also couldn't figure out why countless mutated beasts emerged from the mountains in the south. They didn't encounter any danger when they went to recover some towns in the south, but the crisis really broke out like this. In fact, Shen Feng also wanted to rush back to Yazhou immediately, but Ke Yiming held Shen Feng's hand and refused to let go. Shen Feng, you are too anxious. There are only mutant beasts appearing in Yazhou, and there are still monsters over there. There is a city wall, and it is impossible for mutant beasts to enter the city. Didn't you let Yang Chang go back? They have 6,000 or 7,000 people guarding a city. What are you afraid of? We can't do without you here. Ke Yiming really can't help it. He has seen Shen Feng's fighting power with his own eyes. He is indispensable in the process of chasing the Dragon King. If Shen Feng is missing, the next time he encounters a mutant crocodile, who knows if he can fight well? Pass? Therefore, Shen Feng must not leave. Shen Feng immediately said, what do you know? My wife is still pregnant, and there are more than 1,000 recruits in the city. What if they can't stop the mutant beasts from attacking the city? My wife and children are the most important, and Yang Chang and the others need to take a boat. I can only go back. The speed is too slow. I can fly back in a day. The plan to hunt the Dragon King should be next time. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng broke free from Ke Yiming's palm and was about to leave. As for Lu Kaiwan, he could only let him stay here temporarily, but Ke Yiming suddenly knelt down for Shen Feng at this moment. The man had gold under his knees. Yiming has abandoned his self-esteem now, and he said sincerely, Shen Feng, I beg you, follow me and kill the Dragon King. In just a few months, this evil dragon has already eaten 5 or 6,000 people. If you let the tiger go back to the mountain, there will be endless disasters. Shen Feng was so entangled by Yiming that he had no choice but to agree. Okay, get up, I'll fight with you, but let's talk first. Once my senior sister can't bear it anymore, I will go back no matter what I say. Now, quickly find the trace of the Dragon King, complete the task and go their own way. Shen Feng was too flustered at this time. Just hearing that there was danger in Yuzhou, he immediately returned to his heart. Zhao Yan is also protecting Chang Jianyi, and Chang Jianyi's safety can also be guaranteed. Shen Feng figured this out, and immediately searched for boats nearby, and finally found a small boat with no oars to use, so he could only find a bamboo to cut and use the boat to track the Dragon King. Yiming looked at the screen of the tracker in his hand, and suddenly became puzzled. He couldn't help but said, the Dragon King has stopped. Could it be that it can't hold on? Is it resting? Yiming led his people to chase after them, and finally found a reed field. The people approached slowly, but suddenly they smelled a foul smell. When they got closer, they found that it was a pool of excrement, and the nearby reeds had already been overwhelmed. The Dragon King is nowhere to be seen, and the signal is in the excrement. Lu Ke went inside, and said, there is really no way now. The wild deer has been digested and excreted, and it is impossible to use the signal to track the Dragon King. Yiming was completely desperate. He didn't expect that the vigorous action would end here. After 10 days of action, he got nothing so far. Moreover, millions of people in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River were affected, floods raged, and mutant crocodiles could swim everywhere, cause greater disaster. God, you didn't help me either. Why did you let the typhoon appear? Why did you let Hudzhou Lake collapse? Yiming lay back and fell into the stagnant water. It was about to come, and the result of chasing for several days was about to be obtained. As a result, Hudzhou Lake collapsed, causing his own plan to fail. Is it possible that this is what Zhu Liang said? People plan things, but heaven makes things happen? Shen Feng stretched out his hand to pull Yiming up from the stagnant water, and comforted him. Don't worry, there is always a way. Besides, I have a big wound on the Dragon King. If it is accidentally infected with bacteria or viruses, wouldn't it be considered a victory if he died? Chapter 306 Mutant Beast in the Mountain. Due to the typhoon, the weather in Yuzhou is also cloudy and rainy all day long, and it is rare to have a few days of sunny days. After the typhoon gathered over Jinxiang for a month and a half, it caused countless people to be displaced. Recently, they finally left thinking. The typhoon returned along the way it came, and headed in the direction of Jianghui. As soon as the typhoon left, the weather in Yuzhou was finally clear, and everyone was enjoying the hard-won beautiful weather. Sitting in the office, Chang Jianyi looked at the clear sky outside the window, feeling very emotional in her heart. The typhoon has been in Jinxiang for more than 50 days, and it often rains in Yuzhou, which makes the construction of farmland and other projects very slow. And now, finally, there is good weather. Chang Jianyi touched her slightly protruding belly, and said in a low voice, son, you have to grow up well. Your father is still working hard outside, and you must win glory for your father in the future, but you can't grow up. There's nothing to do when you're big. Sitting beside Chang Jianyi, Chu Chaoyin heard Chang Jianyi's muttering to himself at this time, and couldn't help interjecting at this moment, you knew you were pregnant with a son? If this is a little girl, isn't it all in vain? Chang Jianyi smiled and said, I believe this is a son, and I will know all about it when I am born. As for you, the provocative meaning in Chang Jianyi's words was obvious. Although she didn't say anything clearly, her eyes and expression had already said it all. That is, she felt that Chu Qiaoyan would not be able to bear children. Chu Qiaoyan was squeezed by Chang Jianyi, and she immediately stopped talking angrily. Her mouth pouted, and she was thinking in her heart, you can be happy now. When I give birth to a son, I will definitely rob you when the time comes. Let's see if you can still laugh. Chu Chaoyan chose the spiritual victory method. Now she can't say that Chang Jianyi can't, so she plans to wait until later to find her way to get back on the stage. Although she doesn't know what will happen in the future, but first imagine the beautiful scene in the future. There is endless motivation in her heart. What Chang Jianyi was most concerned about was when the palace he designed would be completed, so he arranged for his younger brother to inspect the progress every day. The mutated apple tree that Shen Feng brought back from Liancheng was also transplanted by Chang Jianyi in a way. In the palace, the apple tree can be used as her personal property in the future. Chang Jianyi is very concerned about her younger brother's situation. Although there is no school now, she still specially hires a tutor for her younger brother. She can't let his younger brother have no chance to study. I couldn't finish it, purely illiterate, I can't do without studying, and Chang Jianyi often took time to check his younger brother's academic performance. Fortunately, Chang Haoji's studies were not bad, and he was finally able to fool his sisters, questioning. There is also a river crossing bridge outside Yazhou City, which connects the north and south banks. During normal times, no one will deliberately guard a bridge. However, at dusk, many mutant beasts suddenly appeared on the bridge. Countless mutant beasts appeared on the bridge. He rushed towards Yazhou. It was too late for the people outside the city to escape. How dare they stop these mutated beasts? So they all hid in Yazhou City in a swarm. Fortunately, the city wall of Yazhou had been built, and ordinary mutated beasts really couldn't rush into the city, but, caught off guard, the bridge was occupied by mutant beasts. The densely packed mutant beasts rushed across the bridge one after another. All those who arrived were mutant beasts. When Chang Jianyi heard that there were many mutated beasts outside the city, he was still in a daze. He didn't hear that there were many mutated beasts in the south, did he? Why are mutant beasts appearing now? Moreover, how did it pass the Yangtze River Bridge? Chu Qiaoan also became anxious. First, she contacted the headquarters and asked the headquarters to use the satellite to see how many mutant beasts there are. The satellite quickly observed the area of Yazhou, and roughly estimated the number of mutant beasts, at least 300,000. Although most of them were mutant rats, judging from the number, they should not be underestimated. Chu Qiaoan immediately wanted to notify Shen Feng to come back to help, but he couldn't get in touch. Shen Feng was still staring at the crocodile in the water, and didn't have time to look at the satellite phone in his hand. For one thing, Shen Feng was not contacted until late at night. Although Shen Feng asked Yang Chang to bring his soldiers back to Yazhou to resist the mutant beasts immediately, Yang Chang couldn't come back in a short time. There were only 1,200 soldiers in Yazhou, many of them were recruits. Not long after the training, Chang Jianyi also had no idea, and hurriedly called important people to discuss countermeasures. While the gate of Yazhou City was tightly closed to prevent mutant beasts from rushing into the city, all the important people in Yazhou were gathered. Even Shen Feng's personal advisor, Feng Shichen, a dog-headed military strategist, also attended the meeting. Now, the most important thing is to defend Yazhou, and other matters are ignored. Josiah Oxio first said, I suggest that all the soldiers from other cities be transferred back. In this way, we also have about 3,000 soldiers in our hands. It is no problem to defend the city. As for other cities, there is no danger for the time being. The defensive strength of Yazhou City is obviously insufficient. In the face of hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts, there are more than 1,000 soldiers defending the city, which is not enough at all. Therefore, Josiah Oxio believes that it is necessary to mobilize troops from other cities. Soldiers, when the rest of the cities were recovered, hundreds of soldiers were left guarding each city. Now that Yazhou is in danger, it is natural to call these people back. As soon as Josiah Oxio's words came out, the rest of the people began to object, because it was too late to recall soldiers from other cities. Now the mutated beasts are approaching the city, and fortunately it is night, and many mutated beasts have bad eyesight, so it is impossible to attack now. If it is daytime, the battle will start directly, and even if the soldiers are summoned, they will not be able to catch up. Similarly, it will take at least one day for Yang Chang to come back. During this day, Yazhou can only rely on himself to defend the city, and cannot let mutant beasts rush into the city. Fortunately, the evolutionary has some resistance ability, but civilians can only be slaughtered in the face of this situation. Tu Zuhui said in a deep voice, in a short period of time, we can only rely on our own strength to resist the mutant beasts. I suggest that we immediately mobilize the men in the city, and after distributing weapons, go up to the city wall to guard the city. Now we don't care about other things, just hold on. The walls are the most important thing, Professor. Chu nodded and agreed with his suggestion. He said seriously, in order to defend Yazhou City, we can only mobilize civilians to join the battle. When Yang Chang returns with enough soldiers, the crisis in Yazhou will naturally be resolved. However, when it came to the mobilization of the militia, Professor Chu hesitated at this time, and then said, however, This kind of thing is easy to let go and hard to take back. If the weapons are sent out, it may not be easy to take them back. When the time comes, everyone has weapons in their hands, and danger is imminent. Chang Jianyi made a decision. He couldn't care about other things right now. The mutated beasts must not be allowed to rush into the city, so he made a decision: call all the men to participate in the battle and distribute weapons. First, distribute the simplest weapons to them. Those who perform well in the battle of defending the city will be rewarded with evolutionary bases. Under heavy rewards, there must be a brave man. Chang Jianyi can't care about other issues now. It is definitely a reward for evolutionary agents. Generally, there is no place to buy this thing if you have money. It is much more valuable than food stamps. I believe that rewarding evolutionary agents it can inspire the bravery of the defenders. However, Yang Yi asked a question at this time. He pointed to the map and said, Deputy City Master, since these mutated beasts all came through the Yangtze River Bridge, then we should find a way to blow up the bridge, so that most of the people will be isolated. Mutants? What's the idea? No. Before Chang Jianyi could speak, Professor Chu was already angry. Professor Chu said in a deep voice, the construction of the Yangtze River Bridge is not so easy. It took several years to build it in peacetime. Now in this chaotic world, once it is blown up, it is almost impossible to rebuild it. When the time comes, how will the supplies and people from the south come? It's a bad idea. Yang Yi lowered his head helplessly. He felt that he was still managing his department honestly and should not interfere in the decision of the battle. His own ideas were not as good as those of others. However, at this moment, Chu Chaoan looked at Chang Jianyi and asked, isn't there a group of people on Lin Yu's side? Let them also guard the city. At this time, don't stay in those dark places. In the corner, Chu Chaoan thought of the intelligence department in Lin Yu's hands. Although these people were mainly investigating intelligence, most of them were evolutionaries. Wouldn't it be more confident to have this group of people join the city defense? No, they can't move. The more tense the situation is, the more they can't move casually. They need to keep an eye on the situation in the city. Chang Jianyi directly rejected Chu Chaoan's suggestion. They killed a large number of gang members a month ago, but this does not mean that the evil intentions of the people below have been completely extinguished. Once someone takes advantage of the fire to rob, there will be chaos in Yeshao City. Although Chang Jianyi decided to summon the men to defend the city, there were always people who could escape the call, and those who tried their best to escape the call had to be watched by someone, which reflected the importance of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's ability is to manipulate sound waves, and the attack method is also very simple, that is, to use sound waves to attack, especially the use of ultrasonic waves to detect the enemy's position, and the lethality is particularly obvious when used in battle. It's really a pity that such an ability is not used in combat. In addition to Lin Yu, Qi Lingshan has also become a supernatural power, and his supernatural power is very simple. It is the hypnotic electric wave. This kind of hypnosis is not to make people sleep, but to suggest others through radio waves, and can easily control people's actions, but this ability is not without any shortcomings. First of all, hypnosis radio waves do not work for stronger people. At best, it can only hypnotize ordinary people, but it can work on supernatural beings. Afterwards, Chang Jianyi stood up, led hundreds of female guards to the city wall, and said as he walked, since everything has been decided, let's go to carry out the task. Tuzuhui, you are in charge of recruiting men. In addition, Cao Fuli, you are in charge of defending the city this time. If you perform better, you will have a bright future. Cao Fuli quickly stood at attention and said loudly, yes, I will definitely complete the task. Chu Chaoan glanced at Chang Jianyi worriedly, and asked, you're already pregnant, you should go home. I'll just stare at the city wall. What if you accidentally miscarry? Chang Jianyi smiled, pointed at Luo Qing behind him and said, it's okay, with Luo Qing following me, nothing will happen. This time defending the city, you still need to perform well. Chu Chaoan said as a matter of course, with me on the city wall, these mutant beasts can't even think about moving forward. The only problem is that it is Dong and Feng now. After I use the ability, it is easy to accidentally injure me. Own people, Chu Chaoan's abilities are more suitable for those with wind-type abilities. After all, Chu Chaoan can only control poisonous gas within a certain range, but once the poisonous gas exceeds her control range, it is beyond her control. As soon as he blew, The poisonous gas came back towards him. Wow! The city of Yazhou was full of dense black shadows. Turn on the searchlight and look down, and immediately saw many huge animals, including wild boars, mice, cats and dogs, poisonous snakes and rabbits. These monsters passed through the city streets, crossed the Yangtze River Bridge, and came to Yazhou City on the north side of the Yangtze River, where they were stalking tigers in places where the searchlights couldn't reach. Pairs of eyes shone brightly in the dark night, and the mutant cat's eyes were the brightest. Many of the conscripted militiamen had just climbed the city wall, and their legs were frightened by the situation below the city. They were good at work, but now they were going to fight, and they would make people tremble, and their legs trembled. Chapter 307, The Cunning Thing. After Yang Chang learned the news that Yazhou was surrounded by mutant beasts, he immediately became anxious. On the one hand, it was Shen Feng's order that Yazhou must be guarded. On the other hand, the two young wives he just married still in Yazhou. The newlywed Yanner went out to rescue the disaster not long ago, but something happened at home. Yang Chang felt miserable, and with a frowning face, he began to call soldiers and victims back to Yazhou. I spent 2,000 caddies of food stamps to marry a beautiful daughter-in-law. If this is gone, wouldn't it be a big loss? Yang Chang wailed in his heart. So Yang Chang frantically rushed back with his people, and managed to accumulate a little family property in the apocalypse. If he was rushed into the city by a mutant beast, wouldn't there be nothing left? During the period of Yang Chang's disaster relief, the victims of the disaster were continuously transferred to Yazhou. Fortunately, the rugged mountain road caused a large number of survivors to stay in Wanzhou, so there were not too many victims arranged in Yazhou. Otherwise, Yazhou will be in chaos. First, Yang Chang also didn't understand why the city lord didn't come back now. You know, the two wives of the city lord are still in Yazhou. If something happened, wouldn't he be distressed? However, Yang Chang couldn't control Shen Feng's decision, so he had to rush back with his soldiers, while Guo Pinming, after discussing with Lu Xian, brought back tens of thousands of victims. There is no means of living. If you abandon them at this time, it is tantamount to killing people. When the sky is bright, the city of Yazhou is already full of ferocious beasts from the mountains. There are wild boars as huge as elephants, and cats and dogs as strong as tigers. If these ferocious beasts can't climb the wall, they have already started to rush up. Chang Haoji was flying on the clouds in the sky, looking at the densely packed ferocious beasts below. He felt unspeakably excited at this moment. He was very different from the coward a year ago. He would still be scared when he saw tens of thousands of zombies before. He is timid, but now that he has seen hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts, he is not afraid at all, but has a feeling of eagerness to try. Chang Haoji knew that as long as he was in the sky, the mutated beasts below would not be able to harm him, and since he was in the sky, he could play a greater role. Chang Jianyi said to her younger brother, "Go and see if there are any particularly huge animals among these mutant beasts. If there are any, they are probably the leaders. Throw a grenade down and blow them up to death. Pay attention to your own safety." Chang Haoji nodded, drove out of the city on a cloud, and looked down at the beasts below. In the distance, there were continuous beasts passing by on the Yangtze River Bridge. Chang Haoji did find some huge monsters, basically wild boars mainly. This thing is not picky about food, so it grows very fast, and it has a large base in the mountains, and the number of mutations is also the largest. How come there are so many animals in the mountains? It's so strange. Chang Haoji said to himself. He had been to the mountains to play before. Where could he see wild animals? Not even a rabbit. But now standing in the looking down from above, there are almost all kinds of mutated animals. Chang Haoji immediately dropped a school bag of grenades from the sky, and specially selected huge animals to bomb them. The effect was very good. As long as the grenade exploded, all the animals in an area would be killed immediately. The sharp shrapnel produced after the explosion of the bomb cannot withstand the damage even for ordinary supernatural beings. These mutant beasts look huge, with rough skin and thick flesh, but in fact they are still flesh and blood. The shrapnel pierced the blood vessels, and the mutant beasts who didn't know how to stop bleeding would bleed too much and die on the spot. If the shrapnel flew into the mutant beast's internal organs, it would cause these mutant beasts to die in pain. Today's Chang Haoji is already a second-level supernatural user, and his flying time has been greatly extended, and he can bring more things to the sky. If he continues to evolve, he feels that sooner or later he will be able to fly in the sky with people. In the future, I should also find a way to get a title, just call it Monkey King. Anyway, Monkey King is also stepping on somersault clouds. Isn't my image exactly the same as Monkey King? Chang Haoji thought silently in his heart. When Chang Haoji was bombarding the ground from the sky, Chang Jianyi was also looking at many animals under the city. It would be great if he had a cannon on his side. I don't believe that these mutated beasts could withstand it, but Yazhao has no cannons, and it is too late for production now, so I can only use guns to resist the attack of mutated beasts. Luo Qing followed Chang Jianyi's side every step of the way. She never dreamed that she would have today. Originally, she was just an employee handling paperwork, but now at this time, she needed to personally protect the deputy city lord. Now she has become a supernatural power. Or, this is a blessing that other people can cultivate in a few lifetimes, and they are envious or jealous. Luo Qing could only be more grateful to Chang Jianyi for letting himself become a supernatural being, and vowed in his heart that he must protect the deputy city lord. After Chang Haoji dropped the grenade from the sky, it seemed that the signal for war was sounded. Countless mutated beasts rushed towards the city wall. The huge body of the wild boar hit the bluestone city wall firmly, and its fangs shattered at that time. The ferocious beasts rushed towards the 20-meter-high city wall one after another. Boom! The mutated beast slammed into the city wall without fear of death, and the city wall vibrated continuously. The militiamen on the city wall turned pale. They never expected to see such a huge beast. He rushed straight towards the city wall. Fortunately, the width of the city wall is 7 or 8 meters, and the inside of the city wall is all reinforced concrete. After the pouring is completed, it has been integrated and can resist the impact. Not only the militiamen were terrified of the current situation, even more than 1,000 soldiers were all pale. Many people looked at the mutated beasts under the city wall that were constantly attacking the city wall, and began to doubt whether the city wall under their feet could stop these mutated beasts. Chang Jianyi felt the pressure of countless mutated beasts crashing into the city wall, and couldn't help shouting at this moment, "Shoot! Don't let these mutated beasts get closer, Cao." Fully commanded the soldiers to shoot immediately. Mutant beasts are indeed rough-skinned and thick-skinned. Even if bullets hit them, they cannot cause fatal injuries in a short time. Compared with zombies, the vitality of these mutant beasts is too strong, isn't it? It can be killed casually. However, when the bullets fell on the city wall like raindrops, even the largest mutated wild boars would be smashed into sieves. Batches of mutated wild boars were pierced by bullets and died under the city on the spot. The number of mutant beasts is still not enough compared to the total of more than 300,000. Thousands of mutated beasts were killed by bullets, and the soldiers on the city wall finally felt at ease. It turned out that these vicious mutated beasts would also die. I can bow my head. Chang Jianyi looked at the scene below the city, frowned and said nothing. She was actually dissatisfied with the lethality. Except for the mutant beasts near the city wall being killed, the mutant beasts far away were not threatened, and Chu Qiaoyan participated in Yanjing's defensive battle after all. When she saw the situation under the city, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, turned her head to Chang Jianyi and said with a smile, "It's okay now, those who can defend Yazhao will have no problem for 2 or 3 days, and Yang Cheng will be able to come back by then, and now I think the battle is half won." The mutated beasts under the city died one by one. No matter if it was a wild boar or a mutated cat or a dog, flesh and blood would never be able to hold a bullet. No matter how many mutated beasts there were outside the city, they could not threaten the safety of Yazhao right now. Chu Qiaoyan's vision is also very good. She only calculated how long she could defend from the first wave of battles. This is experience that Chang Jianyi does not have. Chang Jianyi basically stays at home and fights. Not many, but Chu Qiaoyan is different. She has followed Shen Feng for a long time and participated in many battles. Now she can see the strength of herself and the opponent at a glance. Hearing Chu Qiaoyan's conjecture, Chang Jianyi finally showed a little smile on his face. As long as he can persist until Yang Cheng comes back, then everything will be easy to talk about. However, Chang Jianyi still had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling was indescribable. There were too many changes in the war. If these mutant beasts had new methods, wouldn't Yazhao be in danger? Cao Fuli has been using a telescope to observe the mutant beasts in the distance. He wants to find the leader among the mutant beasts. If he can find it, he can ask the headquarters for help. The headquarters may not have anything else, but the missiles are definitely enough. Let the headquarters support a few missiles to kill the Beast King among the mutant beasts. In this way, if the mutant beast loses its leader, the tree will fall and the monkey will disperse. Let me see where the leading thing is. Cao Fuli thought silently in his heart. When Cao Fuli was searching for the Beast King among the mutant beasts, he suddenly saw a strange scene. Countless mutant mice gathered together, and then they were flying sand and stones. Cao Fuli was startled and said, "The mutant beast wants to dig a tunnel." Cao Fuli did not expect that not only the zombies learned to dig tunnels, but even the mutant beasts also learned to dig tunnels at this time. Cao Fuli immediately became nervous. If the mutated beast entered the city, wouldn't it directly attack the inside of his side? Damn it, I don't have the means to deal with digging tunnels. What should I do? But Chang Jianyi spoke at this time, and she said slowly, "Don't worry, although the city wall looks only 20 meters high, in fact, the foundation is made of concrete 10 meters below the ground, and there are gravels below. It is impossible to dig a tunnel, only." Then did Cao Fuli heave a sigh of relief, and quickly said, "The deputy city lord was planning the strategy and was already on guard against the enemy digging tunnels. It seems that the mutated beast can only return in vain." It turned out that Chang Jianyi had already looked at Yanjing's defense situation, and even took the time to ask Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan. There are two places, one is the sky and the other is the ground, so they responded. Early towers are being built in the city to deal with the mutant birds that may attack, and the city walls are dug deeper to ensure that zombies or mutant beasts cannot dig tunnels into the city casually. And there is the Yangtze River outside the city of Yezhou. If you are not careful, there will be water seepage in the tunnel, and the tunnel will be ruined immediately. Therefore, digging a tunnel is useless for Yezhou. The mutated mice gathered and began to dig tunnels. It has to be said that dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice beget holes. Mice seem to have learned to dig holes innately. Maybe digging holes has been carved into their DNA. Soon, dozens of large holes appeared outside Yezhou City. The mutated mouse wanted to enter the city by digging a tunnel. As long as it entered the city, sooner or later it would be able to find something to eat. However, as soon as the tunnel was dug, a lot of water appeared in the passage, and the excavation continued, but the water became more and more. In the end, the passage collapsed and killed many mutant mice. The most feared encounter when digging the tunnel is water, because once the stagnant water is soaked, the channel will become unstable and may collapse at any time. While the mutated mice were digging the tunnel, the cunning mutated beasts were still charging towards the city wall. The purpose of these mutated beasts was very simple, to prevent the people in the city from coming out. As long as they could entangle the people on the city wall, they would wait. Mutated rats just need to dig tunnels. However, in the end, the mutated mouse's idea of digging a tunnel was not realized. When passing through the foot of the city wall, there was no seepage tunnel, but it had a thick wall. It was concrete mixed with many stones, and it was impossible to dig through it. So far, all the methods of the mutant beast have been exhausted. At this time, a wild donkey came to the city, got angry, and uttered a strange cry towards the city wall. Its body was huge, 5 meters high, and it was not easy to see. Luo Qing immediately stood in front of Chang Jianyi, emitting a light blue gas from her body, and the gas solidified instantly after entering the air, and gradually formed a huge shield, with this shield covering her body. Before that, Chang Jianyi's safety was somewhat guaranteed. Chapter 308: The True Purpose of the Mutant Beast. When a tall wild donkey appeared at the foot of the city, Luo Qing couldn't help but stand in front of Chang Jianyi and cast the supernatural ability. She didn't allow any enemy to hurt Chang Jianyi, so no matter what kind of wild donkey it was, she will block any attack method. At this time, Chu Qiaoan also turned around and told Chang Jianyi, saying, "After you step back quickly, I don't know what this thing will do." From Chu Qiaoan's point of view, the battle on the side of the city wall has already heated up. The 5-meter-high wild donkey suddenly rushed out from the side of the mutated beast. It must be a unique skill. It must be handled carefully, especially if Chang Jianyi can't get into trouble. She was still pregnant with a child. If something happened, it would be difficult for her to explain to Shen Feng, and Chang Jianyi also knew that now was not the time to be brave, so he quickly retreated a certain distance, and then handed over the battlefield to Chu Qiaoyan and Luo Qing. The rest of the soldiers also shot at the wild donkey one after another, but the bullets were all stuck by the strong muscles of the wild donkey. Immediately came up, rushed to the bottom of the city wall, turned around, and raised a back kick. Suddenly, dong, dong, the back kicks of the wild donkey hit the city wall one after another. There were dull noises on the city wall, and under the continuous attacks of wild donkeys, the bluestone city wall finally responded, and a large piece of bluestone was kicked to pieces. Seeing this scene, Chu Qiaoyan frowned immediately, and the expression on his face instantly became complicated. Looking at the wild donkey under the city, he said, "That's all. I thought there was some amazing move." Now, Chu Chaoyan finally understands the article she studied in junior high school. This is an article in classical Chinese called the Donkey of Gizhao. What kind of mood does a tiger feel when it faces a creature it has never seen before? It's just such a simple method Chu Chaoyan couldn't figure it out. A wild donkey, besides being kicked, has any means to rush to the city, screaming and jumping. Maybe this is the dignity of a wild donkey, and it's from the south. The wild donkeys here may have a historical origin. After all, the south is Gizhao province. Bang! Chu Chaoyan aimed at the wild donkey's head, fired a gun, and shot the wild donkey to death on the spot. The wild donkey could no longer kick its legs, and fell down instantly, dying of breath at this time. Chang Jianyi, who was retreating, didn't know why. She couldn't see the situation under the city wall, so she asked from a distance, "Then what? How is the battle going, Luo?" Qing put away the aerogel helplessly. He thought the wild donkey had some amazing tricks, but now it seems that it is just a crazy wild donkey. Compared with the previous ancestors, the wild donkey's skills have not changed at all, and it is still this trick, Vice. City Master, it's okay, you can come back and continue watching, and I will continue to protect you. Luo Qing said hastily when Chang Jianyi heard Luo Qing describe what happened just now. She couldn't help but felt it was funny, shook her head and said, "I really didn't expect that. I was scared back by a wild donkey." Chu Chaoyan looked at the battle situation, feeling very boring, and couldn't help but said, "It's because we overestimated these beasts. Even zombies have more plans than these beasts. These mutant beasts have nothing to do other than rushing and digging tunnels. If this continues, we don't need Jiang Chang to come back, and we can end the war." Chu Chaoyan remembered the scene she saw last night under the leadership of Tu Zuhui. The city lord's mansion knocked on the doors one by one. As long as a 16-year-old man was found, they would be taken away. The people at that time were crying and yelling that they did not want to, and they all felt that letting their family members go to bed after the battlefield, "I can't come back." It can be said that the whole Yazhou cried into tears. Many women hide their husbands or children, saying that they can't be found by the people of the city lord's mansion. Once they are found, they may be separated from each other. What's more, when the city lord's mansion took people away, some people were already saying their last words. Some said that you will remarry after I die, and some said remember to collect my body. Chu Chaoyan felt that such an approach was to arrest the strong men, and he couldn't stand it anymore. If it wasn't for the defense of Yazhou, the city lord's mansion would not forcibly dismantle these people. However, when Chu Chaoyan saw the current fighting situation, she immediately lost interest. She found that Yazhou still overestimated the mutant beasts. Even if the beasts were mutants, they were still beasts. There is no need to worry too much. On the contrary, these people in the city are too pessimistic. They always feel that going to the battlefield is a narrow escape. The battle started for an hour, and there were no casualties on the soldiers on the city wall. The strength of the mutant beast was just like this, and it couldn't even defeat the militiamen recruited temporarily. Not only Chu Chaoyan has seen the current situation clearly, but even Chang Jianyi has already seen that it is impossible for the power of mutant beasts to break through Yazhou. I really don't know why so many mutant beasts rushed over at this moment. The mutated beasts in the distance suddenly dispersed, even bypassing Yazhou, and began to move towards the east and west sides. In fact, every move of the mutated beast was being watched. When everyone found out that the mutated beast was running away, they immediately reported the news. Chang Jianyi and the others were all stunned when they heard the news. Did the mutant beast rush out of the mountain just to eat people? Why are they all running away now? Feng Shicheng had a guess at this time, and quickly said, "I think these mutant beasts will not come out of the mountains for no reason, and the purpose of these mutant beasts may not be to eat people. If we can find other edible things, don't you need to attack the city?" When Feng Shicheng expressed her conjecture, Chang Jianyi's expression changed immediately. She thought about the matter clearly, and Feng Shicheng's words woke her up. Indeed, there is no reason for mutant beasts to keep attacking the city. As long as these beasts are, it is enough to find food, and whether it is the east or west of Yazhou, they have already started farming, and some bean plants have already reached the harvest time. The 300,000 mutant beasts have come down the mountain to eat the crops. Hurry up and think of a way. We must kill these mutated beasts, otherwise, there will be a famine in Yazhou. Chang Jianyi is completely panicked now. If the mutated beasts want to fight with real swords and guns, then it's okay to say, but the purpose of the mutated beasts is to eat crops. This is not possible. After finally farming enough food, the wild beasts go down the mountain to grab food. They eat the food. What else can humans eat? Chu Chaoyin was also stunned at this moment. Looking at the mutated beast that was slowly retreating in the distance, she was also in a state of confusion at this moment. She didn't know what to do. The mutated beast went to eat food. Isn't there going to be a famine in Yazhou? Originally, it was hard work to farm the fields, but now the crops are not yet ready for harvest, and the mutated beasts came to harm them. Chang Jianyi found Professor Niubei here, and directly asked about countermeasures. Professor Nia sat down slowly. He didn't expect such a thing to happen, but after careful analysis, he felt that it was very reasonable. The mountain was originally the territory of mutant beasts, especially after a winter of breeding. The number of mutant beasts has skyrocketed to an unbelievable level. And the food in the mountain is definitely not enough for so many animals. These animals are under pressure to survive. It will definitely go down the mountain, and after going down the mountain, it will either eat people, or compete with humans for food. Professor Neo analyzed only when the mountain cannot survive, can the mutated beast go down the mountain and enter the human territory. After the mutated beasts attacked Yazhou, they were blocked by the tall city walls and obviously couldn't eat people. Therefore, the mutated beasts also gave up their plan to eat humans. If they couldn't eat humans, they went to eat the crops grown by humans. Numerous mutated beasts rushed into the farmland and ate the crops when they saw them. Even cats and dogs, which mainly eat meat, are also eating crops due to the pressure of survival. In the area closest to Yazhou, the farmland will be destroyed on the spot. The scourge is gone. Chang Jianyi said anxiously. Professor, you have an idea. If all the food is eaten, famine will definitely break out among the millions of people in Yazhou. Professor Niu couldn't come up with any good solution at this time. After deliberation, he finally said, now there is no other way but to kill the mutant beasts. Chang Jianyi shook his head helplessly, and said, it's impossible for ordinary people to be opponents of mutant beasts. If they could be easily hunted down, it wouldn't be as difficult as it is now. Professor Niu spread his hands, and there was nothing he could do. On the second day, Yang Chang brought 6,000 to 7,000 soldiers and tens of thousands of victims to the outside of Yazhou city. They sailed upriver by boat, and it took them almost 2 days to finally arrive at Yazhou city. Outside, Yang Chang originally thought that he would face a fierce battle when he returned to Yazhou. For this reason, he specially told his soldiers to keep up their spirits, and when they returned to Yazhou, they must break out a strong fighting force and not let a bunch of mutant beasts hurt themselves. Family. This is fighting to protect family. In Yang Chang's imagination, there must be mutated beasts everywhere in Yazhou, and he will definitely face mutated beasts like the ocean, and it's normal if you can't see the edge at a glance. Perhaps, it might be even more tragic than the battle with the tide of corpses. However, when Yang Chang returned to Yazhou, he was stunned. He couldn't believe what he saw. The outside of Yazhou was a mess, with bullet holes everywhere, but he couldn't see a mutated animal. Beast? It seems the battle is over. This is something Yang Chang never thought of. Is Yazhou's fighting power so strong? How could they defeat more than 300,000 mutant beasts with only 1,000 people? Or is the mutant beast really too weak? Just when Yang Chang was puzzled, after entering the city, someone immediately told him what happened in the battle. It turned out that it was not Yazhou who won the victory, but the mutated beasts retreated on their own initiative. However, more than 300,000 mutated beasts. It started to harm the crops, and now, the city lord's mansion is still discussing what to do. Hearing this, Yang Chang couldn't help looking at Guo Pinming and Lu Xian, but found that the two of them were also helpless at this time. They thought they were coming back to fight, but the battle was over, and the mutated beast was instead going to harm the crops are gone. This situation cannot be ignored. When the three main conductors on Yang Chang's side entered the meeting room, they immediately saw a group of people with dark circles discussing fiercely. These people didn't sleep last night, and they were always thinking about how to deal with a mutant beast. By this time, the conference room was already in a mess. Chang Jianyi was sitting on the top of the conference room with a haggard look on her face. She also thought about the situation in front of her for a long time. Although she had some countermeasures in her mind, she still couldn't agree on it. Sitting beside Chang Jianyi, Chu Chaoyin seemed to be carefully recording the content of the meeting, but in fact, she was recording what she had seen and heard in a notebook. The sky is clear and the air is clear, and the branches and leaves are luxuriant. It is the midsummer season. I saw a lot of succulents in Rongcheng before, and I think they are in full bloom now. Maybe it is because the lotus leaves are boundless and blue, and the lotus flowers are so red. And this I have no chance to see the scenery. 300,000 mutant beasts entered the territory of Yazhou and began to wantonly destroy the crops. There was a long discussion in the conference room on how to kill the mutant beasts. I think it should be me at this time. There are a bunch of beasts in the mountains. These beasts don't appear when the crops are planted, but the crops are almost growing, and these beasts come to grab them. There is such an outrageous thing in the world. In this regard, I must give these mutant beasts a head-on blow, and it is best to be famous. Chu Qiaoyan made up her mind that at this moment, she needed to turn the tide by herself. After all, Chang Jianyi was still pregnant at this time, and Shen Feng was still chasing and killing the Dragon King in the lower reaches of the Yangtze River. At this moment, only she stood up. The vicissitudes of life show the true qualities of a hero, and Chu Qiaoyan wants to prove that he is not just a showman. Chapter 309, Time is Food. When the supplies in a region are not enough to feed animals, the first choice of animals is to migrate. This is true for human beings, and it is also the same for mutant beasts. The migration of humans is the most obvious. In millions of years, humans have migrated from the Great Rift Valley in East Africa, occupied Asia and Europe, crossed the Bering Strait, and entered the Americas. Even in Australia, which is isolated from the world, that is with the distribution of savages, human migration is like a magnificent epic. However, the migration of animals is a disaster in the eyes of humans, especially in the end of the world. After half a day of fighting in Yazhou, the mutated beasts that came down from the mountain were dealt a head-on blow, causing the mutated beasts to flee in all directions. However, the mutated beasts could not enter the city, but they could eat the crops outside the city. In 1 month, the effect is very obvious. As long as it is a plain area, it has been cultivated into fertile fields. When summer comes, the fields will be full of lush greenery. The wild boar rushed into the field and began to dig into the soil. There were small potatoes in the field, which hadn't grown up yet, but the wild boar didn't care about it, as long as it could be eaten. The corn hadn't even started pollination, but the mutated mice ate the roots directly. After putting the corn down, continue to eat, and the corn stalks are also edible. The rest of the mutated animals, such as cattle, sheep, and rabbits, also gnawed on the crops in the fields, and even the grass roots were dug out and eaten. In just 1 day, thousands of acres of land were ruined by the mutated beasts. In the conference room in Yazhou, the issue of many mutant beasts is also being discussed fiercely. Tu Zuhui's meaning is very simple, that is to kill. Even if the weapons are distributed to the people, all the mutant beasts must be killed. If all the mutant beasts are killed, then these mutant beasts will stop ruining the farmland. But on Josiah Oxiao's side, he felt that it was useless to kill mutant beasts, because there would be a steady stream of mutant beasts coming out of the mountains in the south, killing one batch after another, blindly killing mutant beasts. This is impossible in exchange for food. The most important thing is to build a wall and deploy enough soldiers to defend the planting area in the west. All that is needed is to repel the mutant beasts. If you compromise just because the mutated beasts keep appearing, wouldn't it be endless to defend the farmland in the future? Training soldiers is not to guard the farmland all the time, but to take the initiative to attack. It will take a few years to take the southern. Kill all the mutant beasts in the mountains. It is best to kill all species. I don't believe that the problem can't be solved. As for these years, then tighten your belt first. Tu Zuhui said in a deep voice at this time. As soon as he said this, whispers started in the meeting room, because such thoughts were too radical and inhumane. Someone directly began to question Tu Zuhui. You want to drive all the animals in the mountains to extinction, don't you think it's cruel? Tu Zuhui asked coldly. The mutated beasts are about to drive out all human beings. Do you think they are kind? Although Tu Zuhui's strategy is very rough, there are quite a few people who support it. Now Yazhou has finally started farming, but some beasts came to pick peaches. This is unbearable. The big crops have been targeted by mutant beasts. If they are all eaten by mutant beasts, what else can everyone eat? The most important thing now is to guard the farmland in the plain area. Wait until the food can be harvested. Do you think these mutant beasts are enough to feed millions of people for a year? And you are saying that everyone is hungry and fighting the mutant beasts? You are putting the cart before the horse. Defend the farmland first, and then we can fight back. Josiah Oxiao was very unconvinced. and she stood up and began to accuse Tu Zuhui. There are also many people on Josiah Oxiao's side who support his point of view. The simplest thing is that if you don't have enough to eat, you can't do anything. It is obviously too late to hunt down the mutant beasts at this time. The only thing you can do now is to defend the remaining, protect the farmland in the western region, and the food problem this year will be solved. Coincidentally, Yang Chang, Guo Pinming, and Lu Xian returned to Yazhou with their soldiers, and the issue of troop strength has now been resolved. Josiah Oxiao immediately looked at the three of them, and asked directly, "The three of you are the most important commanders. Now, tell me, whose suggestion do you support?" Lu Xian smiled and said, "Those who support you. Don't worry, let's protect the farmland first." Guo Pinming replied directly, "I support Mr. Tu's plan. In my opinion, no matter how many mutant beasts there are, as long as they endanger people's health, they must be killed. As for whether they are extinct or not, species, then it's not something I can care about. Animals that are harmful to humans, it's useless to stay." Lu Xian's views are relatively conservative, while Guo Pinming is more radical. This is also related to the experiences of the two. Lu Xian hid in the mountains early and escaped the worst time of zombies. Instead, it was Guo Pinming's whole family. Everyone died in the hands of the zombies, which changed Guo Pinming's mentality. As long as there are evildoers, they must be eliminated. If the zombies are killed, then kill the mutant beasts. At this moment, both Lu Xian and Guo Pinming looked at Yang Chang and asked, "Whose opinion do you support?" Yang Chang pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at Chang Jianyi, who was sitting firmly above the conference room, and immediately said with a smile, "I'll listen to the Deputy City Lord. What the Deputy City Lord decides to do, I will do it." After Yang Chang finished speaking, the people in the conference room immediately realized that, despite the heated discussions, Chang Jianyi would be the one who made the final decision. Yang Chang obviously learned to be smart, and he never expressed his opinion easily. He always followed the instructions of his superiors and acted, which is why Shen Feng assured him to lead many soldiers immediately. Everyone turned their attention to Chang Jianyi, and Chu Chaoyan. By the way, since Shen Feng is not in Yazhou, then Chang Jianyi is the one who counts, especially Chang Jianyi, who has been in the state for a long time. They are all guarding Yazhou, and the important personnel are all promoted by Chang Jianyi. Now, what Chang Jianyi decides is the final plan. Chu Chaoyan whispered to Chang Jianyi, "Later, I propose to take people out to kill mutant beasts, and you just stay in the city honestly. As for these two plans, I think they were all good, just pick one you want." Hearing what Chu Chaoyan said, Chang Jianyi couldn't help but shook her head lightly, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. I have already discussed this matter with Professor Chu, also consulted Professor Niu." Immediately, Chang Jianyi stood up and said loudly to the people in the conference room, "The most important thing for us now is to eliminate the mutant beasts, but we must also ensure food safety, otherwise, when the famine comes, everyone will be killed. Not having a good time, right?" Now, Chang Jianyi's meaning is already obvious. Both Tu Zuhui's plan and Josiah Oxiao's plan must be adopted. Chang Jianyi looked at the people in the meeting room, and said slowly, "Whether it is simply destroying the mutant beasts or simply defending the farmland, it is very one-sided. I decided to take the soldiers to harvest the crops first. The most important thing now is to take the granary is full, and as for killing mutant beasts, that will be a matter of the future. In the next half a year, killing mutant beasts should be enough time." Everyone present was stunned. They were wondering if the Deputy City Lord had gone out of his mind. The crops hadn't grown yet, so how could they rush to harvest them? It is said that after 3 years of being pregnant and stupid, and now that the child has not been born, the Deputy City Lord is already stupid. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Yazhou City, and many of them entered the city after Yazhou was recovered, so many people don't know what Chang Jianyi's ability is. But now, someone in the know remembered that Chang Jianyi's ability was to give birth to plants, whether it was trees or crops. They could all be ripened. Chang Jianyi made a decision at this time, and then gave instructions, "Immediately mobilize the people in the field to harvest the crops with me. Yang Chang and Guo Pinming will lead the soldiers to protect us from harvesting, and Lu Xian will lead the soldiers to watch the mutant beasts. That's it. Without further ado, let's start acting now." The meeting came to an end, and the city lord's mansion became busy in an instant. Chu Chaoyan hurriedly found Chang Jianyi, and asked privately, "Aren't you trying to die now?" You are 3 months pregnant. Going out to participate in the harvest at this time, if there is an accident, wouldn't it mean that you will have no children? Question mark. How will I face Shen Feng then? You'd better stay in the city honestly, Chang. Jianyi sighed helplessly, took Chu Chaoyan's hand and said, "It's not that I want to go out of the city, but that I have to go out of the city. It's hard to sow the seeds. If I can't harvest food, wouldn't I be hungry for a year? By then, Yazhao will be in chaos. After I leave Yazhao, you stay in the city honestly and don't go anywhere." What? How can I stay in the city? I want to protect you at all times. Before Shen Feng left, I told me that I must protect you and the child. I don't want to stop you from going out of the city now. I don't follow you. Who knows what will happen? Chu Chaoyan immediately became anxious. Chang Jianyi tightly grasped Chu Chaoyan's palm, and said seriously, "This matter can only be entrusted to you. I might as well leave it to someone else. I know the relationship between you and Shen Feng. Originally I wanted to drive you away, but now, I can only admit your identity. Now Shen Feng is working hard outside, and I want to go out of the city to ripen the crops, and my brother is still young. The things around me can only be left to you, Chu." Chaoyan was very conflicted. She only wanted to protect Chang Jianyi's safety, but now that Chang Jianyi had entrusted her with a major task, she immediately felt like she was being pushed to the shelves. Chang Jianyi said to Chu Chaoyan seriously, "Since I regard you as a family member, you have to stand up at the critical moment. Now you are the only one who can sit in Yazhao, Chu." Chaoyan nodded helplessly, and said, "Okay, I understand. Thank you sister for taking care of me." When Chang Jianyi heard this address, she laughed immediately. She was actually 1 year older than Shen Feng, and 1 year younger than Chu Chaoyan. As a result, Chu Chaoyan called herself sister now, which meant it was obvious that she was going to admit that she was genuine now. Chang Jianyi took 100 guards and left the city, while Yang Chang and Guo Pinming led 4,000 people to clear the way. If they encountered mutant beasts, they would deal with them on the spot. During the siege, all the mutated beasts gathered together to attack, but when it came time to harm the crops, the many mutated beasts immediately dispersed. If they gathered together, many animals would not be able to grab food at all, so 30 the variation beasts spread out directly in Yazhao, eating crops everywhere. Yang Chang didn't have time to rest. He just went home to meet his 2 daughter-in-laws, and left the city before they could make out. When walking on the road, Yang Chang could often see the fields beside the road being ruined badly by mutant beasts, and immediately couldn't help sighing. It's only the 2nd year of the doomsday. Why is the situation getting worse? First there was a flood, and now there are mutant beasts coming to eat food. If this continues, when will it be big? Yang Chang complained to Guo Pinming. In fact, Guo Pinming has been paying attention to the global situation. At this moment, he can only shake his head helplessly, explaining, "Didn't Yanjing say it all? It was a global change caused by the meteorite fall. The only way to recover the meteorite is to get rid of it. And only then can we hope to solve the problem of mutation." Yang Chang shook his head and said helplessly, "Impossible. There is a magnetic field around the meteorite, and no one can approach it. How can we salvage it? In my opinion, it will only be the end of the day. The most important thing for everyone is to save their own lives." Half a day later, Chang Jianyi led a lot of villagers to the western plain area, which has not been harmed by mutant beasts, and the fields are all grown with corn and rice. Chang Jianyi used the power silently, and immediately, the plants in the surrounding several square kilometers began to grow crazily, the rice began to ear, and the corn began to share. In just a few minutes, the crops in the field could be harvested. However, this ability also has disadvantages. Not only are the crops growing wildly under the urging of the ability, but even weeds and shrubs grow together, and these things will compete for the nutrients in the soil. Start harvesting. Take all the harvested seeds back to Yazhao to dry, and put them into storage after the statistics are clear. Luo Qing commanded by Chang Jianyi's side, and she is now inseparable from Chang Jianyi. Whether it is if there is any danger, Luo Qing will immediately rush to block it. The soldiers are okay. Many people have seen Chang Jianyi perform supernatural powers. Some people have never seen it or heard of it. Now, seeing the plants grow up visible to the naked eye at this time, they can't help but start to marvel. On the other hand, the farmers were stunned when they saw the rapid growth of the crops in the field. When they learned that Chang Jianyi's supernatural power had caused the situation, they even regarded Chang Jianyi as a god. Deputy City Lord, you are the reincarnation of Shenin. With you and Yes Hao, we won't go hungry anymore. Some ignorant peasants bowed down to Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi immediately hid in the car. She stroked her slightly protruding belly and said to herself, "My child, you must become stronger in the future. If you grow up, you can kill all the mutant beasts." That is the real solution to the crisis. Chapter 310. Although Shen Feng has been in the Jianghui area, he has never forgotten the situation in Yazhou. 300,000 mutant beasts are besieging Yazhou. If something goes wrong, wouldn't it be regrettable? Fortunately, Shen Feng learned the news of Yazhou's safety from Chu Chaoyan, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Chaoyan, it's good that your side is safe, but if there is any danger, please contact me immediately, and I will definitely fly back as soon as possible." Shen Feng said to Chu Chaoyan on the other end of the phone. Chu Chaoyan actually wanted to call Shen Feng back right now, but she opened her mouth, but she still couldn't say such selfish words. She knew what Shen Feng was doing outside. The beast was killed to prevent it from harming the human world again. On Yes Hao's side, even if Shen Feng came back, the situation could not be changed. It is better to let him complete the task. He should do so, Chu Chaoyan said with a smile. "You just need to cheer outside. We have Sister Chang and I at home. We will guard everything and wait for you to come back." Shen Feng suddenly remembered something, and quickly asked, "Why haven't I seen your sister's voice these days? How is she now?" "She's fine now, don't worry. She'll stay in the city every day and raise her baby with peace of mind," Chu Chaoyan said quickly. She didn't dare to say that Chang Jianyi went outside to grab the crops. She could only do her best conceal the truth to avoid Shen Feng's worry. Hearing such an answer, Shen Feng finally felt relieved. Since senior sister is fine, then he can do it with peace of mind outside. By the way, what happened to the mutant beasts? It shouldn't be easy to deal with 300,000 mutant beasts, right? Shen Feng asked casually. Yang Cheng and the others are now killing mutant beasts. Now, the city is eating meat every day, not to mention how wonderful it is. Chu Chaoyan said with a smile. That's how it is. I'm going to continue to track down the Dragon King. This thing has eaten hundreds of humans. It's disgusting. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng hung up the phone. Chu Chaoyan put down the phone, left the communication room, stood on the top floor of the city lord's mansion, and looked at the busy crowd below through a layer of glass. Right now, the city of Yazhou is busy drying grain for storage. As long as it is a flat place, all it has been covered with grain. Even on the roof, it is full of corn and rice today. Chang Jianyi is ripening plants outside, and hundreds of thousands of people are harvesting crops like crazy. They all know one thing, that is, if there is no food, they will starve to death. Famine is always the most terrifying thing. Chinese history: once there is a famine in the world, cannibalism is inevitable. After the harvest, all the crops were sent to Yazhou, and Chu Chaoyan was in charge of organizing people to dry the grains before storing them in storage. The typhoon left the sky above Jingxiang, and it finally gave Yazhou a sunny day. This is a good opportunity to dry the grain. What Chu Chaoyan is worried about is not the food problem, but Chang Jianyi outside the city. She is pregnant now and will end up ripening plants outside the city. Accidents can easily occur. Although Chu Chaoyan hated Chang Jianyi, she couldn't help but worry now. She was thinking about Shen Feng. Yin Li, hurry up and contact Rongcheng. Use the evolutionary base to buy a helicopter. No matter how expensive it is, you have to buy it back. Chu Chaoyan suddenly remembered something, so he quickly said to Yin Li. Yin Li heard Chu Chaoyan's decision, and immediately went to contact her. Now, the affairs of Yazhou are basically handed over to Chu Chaoyan, and no one can object to Chu Chaoyan's decision. Chang Jianyi outside the city was indeed attacked by mutant beasts several times, but with the protection of Yang Cheng and Guo Pinming, Chang Jianyi's safety was not threatened. And Luo Qing, who was following Chang Jianyi, saw the crops being harvested every day, and couldn't help but ask, "City Master, since you can keep ripening the crops, don't we need to keep harvesting? Why don't we just so when there is a shortage of food? Is it? With you here, there will be no shortage of food in Yazhou, right?" Hearing Luo Qing's question, Chang Jianyi could only shake his head helplessly, and said, "The fertility of the soil is limited. Planting crops once a year is already very difficult. Sometimes chemical fertilizers are needed. It is impossible to replant a piece of land repeatedly. Yes, my ability can only accelerate the ripening, but it can't make up for the energy needed by the crops, so we have to carry out farming, and now the land after the harvest will not be able to grow very good plants in a short time. Luo Qing suddenly realized and understood Chang Jianyi is now also a 5th level power user. As the deputy city lord of Yazhou, it is naturally very simple to obtain the evolutionary base, and the limit of the range of her power is 20 kilometers, and the distance is farther. She can't do it anywhere. Although it is a natural ability, her combat ability is very average. Mutant beasts often attack humans, and the existence of Yang Chang and Guo Pinming protects the harvesters from being attacked. Compared with a clear sky in Yazhou, it was raining heavily in the Jianghui area. Shen Feng and his party sat on a small boat and rowed through. Not to mention being exposed, as long as they found humans, they would immediately devour them. During the period of being hunted by Shen Feng, the Dragon King ate hundreds of people. Cai Yiming also felt like giving up at this time, because he couldn't find the mutated crocodile, and every time he heard that someone was attacked, he always rushed over with the fastest speed with his people. But when he arrived at the destination, he was always one step late. Apart from seeing the survivors, he couldn't even see the shadow of the mutated crocodile. The collapse of Hud's Lake directly threatened countless residents on the north bank of the Yangtze River. Hundreds of thousands of people were submerged in the flood. The fish and shrimp in it also appeared at this time, and began to bite the humans in the water. Shen Feng was searching for traces of crocodiles while rescuing people, while Lu Kaiwan analyzed. It is still too difficult to find mutant crocodiles now. There are floods everywhere, and crocodiles may swim through the flood at any time, and it is impossible to continue to use the tracker, so we should wait until the typhoon has passed before looking for it. Cai Yiming nodded. At this time, he could only succumb to the weather conditions. However, when he thought that the mutated crocodile would still endanger the world, and the task on his side would not be completed for a long time, he felt uncomfortable. However, on that night, it was still raining, and Shen Feng and his group found a deserted house to rest. At this time, an uninvited guest appeared, and a woman with disheveled hair slowly walked in from outside the house. The four of them glanced at the woman who walked into the house, and then turned their eyes away. In the eyes of the four, the woman was completely tattered, covered in mud, her feet had no shoes, and she walked in with one deep foot and one shallow foot. Her face was covered by her hair, and it was impossible to see what her face looked like. So none of the four people present paid any attention to her. The woman slowly approached the four of them. Her voice was clear but weak and said, "I'm so cold, please do me a favor, let me warm myself by the fire." Shen Feng nodded, and moved to Cai Yiming's side, making room to share the fire with this ragged woman. The woman walked slowly to the fire and sat down, trembling all over the fire, and then she saw the compressed biscuits in Lu Kevin's hand, and continued to say, "Good-hearted people, I'm about to starve to death now. Can you give me something to eat?" Cai Yiming took out a biscuit from his bag, threw it over, and said, "Eat it, you are lucky to meet us." The woman took the compressed biscuit and ate it right away. Even though the compressed biscuit was very firm, she ate it within a minute. After finishing eating, she looked at Shen Feng and asked, "Good-hearted man, can you give me a piece of cake? A little water? I'm choking to death." Shen Feng nodded and handed over the mineral water unexpectedly. After drinking the water, the woman made more requests. She pointed to the water bag in the corner and continued, "Good-hearted people, you are all bodhisattvas who save suffering. Warm up in your sleeping bag." "No." In an instant, the three people except Shen Feng started to object. "It would be nice to warm you up and eat and drink. How can you push your limits?" His whole body was dirty, as if he had drilled out of the sewer. If it got into his sleeping bag, wouldn't he have to be with the mud for the next few days? Shen Feng also wanted to refuse at this time, but the dirty woman immediately fell beside him, trembling all over, and said in her mouth, "I'm going to freeze to death, I'm so cold, if I can't warm my body, we'll surely die." The woman fell to the ground, her hair was disheveled, and half of her face was exposed. There were scars all over her face, and she looked terrifying. Cai Yiming said in disgust, "Shen Feng, don't worry about this beggar, really, you are not satisfied at all. You gave her a fire, water and food, but you just kicked your nose and face. The more you treat her well, the more she shits on your neck." Lu Kaiwan and Lao Li also persuaded, Mr. Shen, don't worry about this guy, just freeze to death. Shen Feng didn't speak, stretched out his hand to push the woman's hair away, and immediately saw a pair of bright eyes, and looked at her face carefully. Shen Feng immediately remembered, Miss Lin, you are boring. Come on. Why pretend to be pitiful? Shen Feng felt something was wrong when he saw the scar on the woman's face, as if he had seen it before, so he pushed aside the woman's hair to observe carefully, and finally confirmed the real identity of the woman. It turned out to be Mu Ying. No, it should be it's Lin Ying. Tang, a person with supernatural powers, now disguised as a beggar to cheat food and drink, is simply pretending to be garlic. Seeing that she was recognized by Shen Feng at this time, Mu Ying didn't pretend anymore. She sat up from the ground and warmed herself by the fire, and said while warming up, I am also forced by life. The gang of Xiangsong Bureau are here all day after chasing me. One of them named Gong Changfa even injured me, and now I have not recovered from my injuries, so I have to make up to be a beggar. When K. Yiming heard this, he immediately became curious and asked Shen Feng, is this someone you know? How could she be hunted down by the captain of the Xiangsong Bureau? Shen Feng shrugged and said, you should have heard that she killed a supernatural person in Yanjing, so she was wanted. K. Yiming carefully recalled the news about Yanjing, and soon remembered. His expression changed drastically, and he pointed to Mu Ying and asked, You are Mu Ying? Why are you here? Shen Feng quickly said, Don't get excited, she is not a bad person. She killed people in Yanjing to seek revenge. You have no grievances with her, she will not attack you. As for her, you just treat her. Haven't seen it before. K. Yiming shook his head quickly, and said seriously, let me pretend that I didn't see it? Impossible. I am a member of the Ability Administration, and the ability users of the Xiangsong Bureau and I are equivalent to colleagues. It's impossible for me to pretend that I didn't see the wanted criminal. You are so righteous. The Ability Administration has been persecuted to this extent, and you are still speaking for the Xiangsong Bureau. Isn't it cute? Mu Ying smiled and said in a sarcastic tone deliberately, What do you mean? K. Yiming asked puzzled, literally, your Ability Administration Bureau has been squeezed into what it is now. If you want to complete a task, you have to ask Shen Feng for help, and the culprit of all this is the Xiangsong Bureau, and you, not only don't know the fact of being excluded is actually speaking for the Xiangsong Bureau. How naive? Mu Ying said coldly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311 Miserable Ability User. After the battle to defend Yanjing was over, armies from all over the country returned one after another, and when Shen Feng left Yanjing, except for Li Qi who was seeing him off, none of the other people with supernatural powers came to see him off, and Li Qi is not yet a member of the Ability Management Bureau, so her actions are relatively free naturally. The people from the Ability Management Bureau did not turn against Shen Feng, but they encountered a crisis, and it was an unspeakable crisis. After the victory of the war, countless people were overwhelmingly promoting the team of beheading the Corpse King, especially the top 10 heroes, all of whom were treated as role models of the times. And many supernatural beings immediately became ecstatic. Liang Shui, but the group of the Ability Management Bureau, all became conceited under the praise, and they didn't say anything, but in their hearts they already counted the victory of Yanjing's battle on their own heads. If it weren't for those of us who beheaded the Corpse King, causing the tide of corpses to collapse directly, the war in Yanjing might still be going on now. The supernatural beings who completed the beheading operation basically thought this way. The people from the Xiangsong Bureau then started the follow-up plan. No matter what dangerous tasks they were, they all praised the people of the Ability Management Bureau. As a result, the headquarters often handed over these dangerous tasks to the Ability Management Bureau. The mutant beasts in the dense forest in the north, or the zombies and wolves on the grassland, are all in charge of the Ability Management Bureau, but in fact, the Ability Management Bureau has to face various dangers and tribulations. Zhangju was also sent to the grassland under such circumstances. There are iron mines and coal mines on the grassland. After a year of breeding, the number of wolves on the grassland has also increased sharply, which is extremely dangerous. Zhangju sensed the danger on the grassland, so he gave his younger sister Zhang Zixi to Shen Feng. It would be fine if he could come back alive, but if he couldn't survive, then Zhang Zixi could only be taken care of by Shen Feng. At least, yes, how there are no people from the Xiangsong Bureau, and Zhangju could sense something was wrong, Thanks to his death-fearing character, he immediately took action when he found something wrong, entrusting his sister to Shen Feng to take care of, while he himself took his wife to the grassland. As for the others, haven't even reacted yet. Mu Ying said this matter slowly, which immediately made K. Yiming suspicious. Could it be that these things were really done by the Xiangsong Bureau? After Mu Ying finished talking about it, she leaned against the wall slowly and said, "Poor thing, you guys were the first to join the Ability Management Bureau and accepted the most dangerous mission, but a bunch of high-ranking officials didn't even make any meritorious service. You can get the supernatural potion and easily obtain the resources that should belong to you, but you people can't see the way they kill you. It's really pitiful." K. Yiming stopped talking at this time, while Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. It turns out that the power struggle is so terrible, and there are so many entanglements even among the supernatural beings. Fortunately, I didn't join the supernatural authority, so I won't plotted against by these people. K. Yiming pondered for a while, then suddenly looked at Lao Li beside him, and said directly, "You didn't hear anything just now, do you understand?" Mu Ying clapped her palms and praised, "That's right, keep your mouth shut in time so that no more people can know about it. So what are you going to do to me?" K. Yiming said calmly, "I'll pretend I didn't hear about it. As for you appearing here, I'll pretend I didn't see it either. Whatever happens, I shouldn't be in charge. Well, I thought you would quietly inform the people of the Ability Management Bureau about this matter, and then take revenge on the Xiangsong Bureau. I didn't expect you to be able to bear it." Mu Ying said with a smile. K. Yiming's tone gradually became cold, and then he said, "What, the decision of the Ability Management Bureau has nothing to do with you, an outsider. It's useless for you to wag your lips here." K. Yiming did not expect that the people from the Ability Management Bureau are now performing tasks because of a group of people from the Xiangsong Bureau. When he heard the news, he was shocked, and his attitude towards the Xiangsong Bureau also changed. However, he also didn't want to be easily provoked. Mu Ying smiled and stopped talking, then she turned her head to Shen Feng and asked, "Brother-in-law, is my sister okay with you? How is my cute little nephew?" K. Yiming looked at Shen Feng in surprise, and asked in disbelief, "What, you are her brother-in-law? Are you joking?" Shen Feng's head suddenly became dizzy, and he quickly explained, "Don't listen to her nonsense. I was framed. Who am I? I am loyal to my 2 wives. It is impossible to empathize. I just take care of her. It's just my cousin. I've never crossed the line. That's really a pity." Mu Ying shook her head regretfully, and said, "I heard that you like older women. I think your hobbies are married women and sisters. Now it seems that the legends are all fake. My senior sister is so intellectual and beautiful, you can't help it." Shen Feng shook his head helplessly. He was too lazy to talk to Riki Sakura. This guy specialized in talking about some sensitive topics. Mu Ying looked at Shen Feng and K. Yiming, and said in a low voice at this time, "I heard that you are hunting for the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, but you can't find it. I can help you now, but you also have to help me with one thing." "Thing? How is it?" When K. Yiming heard this, he immediately understood, and said, "So you came here specially to find us? I really thought you were pretending to be a beggar to avoid being chased and killed." Shen Feng asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" "Let me hear your conditions." Mu Ying said slowly, "Help me kill a scumbag. He is the lord of a small town nearby. Now I'll live there too. If you are willing to accept this condition, I can also help you find the Dragon King." K. Yiming snorted and said directly, "You said you can find it if you find it? I don't believe it. In addition, if you kill someone for you, wouldn't you become an accomplice? You are also a supernatural person. Go by yourself." Mu Ying said lightly, "I have a subordinate who is also a supernatural person. Maybe she is not very good at fighting, but she is very good at finding people. If you keep chasing after the Dragon King, you may not be able to find them for the rest of your life. And I can help you." At this time, Shen Feng nodded and agreed, and said directly, "Okay, I promise you, since you are a scum, kill it. But you must help us find the Dragon King." K. Yiming was anxious, grabbed Shen Feng, and asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't we discuss this matter? Why don't we agree to this matter without discussing it? Isn't it appropriate?" Shen Feng leaned close to K. Yiming's ear and said, "I don't have time to run around the lower reaches of the Yangtze River with you. My wife is still pregnant, there are still mutant beasts on my land that have not been resolved, and everything in my family is a mess. What are you doing wandering outside?" K. Yiming nodded helplessly. He also knew very well that Shen Feng was the main combatant, and his abilities had little effect on the surface of the water, so it's better to listen to Shen Feng now. Mu Ying pointed to the small town in the distance, and said, "Then, you four, please follow me." The four of Shen Feng stood up and followed Mu Ying into the heavy rain again. The flood did not pass here, but there was still a lot of water in the low-lying places on the ground. Walking in this situation, even wearing a raincoat, would immediately fade away. Get wet. Mu Ying took the four of them to the outside of a small city named Linwu, and when she saw the city wall from a distance, Mu Ying asked everyone to stop. Afterwards, Mu Ying dug out a ball of mud on the ground and stretched it towards Shen Feng's face, which made Shen Feng back instantly. "What are you doing?" Shen Feng backed away nervously. The mud on the ground was pitch black, and even in the rain, he could smell the stench. "If this thing is smeared on the face, who would suffer?" "Got it," Mu Ying explained. "Whenever a supernatural person appears, the information will spread across the world in an instant. Both of you are very famous supernatural persons, especially Shen Feng. Once you appear, the enemy will be on guard." Mu Ying needs to disguise everyone now. The easiest way is to smear mud on everyone's face, which is not easy to see, just like what Mu Ying is doing now. Shen Feng looked at K Yiming, but K Yiming couldn't accept it, and immediately began to shake his head. However, Kevin Liu saw the low city wall in the distance. This is a small city, so there are not many people to build a city wall. The wall is about 2 meters long, which is to block the zombies, or even a little more zombies. Break through the wall. We can jump over such a short city wall right away, so why go through the city gate to be inspected? Lu K1 asked, puzzled. Mu Ying explained, "Don't look at how low the city wall is, but there are many surveillance cameras behind the city wall. Jumping over it means being discovered." Shen Feng patted the paraglider on his back, and said confidently, I can fly in." Mu Ying gave Shen Feng a white look, and said, "If you fly in, it will be easier to be exposed. There are only a few supernatural beings who can fly. If you think you flew in, others will not guess that you are coming." "What?" K Yiming asked helplessly. "I said, big sister, why do we have to cover up? Isn't it just to kill a person? Rush in and solve it with brute force. Just kill a person. How simple is it?" Mu Ying shook her head and explained, "Little people have the way of life of small people. The city lord in this small city is good at disguising. If you rush in, you can't find anything. If you don't teach, you will be tyrannical. Even if you are a member of the Ability Administration Bureau, we will also face punishment, but it's different if we go in secretly, and no one will know that we did it." Shen Feng thought for a while, and quickly said, "How about this? I will destroy the monitor, and I will notify you when the time comes, so we can climb over the wall and go in together. This will be alright, right?" Mu Ying thought about it carefully, and there is a risk of exposure in doing so, but the few people in front of her are unwilling to smear the mud, and she can only nod in agreement, and Shen Feng will take action immediately to destroy the wall behind the wall monitor. Suddenly, Muang saw something moving in the ditch beside the road, and immediately bent down and reached out to catch 2 fish from the ditch. Mu Ying does not dislike it. Even if it is fish in the ditch, it is still protein and cannot be wasted. When K Yiming and others saw this scene, the corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching, and they said in their hearts, "This is a supernatural being." No matter where the supernatural beings are, whoever is not respected, asks for money, asks for a house. If you want a room, someone will give it to you even if you want a woman. But now this big supernatural being is fishing for fish in the stinky ditch. Isn't it too miserable? Mu Ying noticed the eyes of several people, and while pulling weeds and tying them to the fish, she explained, "You guys don't need to look at me like this. I'm used to this kind of life. Even if I become a supernatural person later, then it's nothing. I can go hungry, but my sisters can't." K Yiming shrugged, but did not stop Mu Ying. Shen Feng quickly destroyed one of the monitors behind the wall, creating a blind spot. Now it was raining, and there was no one guarding the city wall. They all hid in their houses and slept, so Shen Feng's action to destroy the monitor was smooth, but he quietly approached the wall, and then a wind blade flew out, smashing the monitor. Immediately a group of 5 people entered the small town smoothly. Linwu City is full of sewage flowing everywhere. The sewer not only does not drain, but also sprays water outside. In shallow places, even houses have sewage. Rich people live in high-rise buildings. There was no worry about flooding at all, and Mu Ying led the 4 of them to a low-rise residential area. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Mu Ying walked in with someone. "Sisters, come and cook these 2 fish, let's talk about filling our stomachs." Mu Ying walked into the door and began to call. When Shen Feng looked into the room, he was shocked. The room was full of water, all the furniture was soaked in water, and there were people standing and sitting on the tables and chairs. These people were all women, but unkempt and lifeless. Chapter 312. Nothing. When Mu Ying walked into the water-filled room, Shen Feng and the others also walked in, observing the surroundings as they walked. This small building is very simple, and even the water is still dripping down in the house, and even the basic function of sheltering from wind and rain cannot be realized. There are many women in the small building, all dressed in rags. Their exposed skin is very pale, and there are many scars on it. It seems that they have suffered a lot. And the women in the room were all evasive, and they didn't dare to look directly at the people who walked in. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help but asked, "Since there's stagnant water here, why don't you go up there to shelter from the rain?" Shen Feng is a medical student at least, and living in such an environment where the ground is full of stagnant water, among other things, he may freeze to death even if he is exposed to the cold. Regardless of the fact that it is summer now, once it rains and people are in the water, the heat in their bodies will continue to be lost, and people will freeze to death in summer as well. Therefore, Shen Feng hopes that these people can go upstairs, at least they will not be troubled by stagnant water. Mu Ying said slowly, "You put it simply, go upstairs and have a look, and you will know everything." Shen Feng didn't know why, so he went upstairs to have a look, only to find that there were women living in all the rooms in the small building, and these women's bodies were covered with scars, and some of them were lying on the bed unable to move, wrapped in clothes. Thick gauze. In the small 3-story building, there are at least 100 people, all crowded here. It seems that the women on the first floor are not unwilling to live upstairs, but that the upstairs is already full. Suddenly, a haggard-faced woman came down from upstairs, and her clothes were much neater. She walked up to Mu Ying and asked, "Sister, you're back? How are you? Did you find a chance for revenge?" Mu Ying didn't answer, but pointed to Shen Feng and Cai Yiming and said, "These 2 are my helpers. Let's get to know each other. They are Shen Feng and Cai Yiming. Besides, this is my right-hand man. She is also a supernatural being named Zhang Ziking, and if you want to find the Dragon King in the future, you will need her help." Shen Feng stretched out his hand and said to the haggard woman, "Hi, I'm Shen Feng, master. Fengshen, right? You've heard about it." Zhang Ziking shook hands with Shen Feng, and then got to know Cai Yiming. As for the other 2, there is no need to introduce them. This made Lu Kevin and Lao Li a little depressed. Is it necessary to introduce only people with supernatural powers? Isn't this too biased? Mu Ying took the 2 fish out of her body, both were grass carp, pierced the gills of the fish with a grass stalk, handed it to Zhang Ziking and said, "Go and fry these 2 fish, let the seriously injured sisters eat first. Go down and get some energy." Zhang Ziking shook his head and said honestly, "There is no oil." Then, "Stew it. Drinking fish soup is also a good thing." "No. Pot, grill the fish, even if it doesn't taste good, as long as it's edible." "No. Firewood." Cai Yiming couldn't help but interjected at this moment, and said, "Why don't you eat fish fillets? There are always knives, right?" It is true that there are knives, but fish also have parasites, and eating raw ones is easy to die. Zhang Ziking said honestly. What Zhang Ziking said is true. Since schistosomes have mutated, the range of hosts has also expanded. Even fish and shrimp can easily carry cercariae or eggs. If they are eaten raw, they will be stared at by schistosomes immediately. On the other hand, when the liver is almost eaten, the schistosomiasis will break open the stomach and come out for a while. Everyone present didn't know what to do with the 2 fish. Shen Feng poked Cai Yiming and said, "Now is the time for you to show off, isn't your ability flame?" Cai Yiming shook his head helplessly, and said, "Grilling fish with supernatural powers is too expensive. Let's use the solid fuel in my bag. Grilling fish should be enough." Afterwards, Cai Yiming found solid fuel from his bag and handed it to Zhang Ziking. Now that he has the fuel, he can finally grill fish. If it wasn't enough, he had no choice but to contribute all the compressed biscuits in the bag. "Let's pass on these compressed biscuits as well, so that people can have a bite at least," Shen Feng said to Zhang Ziking. Zhang Ziking nodded, and took the compressed biscuits away. It was impossible for Lu Kewin to just watch, so he also took out the compressed biscuits. There was no place to sit down in the room, and the upstairs was already overcrowded. In the end, A group of people sat on the stairs. K. Yiming asked, "Why is it so miserable here? You are also a supernatural being after all. You should be able to give them a better life. If this continues, sooner or later someone will die in this harsh environment. By then it's too late to regret it." "Really? It's too late to regret it?" Mu Ying shook her head helplessly, and said with emotion, "I shouldn't have taken care of this matter, and it wasn't me who regretted it. I was just being hunted down. I just ran here to take refuge, and in the end, I became the hope of these people, and the one who caused all this is the owner of this small city. Is it the mayor of this small town who refuses to save him?" Shen Feng asked. Mu Ying sneered suddenly, and said, "It would be great if it was not saved. Maybe these women won't be so miserable." Immediately, Mu Ying told the truth about the small town. After the apocalypse came, many careerists appeared. There were big figures like Shen Feng who occupied one side, and there were also small bases with a group of people struggling hard. All kinds of people exist. The lord of Linwu City is much simpler. He bows to the strong and abuses the weak in every possible way, and he is especially greedy. In this small city, no matter what he sees, he has to find a way to get it. He has to get it, even if it is a beautiful woman. He has to find a way to get it. Living in such a city can be said to be extremely miserable. The city lord will give and take whatever he wants, and the people below can only suffer in silence. This city lord is not stupid. He gathered all the strong men in the city and led them to do evil, while the rest of them had no ability to resist and could only be squeezed to death in the end. Speaking of this, Mu Ying pointed to the upstairs, and said lightly, "Look, this is the evil result of that scumbag. The woman who was tortured by him and his subordinates is here. This is the person who persisted. Dead people who have been thrown out of the city long ago, were eaten by wild dogs and cats." When K. Yiming heard this, he immediately became angry. He stood up and said directly, "Since this is the case, it is not too late. We will do justice for the heavens and rush to this scumbag's house and burn him down. It can be regarded as revenge for the dead." Mu Ying shook her head and said, "If it was that simple, I would have killed him long ago, but he has a backer. And he is the backer of the Xiangsun Bureau." K. Yiming frowned. He didn't expect a lord of this small town to have a backer. Could it be that he deceived someone from the Xiangsun Bureau? Shen Feng also asked at the same time, "What the hell is going on? How can the lord of a small town have anything to do with a supernatural being from the Xiangsun Bureau?" Mu Ying said slowly, "In fact, since the whole country was plagued by zombies, the military has been recovering cities, but these recovery targets are only big cities, and for small places, the army will not be able to reach them for a while. And these places, small cities, towns, or rural areas, need to save themselves. When the self-help is completed, then find a way to recruit security and directly appoint the city lord. In this way, the recovery of the city is completed in name." Shen Feng nodded. He also knew this. Although he was not the first to recover Luzhou, he was the first leader to use cold weapons to recover the city. Recruited, but maintained independence. You also know the group of people from the Xiangsun Bureau. They are all the proud sons of heaven. In order for them to flourish in the apocalypse, someone paved the way for them. Give them weapons and let these bases go to recover the city, and the credit will be on the head of the Xiangsun Bureau. It is not too simple to get credit, and after these people have enough credit, the laboratory develops the supernatural medicine. Give them priority." Hearing this, K. Yiming gritted his teeth and punched the wall hard. A crack appeared on the wall, and more water dripped from above. These parasites don't have much ability, but they have a lot of tricks. K. Yiming said through gritted teeth. Mu Ying glanced at K. Yiming. She had no objection to the people of the Ability Management Bureau, because she knew that the people of the Ability Management Bureau were all recruited after they were discovered by the people, and their background was similar to her own. The Ability Management Bureau can't compare to her current freedom, so, this base is covered by supernatural beings. Shen Feng said with a frown. Mu Ying nodded, and said seriously, "This small city owner is just a second-order evolutionary. It may be very powerful for ordinary people, but for us, it can be killed with the flick of a finger. However, this alien-able ones live in the city, and we can't expose them, especially K. Yiming. If you don't want to be put on small shoes, then you can't show your face at all." Mu Ying has already stated the difficulty. It is not that killing people is difficult, but killing people quietly, this is the most difficult thing to do. There are many cronies in the scum's residence, and these people all carry guns. Once someone sees the true colors of a few supernatural beings, it will be endless trouble. Yiming couldn't help but said, "You shouldn't settle accounts with me. There are many people with supernatural powers who use flames in the world. Moreover, I am in charge of guarding the Three Gorges. General Chen will protect me." Sakura shrugged, but didn't answer. Shen Feng nodded at this time, and said seriously, "The most important thing is not to be exposed, and I don't want to get into trouble. Let's discuss that good way first, including what to do after killing someone. Manage, after." Zhang Ziking cooked the fish. He brought the fish to the mouth of the wounded, found a dirty jar from under the bed, and then boiled the compressed biscuits into paste, and gave each woman in the room a few mouthfuls. The people in the small building somewhat regained their vitality, but there was still a sad atmosphere in the air for the women in the small building. Since the end of the day, they have completely fallen into hell, and they have to suffer endless torture every day. They were expecting someone to save them, but in the end, they heard that they tortured themselves. The bastard who had been for a long time has turned into the city lord, and will continue his inhumane rule immediately. Many women went crazy, living in this miserable hell, without any hope at all. This kind of life has been changed since Mu Ying appeared. It was a rainy night a few days ago. Mu Ying decided to lead this gang of women who had lost hope to take revenge, and then find a place where no one would be disturbed to live. Mu Ying disguised herself as a beggar to inquire about the situation, and finally waited until Gong Changfa left. Maybe he also thought that Mu Ying had already escaped, so he chose to take someone away. However, a new supernatural person from the Xiangsong Bureau came here. This is the supernatural person responsible for recruiting security. He is very powerful. The seriously injured Muang was not sure how to deal with him. Therefore, Muang chose to find a helper, and happened to hear about Shen Feng and K Yiming were hunting for the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, so they managed to find them. Chapter 313. Is Gong Changfa very strong? I haven't seen him yet. K Yiming couldn't help asking when he heard that Mu Ying was still injured. Mu Ying nodded solemnly, and said directly, "This guy is the captain of the Xiangsong Bureau, and he has 2 brushes. My abilities can't attack him. There seems to be an invisible barrier around him, which can block my attack. Blocked them all, but he just touched me, and a strange attack appeared in my body immediately, and it went straight to my brain. Fortunately, it rained heavily. This is my home field. I can slip away by relying on the environment, although I barely blocked the attack and the body has been suppressed, but the inside of the body has been seriously injured." Hearing this battle process, Shen Feng also recalled the scene Zhang Ju said. It seems that Gong Changfa's ability is particle rampage. As long as he touches the opponent, he can directly cause an attack in the opponent's body, which can be said to ignore the enemy's defense. If you are fighting Gong Changfa, then you can't get close, otherwise, you will be easily attacked from the inside. Shen Feng said seriously, "You can't get close, and the ability will be blocked. How can you fight this?" K Yiming was a little puzzled. However, Shen Feng patted the pistol on his waist at this time, and said, "If the ability can't be used, then use the gun. It's impossible to have no weaknesses, right?" Mu Ying nodded, thinking that Shen Feng's suggestion was quite good. In fact, it was thanks to the heavy rain that Mu Ying was able to escape, and she could use the environment to escape. Previously, Mu Ying always spoke in a hoarse voice. Others thought that Mu Ying's voice was broken, but in fact, it was Mu Ying who did it on purpose. At the critical moment, the original sound was restored, and he was dressed in tatters. No one would have thought that a person with supernatural powers would become a sloppy beggar. Mu Ying has also learned to pretend, using other people's inertial thinking to act. The night is slowly falling, and the sound of rain outside the small building has never stopped. Perhaps, the rain will finally stop only when the typhoon leaves Jianghui. Shen Feng thought that his speed was very fast, so he volunteered to investigate the situation. Lin Wu also had the city lord's mansion, which was a real mansion, not only for office, but also for the city lord's residence. The brightest place in the center of the city is the city lord's mansion. Be careful not to be spotted when you enter. There are people and surveillance cameras everywhere. Mu Ying warned Shen Feng carefully. Shen Feng nodded and set off. He wanted to see with his own eyes what this so-called scum really looked like. When Shen Feng came into the rain, he put on a raincoat, performed follow the wind and rushed out. In the rainy night, Shen Feng turned into a ghost and rushed forward in the city, and soon came to a manor in the city. The lights were shining brightly, and laughter could still be faintly heard in the manner. The terrain here is also the highest, and the stagnant water will not submerge here. As long as the flood does not spread, the manor must be safe and sound, because there are a lot of soldiers patrolling outside the manor. Patrol, even at night without rest. Shen Feng looked at the fence of the manor. It was more than 3 meters, not high. The only thing to watch out for was the monitor. If it was seen by the monitor, then Shen Feng couldn't explain clearly for the heavily guarded manor. Shen Feng used a tactic of throwing stones to ask for directions. He picked up a brick and threw it into the manor. There was only a pop, and hurried footsteps came from the manor. Who is it? Who is there? In the end, the people in the manor only found half of the broken bricks, and immediately understood that someone had thrown bricks in from outside. These gangsters still dare to throw bricks into the city lord's mansion. It's really itchy. I'll catch 2 unlucky people tomorrow and chop them up for public display. Several people in the manor cursed. I didn't expect that it was still raining heavily. Throwing bricks in it is really full. It's been raining all day. It's so annoying. When the shift is over, I'm going to find a nice woman to get comfortable. HMPH, it's your turn to be beautiful. It's the plaything of the city lord and the people above, so don't even think about it. Don't say that. There are always beautiful girls who are tired of playing, and there is still a chance. Shen Feng heard the conversation in the manor, and there was anger in his heart. Unexpectedly, what Mu Ying said was not only true, but also more serious than what she said. The owner of this small town, including those around him, the cronies, are all unpardonable scum. Shen Feng looked at the heavy rain around him, and suddenly found a way to enter the manor. Shen Feng cast a supernatural power. A strong wind came from a distance, and the wind and rain immediately enveloped the entire manor, and the people in the garden couldn't open their eyes, and they didn't understand why there was a strong wind and rain at this time. The manor was enveloped by the strong wind and the torrential rain. People couldn't open their eyes, but Shen Feng performed accompanied by the wind and entered the interior of the manor in order to prevent being discovered by the surveillance cameras. Shen Feng found a blind spot and advanced. After entering the manor, there are too many places to hide. The strong wind came and went quickly, and the people in the manor cursed and complained for a while. Because of the strong wind, many people's clothes were wet. It is very difficult to do, and there is no other way to vent other than scolding a few words. The manor covers a large area, and there is a large house in the center, which is a 2-story building with carved beams and painted buildings. It is actually a wooden structure, and the roof is still covered with tiles, and the rainwater is flowing down the eaves. Looks very elegant. The bright lights inside can be seen from the windows of the big house, and laughter are constantly coming from the house. In addition to the big house in the center, there are many small buildings around the manor, and many figures can be seen in the small buildings, and there is a huge warehouse in the corner, which is dark and has no windows. The situation inside, but there were cries that kept coming from the warehouse. Shen Feng felt very strange, and immediately approached the warehouse, and then heard whimpering in the warehouse. It was already night, but the people in the warehouse curry did not fall asleep. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and Shen Feng saw the picture in the warehouse through the light of the lightning, and he fell silent immediately. And then the anger in his heart grew stronger when the lightning flashed across the sky. The dazzling light entered through the small windows of the warehouse, and Shen Feng also used this to see the situation in the house clearly. He saw the figures curled up in the warehouse, densely packed. In the warehouse, there were all women, wearing thin clothes, and a few of them shared a quilt, but they couldn't resist the cold and were still shivering. The cries in the warehouse are made by these women. They are not only mourning their bleak fate, but also suffering from the dark life today. They dare not cry too loudly, for fear of attracting the attention of a group of animals. Crying and covering his mouth, the pain and back filled Kang Curry's face. Hundreds of women are staying in front of Curry in this warehouse, all crowded together, without any vitality. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly remembered the middle school text, the text called Basket Workers. Perhaps, the experience of these women was even worse than that of boss workers. The rumbling thunder sounded. Shen Feng took a deep breath, and then walked towards the big house in the middle of the manor. Shen Feng came under the eaves, and used the upside-down golden hook, hooked his feet on the beam, rushed his head down, looking at the picture inside the house. In the hall, more than a dozen people sat in 2 rows, with a low table in front of them, sitting cross-legged on a warm futon. There were precious calligraphy and paintings hanging in the hall. The air conditioner was turned on, and the lights were bright, giving a sense of prosperity. Meteorological. In the center of the hall is a red carpet. On the red carpet are a group of dancers, wearing thin gauze and dancing barefoot. Their graceful dancing posture has attracted the attention of more than a dozen men present. Their eyes are always on the smooth arms. He lingered on his lap, holding chopsticks in his hand, but he didn't move. The dishes on the table are also very rich, such as Buddha jumping over the wall, carp jumping over the dragon's gate, Zilin taking off his robe, braised lion's head, rice wine duck, all meat dishes. Perhaps because of the flood, there are more fish. Mr. Wu, I offer you a glass of wine. If it wasn't for your slap in the face, how could I have lost my way? Now, I am already the city owner of Linwu, but in the future, I still need your help. The second person on the east side was a man in a suit and leather shoes. He looked to be in his 40s, and he naturally had a vicious aura about him. The name of the man in the suit is Lu Song. He is the city lord of Linwu, and the person sitting at the head is actually his boss. He was able to lead people to recover the small town. Thanks to the help of his boss, he supported thousands of guns. With countless ammunition, the small town can be recovered smoothly. The person above him was named Wu Jingjiu. He didn't care about the toast of a small town lord at this time. He just picked up the wine glass, nodded slightly, and drank the wine without answering. Lu Song didn't dare to have any opinions. He knew that even if his boss didn't drink, he could only admit his mistake honestly. After all, the other party was a supernatural person. If he wanted to kill himself, it would be easy for him. Now, although Wu Jingjiu didn't answer yourself, but drinking alcohol has already shown that you think highly of yourself. Wu Jingjiu watched the dance performance for a while, and then said softly to Lu Song, according to my information, a group of people is operating in the Jianghui area, and the leaders are Shen Feng and K Yiming. Be careful not to offend them. Both of these people are supernatural beings, you can't afford to mess with them. Lu Song nodded quickly, and said seriously, I understand. Small people like us have the lifestyle of small people. I have already managed to get a photo of every supernatural person in the country. If it really appears, I will treat you well and never dare to neglect. Wu Jingjiu nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, by the way, didn't Gong Changfa come here a few days ago? Did he say anything to you? Wu Jingjiu knew that Gong Changfa was highly valued by his superiors, and he was the captain, so he was also under his jurisdiction. If he had any opinions on his territory, wouldn't it be a big deal? Lu Song quickly said, don't worry, Mr. Wu, Gong Changfa didn't say anything, he just came looking for someone, and if he didn't find the person he was looking for, he left immediately and only stayed with me for one night. The people here are not allowed to talk nonsense. Gong Changfa doesn't know our current situation. That's good. You are very sensible. Under my care, you will have a bright future. Wu Jingjiu nodded in satisfaction. As long as his subordinates are obedient, then everything will be fine. Wu Jingjiu picked up a glass of wine and began to drink. While drinking, he thought, which base should I recruit for security next? The bigger the power under my hand, the better. Wu Jingjiu couldn't get involved in the army, so he had to find another way. I can't do things casually in places that have been recovered by the government, so it's okay for me to let my people recover new places, right? Even Shen Feng in Yazhou has already occupied one side. If his side develops well, he might be able to occupy a big city at this time. Lu Song asked with a smile, which woman is Mr. Wu looking for? Just take it away after the banquet is over, the room is ready, you just go to rest. I don't care about that. I see that there are a lot of people in those small attics of yours. I'll just find one and go in. But, you won't have any objections? Wu Jingjiu asked with a smile. Lu Song's face suddenly became a little stiff. The women in the small building were all collected by him with great painstaking efforts. They were originally his exclusive items, but now his boss started to ask for them, but he couldn't refuse them. Lu Song's reaction was quick. After a short moment of astonishment, he quickly said, which Mr. Wu likes. Just say, women are like clothes, I don't care about that. In fact, Lu Song felt very distressed, but for the sake of his future, he could only choose to give in, hoping to get more in exchange in the future. Wu Jingjiu nodded in satisfaction, and said, forget your knowledge, don't disturb me after the banquet is over, I'm going to rest. In the future, maybe more people will come to your side, you take care of it. In the future what? What? The hall is as warm as spring. There are delicious food and beauties, talking and laughing is like a beautiful scene in the sky, and the people present are also laughing and cursing, talking and laughing wantonly, and the dancing women are also forced to laugh, not daring to show a sad face, otherwise the end will be very miserable. and in some corners of the city, countless people are still wandering between freezing and hungry. At this time, if they can get a bowl of glutinous rice paste, it will be the mercy of the heavens. Chapter 314, Not One Left Behind. There is a lot of water in the city, and there are many houses soaked in water. People can barely survive in this environment, and they can't count on more in the small 3-story building. Yiming was talking to Mu Ying. He had never actually visited the folks before. Even if he went to Jiangyang to look for Shen Feng, the people there could still eat. But now, Yiming suddenly discovered that not all places seem to be the same as Jiangyang. Are there many cities like this now? Yiming asked. Mu Ying sat on the railing of the stairs, and said calmly, there are quite a few, especially in remote places. The more remote, the more miserable it is. That's the case. When Yiming heard this, his heart suddenly turned cold. He didn't expect that the situation had deteriorated to this point in just 1 year. Therefore, we must speed up the progress of recovering the whole country, recover all the cities and villages, kill all the mutant beasts and zombies in the territory, and then rectify the morals, so that we can return to the original good society. Yiming said to himself. Mu Ying couldn't help but sneered, and said disdainfully, are you dreaming? Now even the zombies haven't been cleaned up, mutated beasts are emerging one after another, natural disasters come and go, it's impossible to recover the city, and you still talk about the countryside? Don't dream, you impossible. Yiming said seriously, maybe I can't do it in 1 or 2 years, but what about 10 or 8 years? I am still young and have enough time to complete such an important task. By then, I will have the end of the world in my hands. It's over. At least, I'm not the only one who thinks like me. Mu Ying looked at Yiming with admiration, and suddenly shook her head helplessly. Before that, Mu Ying thought that idealists did not exist, and they were all guys who told lies and did nothing, but now seeing Yiming being so serious, she finally understood that there really are idealists in this world. Sakura doesn't think the end of the doomsday will be over in a short time, because based on practical considerations, zombies can't be wiped out for a long time, but mutant beasts are emerging one after another, and meteorites in the sea can't be salvaged. In this case, the doomsday will last for decades. Time is normal, and in this case, people can only rely on their own strength to survive. Suddenly, Lu Kaiwen interrupted, Miss Mu, what are you going to do after you kill this bastard city lord? Aren't you still being hunted down? It shouldn't be easy with so many weak women under your command. Run away. When Mu Ying heard this question, she said softly, I have already discussed this matter with Zhang Ziking. We decided to live on the mountain. Going southwest is the Dabi Mountain. After killing this scumbag, we will hide in the Dabi Mountain. There are many dangerous terrains in the mountains, and when the time comes, I will occupy the mountains as king. Hearing this decision, Lu Kaiwen nodded. It turned out that Mu Ying planned to become the king of the mountain, so there is no problem. She is a 4th-order supernatural being, and it is really difficult to find her hiding in the mountain. In fact, Muang also wants to find a stable place to live. If Shen Feng is willing to take her in, she wants to go to Yeziao. Her cousin also lives in Yeziao. At least she can find a relative to support each other. But after thinking about it carefully, Mu Ying dispelled this idea. She is now a wanted criminal. If someone finds out in Yeziao, it will definitely cause trouble for Shen Feng. After much deliberation, it is better to hide in the mountains. It's good to be able to hide until the end of the end and then come out, and during this period, you can farm in the mountains, as long as you can make ends meet, then everything is fine. At this moment, a black figure gently opened the door and walked in. Yiming picked up the flashlight and shone it, only to find that it was Shen Feng who had returned. Don't shoot me in the eye. I'm back, don't be nervous. Shen Feng said hastily. Yiming quickly asked, how did you go to investigate? Shen Feng gritted his teeth and told the story of the city lord's mansion. Yiming was instantly filled with righteous indignation when he heard about it. He didn't expect such a crime to be hidden in this place. Moreover, I really don't know what the gang of Xiangsong Bureau think. He even raised tigers as a plague, and would rather let a bunch of scum rule the city than expose the truth. Suddenly, Zhang Ziking also came out, and slowly said to several people, the women in the city basically burn their faces with charcoal fire. As long as they become ugly, the people of the city lord's mansion will not arrest them. You can say that Lin Wu's beautiful women are all in the city lord's mansion, and the people here are all thrown out. Yiming couldn't bear it anymore, and said to Shen Feng, we can't just ignore this matter, we must act as soon as possible, kill these scumbags, and save the suffering people. Shen Feng shrugged and said, if you have no objection, I have no objection. I have no grievances with the Xiangxun Bureau. However, in order not to reveal our true identities, we must cover up well to avoid subsequent troubles. Mu Ying shook her head gently, and said seriously, I have checked many times, and it is even more difficult not to expose the traces. Shen Feng frowned, and felt helpless at this moment. In order to avoid conflict with the Xiangxun Bureau, he had to be careful on his side. Once he was discovered, he would be in endless trouble. Killing people is very simple. For Shen Feng, he can even kill the entire manor, but there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the manor, which is not conducive to destroying evidence. However, at this moment, Lao Li, who has always been silent, said, we don't have to rush in. Can we just let the people in the manor come out? The manor is full of monitors and people, but as long as everyone in the manor comes out, we can get started. Everyone quickly looked at Lao Li, thinking that this idea was very good. Shen Feng asked, how can we let the people in the manor come out? Lao Li shook his head, saying that he had no suitable solution. He only thought it would be more suitable to pull the enemy out of the manor, and he didn't know anything else. However, Kai Yiming thought about it at this time. It seems that the guys in the manor like to take beautiful women away, so he said calmly, we can seduce and find a few beautiful women to walk around the street. If the scum in the manor appears, then it will be fine. Nonsense. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing. Can you think about it? Now that the whole city is full of ugly women, where can you find beautiful women? Besides, arresting a few women will make the people in the manor. Are all the guys out? Impossible. Mu Ying also objected together, and said seriously, don't think of those scumbags too simply. It would be too stupid to seduce a few women. Think of other ways. Lu K1 said, if you want to get the enemy out, there are only two methods. One is coercion, the other is temptation. Since temptation is not enough, you can only use the first one. Think about whether this group of people has something to be afraid of. When Shen Feng heard Lu Kevin's words, he immediately began to recall. He hung under the eaves and listened for a long time tonight, so he knew the details of this group of people. Lu Song is best at bullying the weak, so what he fears most is the strong, and now, there must be a strong to let him out. Shen Feng suddenly thought of something, and quickly said, I see, we can create fake news, lie, and deceive the scum in the manor to come out. For example, a group of women ran out of the city to complain. Lu Song must have worrying about Dong Chuang's incident. We will definitely go out of the city to stop it, but in the wild, that is our chance. When Mu Ying heard this, she couldn't help but nodded. She also thought it was a good idea. Afterwards, everyone began to discuss the details of the plan. After a night of discussions, the entire plan was finally finalized. Mu Ying called Zhang Ziking over, and told her the whole plan, and this plan required a group of people to go out of the city as bait. Zhang Ziking is a first-order supernatural being, the most suitable for this task, and she needs to bring some people get out of town and spread rumors. When Zhang Ziking heard that he needed to do a dangerous mission by himself, he nodded without hesitation, and then said seriously, of course it's fine for me to be the bait, but I hope to kill all these enemies. You don't need to tell me, we will definitely do it. Kai Yiming patted his chest for assurance. Killing people is not something Kai Yiming is willing to do, but if it is killing scum, Kai Yiming will not have any psychological burden. Since he is in the light, he should pierce the darkness and save the people in the darkness. Zhang Ziking immediately started to mobilize. The women in the small building heard that they wanted revenge, so they signed up one after another. However, due to physical reasons, Zhang Ziking chose more than 30 stronger women to set off. People who are not in good health will fall down after being exposed to the rain, and it is impossible to complete this task at this time. The women in the small building were all struggling. They couldn't forget what they had encountered before, and they were all kowtowing to Shen Feng and others, begging them to help take revenge. Shen Feng handed the pistol on his body to Zhang Ziking, and said, you can use it for self-defense at critical moments. If you encounter obstacles when you go out of the city, don't charge hard, find a way to solve it. Zhang Ziking put down the pistol and set off with more than 30 women. While walking on the street, she shouted loudly, brothers and sisters, I heard that Master Fengshen has come here. Let's go out of the city to file a complaint. Fengshen will help us. A group of women shouted loudly on the street, which quickly attracted the attention of the residents. They all poked their heads out to observe. only to find that a group of ragged women were walking outside the city. The residents didn't dare to leave the city, not because they didn't want to file a complaint, but because they were worried about even crazier revenge after filing a complaint. After all, they didn't believe that the so-called Fengshen could uphold justice for them at this time. The four people on Shen Feng's side and Mu Ying quietly hide on the roof, condescending to observe the movement of the manor at any time. As long as the people in the manor appear, their chance will come. While squatting on the roof, Kei Yiming asked puzzledly, "If you let these people call Fengshen, the Shyangxun Bureau will not be the first to suspect you in the future." Shen Feng shook his head gently, and said confidently, "It is to make them suspicious, because the more I disregard my relationship, the easier it is for the Shyangxun Bureau to doubt me. Instead, I specifically declared my position. There are so many people in the city." Hearing it, I felt that I was not in the city at all. At this time, Mu Ying whispered, "You two must not use the ability later, so as not to be found out. I will use the ability alone. You are responsible for solving the little ones. I will send Lu Song. This scumbag was killed." Shen Feng also took out a dagger, put a mask on his face, and specially put on gloves to avoid leaving fingerprints, which can be said to be very professional. Zhang Ziqing yelled and led people to the city gate. There was only one pavilion. Inside the pavilion were two soldiers with guns. When they saw someone going out of the city, they were about to stop them. "You untouchables, go back. If you don't go back, we will shoot." The two villains pointed their guns at the group of people who were about to go out. Zhang Ziqing had already seen the true colors of these bastards, and before they could make a move first, she had already pulled out the pistol Shen Feng had given her, and shot at the two people at the pavilion, directly killing the two thugs. Afterwards, a group of people rushed out of the city gate and disappeared into the vast rain. Lu Song heard that someone was going out of the city, but he didn't react yet. But when he heard that these troublemakers were going to sue, he immediately panicked. Although Fengshen didn't want to fight against himself, a local snake, what if he, Shen Feng, wanted to uphold justice? Wouldn't he be killed in vain? Hurry up, go out of the city to stop them, drive there. Be sure to stop them. Lu Song didn't dare to bet, and immediately called a group of cronies, took weapons and prepared to leave the manor. Chapter 315 Battle in the Rain. Lu Song has already turned around after the doomsday. He used to be a frustrated person who wanted nothing. After decades of struggle, there was nothing left on him. He thought that as long as he worked hard, he would be able to have it sooner or later. Promising, but after working hard for more than 20 years, I can't even get a house. Lu Song also likes to buy lottery tickets. He dreams of becoming a millionaire one day, and then he will never need to work for the rest of his life. Maybe $1 million is nothing to a rich man, but this is already the best dream of Lu Song. I repaid it, because I will not worry about eating and drinking in the future. It's a pity that Lu Song bought lottery tickets for half his life, but luck didn't come to him in the end, not to mention the $1 million prize. Even the consolation prize was not his turn at this time. The zombies broke out. Lu Song gathered a group of gangsters and started to set up a camp. Relying on his unafraid of death, he became the boss of the group, so Lu Song began to enjoy. Lu Song has obtained all the things that he could not enjoy 40 years ago. The former house was something that could not be afforded in a lifetime of hard work, but Lu Song occupied the big manor that was once looked up to by people. The various beauties that can be seen on the internet, when Lu Song sees them with his own eyes, he still feels inferior in his heart, but now, Lu Song can enjoy them as he pleases, and if he gets tired of playing, he can reward them casually. The power of life and death is all in your own hands. Besides the delicacies, Lu Song has eaten roadside stalls for half his life, and only when he goes to other people's houses to eat banquets can he have a good meal. Even if it is Chinese New Year, there are only a few more meat dishes at home. After becoming the city lord, Lu Song suddenly discovered that there are so many delicious things in this world. Houses, money, women and delicious food are all presented in front of Lu Song. He feels that this is a day like a fairy. But now, when Lu Song heard the news that someone had gone out of the city to sue, he immediately became anxious. If he was really approached to settle accounts, he would not die, then his previous life of rich clothes and fine food would be bid farewell to him. Now there is only one way, that is to capture all the gangsters who rushed out of the city gate. Lu Song immediately summoned people to set off, but the busy people alarmed Wu Jingjiu, who was sleeping. He walked out of the small building lazily with an umbrella in his hand, and a well-dressed woman walked out of the small building. "What are you doing here?" Wu Jingjiu couldn't help asking. Lu Song didn't dare to hide anything. So he quickly told this story. A group of unscrupulous people have left the city. It is said that they are looking for Shen Feng and let Shen Feng uphold justice. Hearing this, Wu Jingjiu couldn't help frowning, and then said, "Well, I'll set off with you, and if I meet Shen Feng, I'll intercede for you. Don't look at Shen Feng's majestic appearance, but he will give me some thin noodles no matter what." Lu Song nodded quickly, and prepared a car for Wu Jingjiu. Without further ado, we must find the gang of unscrupulous people who complained as soon as possible, otherwise it will bring unimaginable trouble in a hurry. Lu Song couldn't gather too many people, so he could only bring his cronies with him, and a group of more than 50 people left the manor directly. Shen Feng and others who were squatting on the top of the building were relieved when they saw a group of people leaving the manor. It seemed that the plan was successful. "Are we doing something in the city?" Shen Feng asked. Mu Ying quickly shook her head and said, "No, there will be monitors watching from anywhere in the city. It is too risky to fight in the city. We must fight after we leave the city." K. Yiming nodded, and said in a low voice, "In this case, let's follow behind. We will do it after we leave the city, so as to benefit these bastards. Otherwise, even if we cut them, we will not be relieved." 4. Those who have committed the most heinous crimes. Various methods have been invented since ancient times. There are thousands of cuts, that is, lingqi. In K. Yiming's eyes, it is too simple to kill these evil people easily. If it is not for the sake of not revealing their identities, the most important thing to do is to torture these people severely. Simply give them a knife. The 5 people from Shen Feng's side followed the car quietly. The 8 cars rushed out of the city gate and entered the heavy rain. The monitor at the city gate was smashed by Shen Feng with a wind blade, and the 5 people followed and left Lin Noon while walking. Lu Kevin said seriously, "Although I am an evolutionary, my combat power is not very good. When the battle starts, it will be up to you." Mu Ying said indifferently, "It's okay, it's raining heavily now, this is my home field. As long as you leave the city, these people are not my opponents, but the other party seems to have supernatural powers. Take care to protect yourself." Mu Ying's ability is to control ice cubes, which is the same as Zhang Zi's ability. As long as there is water, then ice cubes can be made. Now that the typhoon is raging, and there is heavy rain everywhere, Mu Ying thinks that now is her home field good. Shen Feng's speed was very fast. He rushed out first, and caught up with many cars in front of him, and these cars were about to catch up with the fleeing people in the distance. Zhang Ziking's side was full of people except herself. Ordinary people, and their physical fitness is not very good, so even if they run fast, they still can't run the car, and they will be caught eventually. Swish, swish. Shen Feng summoned the wind blade in an instant. After flying out, the tires were pierced immediately, and the car immediately skidded on the ground. It was driving in the heavy rain, and the road was slippery. If you were not careful, it would slip. The 8 cars stopped quickly, and the drivers were all stunned. They didn't understand why this happened. They were obviously driving normally, but suddenly all the cars skidded, as if they had encountered some roadblock. After the driver got off, he started to check the tires, only to find that the tires seemed to have been cut by something sharp, and all the cars were like this. Lu Song looked at Wu Jingjiu nervously, and quickly asked, "Mr. Wu, what should we do now? Even if there are roadblocks on the road, it is impossible to cut the tires of all the cars in an instant." Wu Jingjiu's complexion changed drastically. It was obvious that he had been attacked at this time, and it was very likely that someone lured him out of the city. Thinking of this, he quickly shouted, "Surround the car and beware of attacks." Hearing this order, Lu Song's cronies quickly got out of the car with their guns in hand, to be wary of enemies that might appear at any time. Wu Jingjiu's body suddenly grew thick armor. This is white armor, which looks like a hole, but it actually grows from Wu Jingjiu's body. Wu Jingjiu's ability is bone growth, which can consume the energy in the body to form bones, and this ability is the ability to strengthen the body type. The soldiers hid behind the car and formed a circle. They didn't care about the rain at the moment. They were all focused on watching the possible enemies appearing in the rain. You can't see anything, so no one knows where the attack will eventually appear from. After the rain falls on the ground, it will soon splash out one after another, and the sound it makes is also squeaky. But soon, the sound of the rain falling on the ground changed, and the previous squeak sound became a da-da sound. If you look carefully, you don't know when, all the water on the ground has formed a thick layer of water. Ice cubes, and when the rain falls on the ground, it will freeze immediately. Seeing this scene, Wu Jingjiu suddenly understood. and said in horror, "This is an attack by a supernatural person. Could it be Mu Ying? Has this woman not left yet? What the hell is Gong Changfa doing without investigating clearly? Just leave, Wu." Jingjiu is a third-order power user, and the power is to strengthen the body. He has long been far beyond the existence of ordinary evolutionaries, but he is also very clear about his own strength. When it came to the natural type of supernatural beings, they would only have to suffer. Therefore, at this time, Wu Jingjiu was completely panicked. What he was worried about was that Mu Ying would come to trouble him. A figure suddenly appeared in the rain curtain in the distance, and the soldiers didn't care about it, and immediately shot at the figure. The figures in the distance do not dodge or avoid, letting the bullets shoot, and after one figure falls, the rest of the figures will stand up again. Lu Song hid in the center of the crowd, with a gun in his hand, and shouted to his cronies, "Shoot quickly, kill all these assassins, don't stop, don't let these people approach." Lu Song saw dozens of figures appearing in the surrounding rain, slowly approaching here, and suddenly panicked. He never thought that such a day would happen to him. Obviously he has always been a threat in the city. Fortunately, no one dared to look at him face to face, but now, there was a group of fearless people rushing towards him. Wu Jingji looked at the approaching figures in the rain, and had a bad feeling in his heart. Why are these people rushing so stiff and so slow? On the side of the road in the distance, Shen Feng and his group of 5 were lying in the stagnant water carefully watching the vehicles in the distance, and these figures that were approaching were actually made of ice by Mu Ying. They seemed to have healthy limbs, but it's all ice cubes at the beginning. Muang played a trick to escape the shell in Yanjing. In fact, she used a similar method. After using ice to make a fake body, she could attract the attention of others, and she could quietly shift her position. At this moment Mu Ying said to the people around him, "When the ammunition of these people is almost consumed, we will rush up. I will take care of the leader and leave the rest to you." Shen Feng nodded and said, "Understood." More than 50 people on the side of the vehicle panicked. They parked the car in the middle of the road and began to defend. They had never been ambushed before, and this was the first time they encountered someone else's ambush. The man opened fire and quickly ran out of bullets. Seeing that there are more and more figures approaching my side, after knocking down one, new enemies will come out from a distance, and the defending soldiers are going crazy. How many people are ambushing me? Why are there so many enemies? Incessant look. Wu Jingjiu realized something was wrong, and quickly shouted to the soldiers, "Stop shooting, let these figures come over." If humans were approaching, it would be impossible to be so orderly. There was no panic at all during the action. Even if their companions were knocked down, these figures were still approaching constantly. At this moment, Wu Jingji wondered if these figures were real. Mr. Wu, the bullets have been fired. The soldier said quickly. "A bunch of trash, they shoot out all the bullets without knowing the identity of the enemy. What a jerk." Wu Jingji couldn't help but curse. Ordinary people rely on guns to form their combat effectiveness. Without guns, these ordinary people will have too little role to play in the next battle. In the battle between supernatural beings, ordinary people are just cannon fodder. Fortunately, there was still a rifle in Lu Song's hand that hadn't fired at this time. He hurriedly stepped forward and put the gun on and said, "It's okay, I still have 2 magazines here, and I can deal with the enemy now." Not many. The figures in the rain in the distance were still approaching, and finally, these figures were exposed to Wu Jingjiu's eyes, and he couldn't help cursing immediately. He didn't expect that the objects he was shooting just now turned out to be ice sculptures one by one, and countless bullets were consumed. On these figures, it was completely unable to cause an effective attack on the enemy. Thinking of this, Wu Jingjiu's heart became cold. Now that his ammunition has been almost consumed, and the enemy has been missing for a long time, the battle on his side has already fallen into disadvantage. Chapter 316 Revenge. In the rain, Wu Jingjiu realized that his strength was far inferior to that of the opponent, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Now he has confirmed that this hidden enemy must be Mu Ying. According to the data, Mu Ying's ability it is to manipulate the ice, and Zhang Zi is not in the south right now, so the person who can use the ice to attack must be Mu Ying. Ever since, Wu Jingjiu immediately stood up and shouted, "Muang, we have no grudges in the past and we have no grudges in the present, so why press on? If I offend you in any way, just speak up, and I can give it to you. I apologize. What do you want? Do you want a beautiful house, or countless servants? Even if you want food and guns, we can discuss it. Please don't hurt your peace." Wu Jingji was not sure that he would be able to defeat Mu Ying, not to mention that his abilities were not as good as Mu Ying, even if the abilities were similar, but Mu Ying was already a 4th level ability user, and he was only a 3rd level ability user. In a fight, he is also easy to lose, so at this time, Wu Jingji planned to make peace. He felt that there was no grievance between himself and Mu Ying. The current tense situation was not worth it. It was better to just give some supplies in exchange for the peace of both parties at this time. Mu Ying came slowly from a distance, and said in a hoarse voice as she walked, "I'm afraid you can't afford what I want, Wu." Jingji saw Mu Ying appearing. Her face was covered with scars, just like in the data. After being tortured by a person surnamed Li for a period of time, her body was covered with scars, and Mu Ying appeared now. That means she found the enemy's position. Wu Jingji nodded lightly at Lu Song, who was beside him, and Lu Song immediately aimed at the figure walking slowly in the distance at this time. Wu Jingji said slowly, "In this world, everything has a price. Even the so-called priceless treasures will be clearly marked on the black market. So, just say what you want, I will definitely give it to you. Everyone, don't be so nervous." Mu Ying sneered while walking, "I want your life. Can you afford it?" As soon as this remark came out, Wu Jingji immediately became angry, and scolded, "You bitch, it seems that there is no way to talk, and don't look down on me, I am a supernatural being." Afterwards, Lu Song shot suddenly, and a swarm of bullets went straight to Mu Ying. Ling. Dang dang. After the bullet was fired, it flew in the air for a while, but hit the thick ice in front of Mu Ying. The bullets were all blocked by the ice, and did not hurt Mu Ying. Mu Ying shouted, "Come on." After finishing speaking, Mu Ying rushed out first. A piece of solid ice in front of her blocked the bullets in front of her, and as she advanced, rows of spikes appeared on the ground, and the crowd in the car formation was immediately pierced by ice spikes. It penetrated the sole of the foot, and immediately began to howl in pain, but 4 black shadows appeared behind the car formation, and rushed into the crowd with a knife, followed by a frenzied massacre. One of them fell down while the knife was in hand, and all 4 of them covered their faces, so they couldn't see clearly in the real way, except for one person who was paddling for fish. The other 3 were extremely powerful in combat, taking away several lives with every step they took. Only then did Wu Jingji realize that at some point, someone appeared in the rear, and Mu Ying was attacking back and forth, and his attention was all attracted by Mu Ying, and there was no one defending the rear. Dispersed, Wu Jingji's whole body was covered by bone armor, and his defense was quite good. Even the long ice thorns growing on the ground could not hurt him, and he immediately created a bone longsword in his hand, and rushed towards the 3 enemies behind, preparing to kill the enemies in the camp first, and then deal with Mu Ying outside the car formation. Wu Jingji found the masked K Yiming and started to attack. Although the longsword in his hand was made of bone, it was extremely sharp. Even a car could pierce through it in an instant. When he aimed at K Yiming and attacked, K Yiming immediately got entangled. K Yiming wanted to ask at this time, "Why did you find me?" In K Yiming's hand, he only held a short dagger. For Wu Jingji, who was holding a long sword, the weapon was already at a disadvantage. There is an old saying, "An inch is long and an inch is strong." It refers to the impact of the length of the weapon on the battle. The longer the weapon, the more advantageous it is in combat. After all, the attack distance determines everything. K Yiming swung his dagger and started to block the long sword. Fortunately, he has received a long period of training and has some accomplishments in physical skills. While blocking the long sword, he can take time to counterattack. Unfortunately, Wu Jingji's armor was extremely hard, so when the dagger pierced the armor, it only drew a shallow scar and could not cause obvious damage. When Wu Jingji saw that the opponent could only wield a short dagger, he immediately felt relieved. It seems that these people who rushed into the camp are all evolutionaries, and he is a supernatural being, so he must be able to quickly deal with these enemies. Thinking of this, Wu Jingji is even more unforgiving. "Since you can't use the ability, then it's up to me." A long bone sword also appeared in Wu Jingji's other hand, and then he swung the 2 swords and began to attack K Yiming. But now that the opponent has 2 long swords, the situation suddenly becomes wrong. Apart from dodging, he can't fight back at all at this moment. K Yiming regretted that he didn't bring a gun, otherwise, he would have been able to show this guy what it means to draw a gun. Wu Jingji's whole body is covered in armor, even in front of him is covered by a bone mask. He looks like a ghost who just walked out of hell, with bones all over his body. K Yiming was gradually pushed into a corner, and he couldn't use his abilities, so he gradually fell into disadvantage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, there was chaos in the car formation. Mu Ying rushed in instantly, found Lu Song and began to attack. Lu Song quickly fired, trying to stop Mu Ying from approaching, but Mu Ying's reaction was quick, and she began to dodge to the side, and at the same time cast a supernatural power. A long ice thorn pierced out from the ice in an instant. Lu Song was not able to dodge in time, and was hit by the ice thorn. After the ice thorn pierced out of the ice, it pierced straight into Lu Song's buttocks. Lu Song looked up to the sky and howled in pain, but a moment later, the ice thorn came out of his mouth. His body was dripping with blood, and the ice thorn pierced his body. The stabbing effort pierced through Lu Song's whole body in an instant, but he didn't die for a while. Bandits in the past used a punishment called watching the sky to deal with traitors. The method was also very simple, that is, to nail sharpened wooden spikes to the ground, and then put traitors on the spikes. It will fall down, but it will not die for a while. In the end, the spikes will continue to poke upwards in the human body. People can't stand it and can only moan in pain. In the end, the wooden spikes stick out from the mouth, and the person is almost dead. Mu Ying gave Lu Song a trick of looking at the sky, and then went to support the others. Now there are more than 20 people alive in the car formation, and Shen Feng can't use abilities here, and the speed of killing people is still too slow. At the same time, K Yiming had been cornered and had 2 cuts on his body. He couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted at Shen Feng with a thick voice on purpose, "Brother Feng, the idea is tricky, shoulder to shoulder, superior." Shen Feng wanted to see a joke, so he replied, "I don't understand." In fact, Shen Feng has read a lot, and he has long been familiar with these 2 simple slang words. Doesn't it mean that the enemy is strong and ask for support? But he just wanted to see how embarrassed K Yiming looked in the end, so he deliberately said that he didn't understand. K Yiming didn't care too much. He was cornered right now. Wu Jingjiu's 2 long swords had been gesturing at his neck and chest, and he would hang up if he accidentally got hit by it, so he couldn't do it at this time. The ability is not exposed. You asked for it. K Yiming blocked the 2 long swords with a dagger in his hand, then swung his left hand out, and a raging fire appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping Wu Jingjiu, who was covered in armor. Seeing this situation, Wu Jingjiu was shocked and couldn't help but said, "Who are you? How can you use supernatural powers?" K Yiming didn't answer, and still controlled the fire to burn Wu Jingjiu. Even if the weapon can't easily break through the armor, you can't avoid the high temperature brought by the flame, right? Just now I was bullied with a bastard shell, but now I want to see if this armor can block the fire. K Yiming thought silently in his heart. Wu Jingjiu wanted to escape, but it was already too late. No matter where he ran, the hot flames around him would not disappear at all, and followed him like a shadow. In the end, Wu Jingjiu died of lack of oxygen, and he did not open it before he died. The armor on his body. Perhaps the armor can temporarily block the flames, but it is impossible to replenish the air consumed. If it weren't for Wu Jingjiu's armor, the moment he was enveloped by the flames, he would actually be killed by the high temperature, and if he didn't open the armor, it would only delay the speed of death in the end. Even if he didn't suffocate, death will eventually be suffocated in the armor. Shen Feng walked over with a smile, and said with a smile, "It seems that you couldn't hold back in the end. You still use the ability." K Yiming said angrily, "It's not because of you, bastard. If you come to help me, will I fall into the current situation?" Shen Feng looked around. Everyone had fallen down. The only one who was still alive was Lu Song, hanging on the ice thorn. He took off the cloth on his face, and said, "I really don't understand you. Next time, if you feel that you need my help, you can call for help, and don't say things that I don't understand. HMPH, it's impossible for me to teach you how to save lives. I also have self-respect." K Yiming said disdainfully. Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, and said to himself, "This is to save face and suffer." Lu Kevin came up at this time, and said seriously, "Don't make any noise. You can set all these cars on fire later, and you can cover up the truth of using the power. It's just that these scumbags are cheaper, and you can still enjoy it." Cremation. Mu Ying walked to Lu Song's side, holding a knife made of ice in her hand, and said softly, "Perhaps, in the eyes of people like you, women are the easiest to bully, so you can abuse wantonly, but now I will take revenge on behalf of the woman, and in my next life, remember not to be so cruel." Wu Lu Song, who was on the icicle, wanted to beg for mercy, but his mouth was full of icicles, and he couldn't say anything in the end. Mu Ying suddenly exerted force, and the ice blade in her hand instantly pierced the back of Lu Song's neck, giving this scumbag a hearty blow. Now, the task of helping Mu Ying to get revenge has been completed. Shen Feng asked, "What shall we do next? Are you going to fulfill what you promised before?" Mu Ying nodded, pointed to a group of people in the distance, and said, "Zheng Ziking is over there. Her ability is called taking pictures, which is to manipulate photons. It can restore images in a certain place in the sky. Take her away. She can help you find the trace of the Dragon King." Shen Feng suddenly realized that it turned out that Zheng Ziking was asked to use a supernatural ability to help him. However, this supernatural ability has never been heard of before, and it can restore the previous image. Yiming couldn't help asking, "What about you? Where are you going?" Mu Ying said seriously, "Next, I want to go back to the city, rescue the women in the manor first, and then take these people to Daby Mountain, especially the women in the small building. At least they saved me once, all I can do is take them with me. They're looking for a paradise." After finishing speaking, Mu Ying chopped off Wu Jingju's head with a backhand, and said to herself, "At least I can transfer the ability, but I can't waste it. Scum is scum, and ability is always a good thing." Shen Feng and Yiming looked at each other and made a decision. Then they piled up the corpses in the car, ignited them and destroyed the scene. There was a lot of gasoline in the car, and it was difficult to extinguish the flames even in heavy rain. "Let's go, quickly kill the Dragon King, and quickly make a name for yourself," Yiming muttered. Chapter 317 Dragon King and Number 039, Doomsday 1. After Mu Ying returned to Linwu City, she rushed into the manor and showed Wu Jingju's head in front of everyone, and immediately the people below exploded. Some were resisting, some were fleeing. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mu Ying went on a killing spree, killing all the men in the manor, then opened the warehouse door, released all the women inside, and then, finding enough vehicles, took the women to the Daby Mountains in the southwest. The people in the manor are basically abettors. When Lu Song did evil, these people were his accomplices. If Lu Song did evil alone, it would be impossible to squeeze too many people, but with the help of minions, then unusual. This is a group full of crimes. When the residents in the city heard that the evil city lord had died, they were all furious. Tens of thousands of people rushed into the manor, smashing and looting. All the pent-up anger erupted at this time. Tens of thousands of people took revenge on those who oppressed them. Those villains who robbed their relatives had to kill them so that they could pay the due price. Previously, people in the city were afraid of suffering worse revenge, so they had been forbearance. They were silently sucked blood for the unreasonable demands from above. Scars were drawn, and now, the opportunity for revenge came, and the anger that had been suppressed was finally burning. Previously, the perpetrators were found by the people in the city, and they were beaten to death. After being beaten to death, they still couldn't forgive their hatred, so they had to tie them up with quilts, pour vegetable oil on them, and light sky lanterns directly. I heard that people who die like this, even their souls will be tortured in hell, so that these people will suffer forever even if they die. And Mu Ying left Linwu with hundreds of women, and the chaos in the city has nothing to do with her. Next, as long as she can enter the Daby Mountain, she can occupy the steep mountain and live in seclusion from then on, waiting for the end of the day. When will the doomsday end, and when will we come out? Mu Ying thought silently in her heart. Mu Ying has seen this ugly world clearly. The so-called united will is just a slogan. It looks so beautiful, everyone is so united, but in places where the sun can't shine, crimes never stop, and those who are heinous people can even stand upright on the stage. Therefore, Mu Ying chose to hide, which is also the first choice of many people. What should I do if I encounter danger? If you can't beat it, let's go. There are many victorious places in the Daby Mountains. When the world was in chaos more than 100 years ago, there were countless bandits and robbers inside the Daby Mountains. After the bandits were suppressed, all the stockades on these mountains were pushed down. However, the bricks, stones and trees in the mountains happen to be there are many, and it is not difficult to rebuild the house. When Mu Ying left Linwu with people, Guang Changfa rushed back from the south. After hearing the news of Mu Ying's appearance, he immediately came to Linwu, but it was still too late. Guang Changfa found the burned vehicle, and there were many corpses near the vehicle, and Wu Jingjiu's head had been cut off. Now, he can only be recognized from the bone armor on his body. This is one of the members of the Xiangsong Bureau. Gong Changfa took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Mu Ying, no matter where you go, I will catch you, and even killed the members of my Shyangsun Bureau one after another. If I don't kill you, what else will I do? Faced to be the captain of the Shyangsun Bureau, Guang Changfa was annoyed in his heart. Ever since he seriously injured Mu Ying a week ago, he started chasing and killing him, but he couldn't find him. He thought that Mu Ying had gone to the south. After all, her hometown is in the south of the Yangtze River. It is unforgivable to kill the members of the Shyangsun Bureau under his nose and cause chaos in the city. Now 2 supernatural beings have died in the hands of Mu Ying, and some people in the Shyangsun Bureau are questioning Gong Changfa's ability, thinking that Gong Changfa should not lead the Shyangsun Bureau. Gong Changfa felt a heavy pressure. If he didn't kill Mu Ying as soon as possible, his position would not be stable immediately. Gong Changfa began to observe the battlefield, thinking that it was Mu Ying who did it alone, but after checking many corpses, Gong Changfa found that the wounds on many people's bodies were inconsistent. Some wounds were severely torn, and some wounds were severely cut, and some were clean and neat. With seemingly ordinary wounds, but vital organs such as arteries were punctured. It's definitely not that Mu Ying did it alone, there are others who are helping. Speaking of which, Mu Ying was injured by me, and it will be impossible to recover for a while. She must have someone to help her defeat Wu Jingjiu so smoothly. Guang Changfa was talking to himself at this time. Guang Changfa became suspicious. Mu Ying seemed to be alone all the time, so who was helping her? After all, Wu Jingjiu was a supernatural person, and he brought a group of people out of the city, but was killed by Mu Ying, who was seriously injured. This is obviously not right, and there must be a deeper conspiracy hidden in it. Gong Changfa suddenly thought of something. It seems that Mu Ying has another cousin who went to Yeshao with Shen Feng. It seems that she is still Shen Feng's lover. Someone saw them sleeping together. In this way, they have been in the Jianghui area recently. The act of Shen Feng was suspected, but K. Yiming was by Shen Feng's side. He was a member of the Ability Management Bureau, so he shouldn't do this kind of assassination of his own people. Gong Changfa was lost in thought, but he didn't have a clue for a while, and he couldn't determine the direction of the investigation because there were not enough clues on Shen Feng's side. The team of 5 people was restored, and Zhang Ziqing followed behind wearing a raincoat, supplementing the missing person. They took a boat and chased towards the place where someone saw the Dragon King. It can be said that the collapse of Hood's Lake is directly related to the Dragon King. If the Dragon King hadn't knocked the embankment out of the gap, the people in Huaixi would not have suffered such severe disasters. Half of the floods in the Jianghui River were caused by Hood's Lake. After a group of people rushed to the place where there were witnesses, they immediately asked about the location of the incident. The Dragon King has been eating people recently in order to heal his injuries. Healing his injuries requires a lot of energy, and it happened that the Jianghui area was hit by a disaster, and there were countless people trapped by the flood. The Dragon King is not picky anymore. He eats what is easiest to see. If there are animals near the water, they will eat animals, and if there are people, they will eat people. Therefore, there are still many witnesses. Zhang Ziqing said, "My ability can only restore images within 3 days. The better the light, the clearer the restoration, and the older images cannot be displayed." Zhang Ziqing's ability is actually to manipulate light, but it is limited to presenting the picture, which is equivalent to holographic projection, relying on the remaining photons in the scene. The longer the time, the fewer the number of photons, and the picture can be presented within 3 days. Just where it happened 2 days ago, the Dragon King ate 2 people on the shore. After the news was learned, everyone hurried to the shore. Zhang Ziqing used his supernatural ability, and small balls of light gathered one after another, and the scene from 2 days ago was immediately presented in everyone's eyes. At that time, a group of people were fishing for survival. Not long after sowing, the crops have not been harvested. The so-called relying on mountains to eat mountains depends on water to drink water. The water network in the Jianghui area is dense, and there are many fish and shrimps. Eating fish has become the choice of many people. As long as you don't encounter piranhas, then everything is fine. However, while this group of people were fishing, a dark shadow suddenly approached in the river, and everyone hurried ashore. They had seen such a scene before. When the adults of schistosomiasis leave the human body or animals, they are basically dead, but the mutated schistosomiasis can survive for a period of time after leaving the human body, and these adult worms attack the animals on the shore in groups, and there will be patches of shadows in the river. In this case, you must quickly move away from the river to avoid being attacked by schistosomes. As a result, after the group retreated 5 or 6 meters, they thought their side was safe, but suddenly a huge head protruded from the river. Only one eye was turning, and a long kiss stretched out. biting the fish on the bank. 2 people were dragged into the water, and the rest fled quickly. No one thought that the shadow in the water was not the SYNOPSIS, but the Dragon King. Ordinary people are so weak to mutant beasts, and their lives may be in danger anytime and anywhere. Yiming quickly looked at the projected screen, and said seriously, "Look where the crocodile went, let's catch up." Zhang Ziking adjusted the angle to observe the river, and found that the crocodile dived into the water after eating people, and swam in a farther direction. The direction was south, and it seemed that it wanted to enter the Yangtze River again. Yiming told Zhang Ziking, "Keep using your supernatural powers. We will catch up with you by boat. I don't believe that we can let it escape this time. As long as we find its trace, I will call for support immediately. We must not let it escape." Yiming held a gun in his hand, and the bullet was the most special. It was a special bullet. The bullet was a long spike, and the middle part was a signal transmitter. As long as it was hid on an animal, it could be nailed on it. Thus, following the trail of animals, Yiming learned a lesson from the last battle and put the locator in the animal's body, so the Dragon King would also expel the locator from the body when he excreted. Since this is the case, they can only use new methods. Directly nail the signal transmitter on the Dragon King's body, so I don't believe it can be discharged. The front end of the signal transmitter is a nail with a barb. As long as it is nailed to the crocodile, it is not easy to take it off. Moreover, in order to fully adapt to life in the water, the crocodile's claws have degraded a lot, and they cannot reach the big part of the body at all. In most areas, it is impossible to pull off the signal transmitter on the body. A group of people chased after them along the small river, while Zhang Ziking barely maintained their ability. She was only a first-level ability user, and using the ability would consume too much energy. Shen Feng had some evolution G jelly, but now he is tracking the Dragon King. There is no way for Zhang Ziking to evolve quickly, so everyone can only cheer for Zhang Ziking, hoping that she can persevere. After chasing for 2 days, everyone finally learned from witnesses by the small river that the Dragon King just ate 2 people and was swimming south. Shen Feng quickly unfolded the paraglider behind him, stretched out his hand to Yiming, and said, "Give me the gun, I'll catch up and give the Dragon King a shot." Yiming quickly handed the gun to Shen Feng, and Shen Feng summoned a gust of wind, and with the help of the wind, he immediately flew into the sky and flew along the small river. At this time, the mutated crocodile just surfaced to take a breath, and the large black shadow in the river looked very scary. Shen Feng aimed at the back of the mutated crocodile, and suddenly shot out, "Duke!" The bullet hit the mutated crocodile, immediately aroused the crocodile's vigilance, suddenly looked up at the sky, and found the old enemy Shen Feng appeared in the sky, immediately felt that something was wrong, quickly dived into the water, and hid in the water. The mutated crocodile's skin was very thick, so when the signal transmitter hid him, he just felt a little itchy on his back and didn't feel any discomfort. However, in such an instant, the mutated crocodile was nailed to the body by the tracker again. Yiming also quickly contacted Jinling and asked Jinling for support. His combat power on the water was still very limited. In order to completely kill the Dragon King of the Yangtze River, he had to use a helicopter to support him. Missiles can kill it. After Jinling heard about this incident, they immediately dispatched 10 helicopters, all of which were equipped with missiles, towards the place. Yiming reported the mutated crocodile fled in a hurry, followed the flood and entered Chaohu Lake in a panic, but was finally trapped in the lake. It was raining heavily in the sky, and Shen Feng was always watching the huge crocodile in the lake from the sky. The crocodile has never evolved gills, so I can't stay in the water all the time. After a long time, I will come to the surface to breathe, and Shen Feng can see clearly from the sky. Once I meet the Dragon King, then pieces of wind blades will fall from the sky, and the Dragon King can't hold the wind blades' attacks, can only dive underwater. The source of Chaohu Lake was guarded by Yiming. Several people were waiting on the boat with individual missiles. As long as the mutated crocodile dared to approach, they would shoot directly. The boat was right on the shore, and the Dragon King couldn't dive into the water and overturn the boat. Yiming was observing the movement of the Dragon King of the Yangtze River with the display screen of the tracker in his hand, and found that the Dragon King was swimming in the lake constantly, but he couldn't find a way out. The Dragon King wanted to follow the flood to leave Chaohu Lake, and he didn't want to be trapped in this narrow terrain, but the current of the flood was too great, and it became impossible for the Dragon King to go upstream. There is an undercurrent in the flood. No matter whether it is brick, stone or vegetation, after the flood, the ground is basically flat. Even houses are directly washed away. There are dead trees and gravel in the water, and they are rushing downstream with great power. Dragon King. There is no way to go upstream. The former Dragon King escaped from the sky because of the flood, but after 10 days, it was trapped in the lake because of the flood. Cheohu Lake will not collapse. Not moving at all. Cheohu Lake was formed naturally, and the embankment is extremely stable. Not to mention the collision of the Dragon King, even an earthquake may not break the embankment of Cheohu Lake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318 Dragon King and number 039, Estumai. The typhoon has not always been active in the land. After it penetrated Jingxiang, it brought floods and mudslides. After more than 2 months, the typhoon was finally leaving the mainland. The weather satellite has detected the movement of the typhoon, and hastily reported the incident to the superior. After hearing about the movement after the typhoon, the headquarters finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the typhoon continues, the damage caused by the flood will expand to an unbearable level. You must know that during the past 2 months, the soldiers have been in disaster relief, but even so, hundreds of thousands of people died and disappeared in the flood. If the flood continues, the casualties will increase. But it was getting late. Shen Feng was still flying in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky. The ground was dark. There was no light around. He could hardly see anything. Fortunately, there was lightning and thunder in the sky at this time, and lightning flashed across the air from time to time. When the lightning appeared, the ground was completely white, and Shen Feng could barely see the surrounding situation clearly. At this time, the benefits of memory are reflected. Only by remembering the surrounding terrain when the lightning appears, can we ensure that we will not bump into the mountain or fall into the water. Shen Feng was very worried that he would be struck by lightning if he flew too high, and he was worried that he would be bitten by a crocodile if he flew too low, so he kept carefully observing the surrounding situation and flew in the midst of it. Fortunately, at this time, Jinling's support had already arrived. 10 helicopters flew in from afar, and their searchlights were aimed at the surface of Cheohu Lake, searching for possible mutant crocodiles in the water. A pilot spotted Shen Feng in the sky, and was startled. At first glance, he thought it was a mutated bird, but after a closer look, he found that it was a person flying in the sky. Presumably, it was Lord Fengshen flying in the sky. I heard that Lord Fengshen has learned to fly, but I didn't believe it before, but now I see that Fengshen is really powerful, and he can fly into the sky with his own strength. Mr. Shen, please land quickly, so as not to accidentally injure you. If you are caught by the propeller, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die. A pilot started to shout with a loudspeaker. Shen Feng didn't hold anything too high. If he was accidentally injured, he would really be dead, especially those propellers, which were so fast that they couldn't be seen, and once hit, the damage caused was no less than that of bullets. Shen Feng immediately went down with the wind and finally landed near the boat on the bank. The searchlights shone down from the sky, and reflected sparkling light on the water's surface. The cylindrical beam of light scanned the lake continuously, and the dark water surface was also illuminated. There was the sound of the propeller turning in the air. In the battle, it can be said that the Dragon King attaches great importance to it. This time, the Dragon King must die. In the end, the head of the Dragon King also appeared on the water surface, and the large caliber machine gun on the helicopter aimed at the crocodile's head immediately, and the hot bullets flew down immediately. The bullets on the helicopter are different from the rifle bullets. The caliber alone is almost doubled. From a distance, it looks like strips of light shooting into the water, whether it is driftwood in the water or spraying pots and pans. As long as it is hit, it will all be crushed. Blood holes appeared on the mutated crocodile's body, and blood overflowed from the wounds, obviously unable to withstand the large caliber bullets. When K. Yiming saw the helicopter finally appeared, he also leaned against the side of the boat, took a long breath, and said, "Now the support has arrived, it should be victory now. Isn't it just a big crocodile can't even hold a bullet, let alone a missile?" Shen Feng also folded the paraglider on his back, stood on the shore and began to watch the battle. 10 fighter jets were circling continuously in the sky, and the searchlights shone down from the sky, like huge pillars. Going underground, it seems to connect heaven and earth. No matter where the mutated crocodile appeared, the helicopter would move over immediately, and the hot bullets tilted down, hitting the mutated crocodile so hard to show its face. In the end, the mutated crocodile in the water couldn't bear it anymore. Every time it came to the surface, Before it had time to breathe properly, the searchlight immediately shone over, and then countless bullets fell, and the leather on its body couldn't bear the huge kinetic energy of the bullets at all. When the bullets landed on the body, there were blood holes one after another. If this continued, he would definitely lose. The mutated crocodile really couldn't bear it anymore. It was safe to hide underwater, but it couldn't breathe. It would be attacked immediately when it surfaced, and its flesh and blood couldn't stop the bullets at all. Jianyi suddenly saw that the signal on the display screen had changed, and the signal point suddenly swam towards the south. He quickly took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Please pay attention, the mutated crocodile is fleeing to the south, pay attention." The pilots heard the latest movements of the crocodile and hurriedly flew south according to the instructions. However, at this time the crocodile suddenly came ashore, and began to crawl when its 3 claws touched the ground. It said it was crawling, but in fact it was rubbing against the ground. After frantically pulling on the ground, he actually crawled on the ground. The pilots were stunned when they saw this scene. Didn't they say that the Dragon King couldn't go ashore? How come up now? Could it be that the information in hand was wrong? Fortunately, the captain shouted loudly at this time, "Launch the missile immediately. The mutant crocodile must be killed, and it cannot be allowed to escape." The pilots immediately aimed at the mutated crocodile on the ground. As the button was pressed, 5 missiles were launched first. The missiles had already locked onto the mutated crocodile on the ground. As long as the missile hit, the mutated crocodile would surely die. The mutated crocodile also found the missile falling from the sky, and its strong desire to survive burst out. The 3 claws crazily pawed at the ground, and the speed increased sharply, rushing to the small town ahead. Missiles can track targets within a certain range, but they are not very effective in small towns. When the end comes, the town will be abandoned, but the buildings are still standing on the ground, and the missiles will eventually hit the houses. The house fell down, dust was everywhere, and it even blocked a piece of sight. Everyone scatter and shoot, and block the exits of the entire town. The Dragon King must not be allowed to escape. The captain shouted loudly. The helicopters quickly spread out and surrounded the town from several directions, and the machine guns were aimed at the crocodiles in the town. The mutated crocodile has a huge body, 7 or 8 meters in width alone, and a slender figure. Walking on the streets of the small town, its body is actually stuck by the street. The crocodile kept fleeing, while the helicopters in the sky kept shooting downwards. A large number of bullets were blocked by buildings, and only a few bullets hit the crocodile, which did not cause too much damage to the crocodile. However, there is a forest in the southeast of the town. These trees are not tall, but they can cover the huge body of the mutated crocodile. The mutated crocodile apparently found a forest in the south, and he is too familiar with it. When he was hunted down from Yazhou, he was forced to enter the forest and forced himself to go through thousands of mountains and rivers. When we reached the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, the woods appeared in front of us, which proved that the way to survive had already appeared. A helicopter spotted the movement of the crocodile, and immediately became anxious. If the crocodile escaped, wouldn't it be a return to the mountain? So, a missile was launched directly, ready to intercept the mutated crocodile. The speed of the mutant crocodile is very fast, especially after entering the woods. The claws can pull the trunk without rubbing on the ground all the time, and the speed has become much faster. The missile finally came a little slower. When the mutant crocodile was about to enter the woods, when it was launched, only part of the crocodile's tail was blown off. The huge explosion made a big hole in the ground, and more than a dozen big trees fell down. The mutated crocodile has already entered the woods at this time. Looking down from the helicopter, the searchlights are constantly shining, and you can only see small trees falling down one after another. Pulling down mountains and falling trees. I think this is the scene the helicopter kept tracking, but suddenly a forest appeared in the south. There were many hills and ravines everywhere, and there was no trace of the mutated crocodile. For a while the captain and the others kept circling over the forest, but they couldn't find the mutated crocodile. In the depths of the forest, the huge crocodile was motionless, its black body lying on the ground like a huge stone, and now the ground is pitch black, and as long as the crocodile doesn't move, there won't be any mutated crocodiles on the helicopter. In the end, the captain took out the walkie-talkie and said, "The Dragon King has entered the mountain, and we have lost track of him. Please report the current location of the crocodile." When Jianyi heard the news, he couldn't help but wonder if he had heard it wrong. 10 helicopters, could all of them let go of the mutated crocodile? He looked at the display screen and said, "It's in the ditch between 2 mountains. There are hills on both sides, and there is a small river flowing, and the Dragon King is in the ditch. The helicopter got the bearing, and immediately aimed at the valley, launching all the remaining missiles, but it couldn't do anything except blow up many big trees. Some trees were ignited by missiles, but were then extinguished by heavy rain from the sky. The helicopter flew here in the middle of the night, and the fuel was not enough, so I finally chose to return to Jinling. Yiming had no choice but to abandon the boat, put on his equipment and chase after the crocodile rubbed against the ground. It is not clear whether the mutated crocodile is dead or not. Now he must catch up and take a closer look. While walking, Shen Feng asked, "Brother Lu, didn't you say that the Dragon King can no longer go ashore in order to adapt to the water environment? Why is the crocodile coming up again at this time, Lu?" K1 spread his hands, and said helplessly, "You ask me, I don't know, but if you think about it, you will jump over the wall. Crocodiles are amphibians, there is really no way. This can also go ashore, but he must not stay on the ground for a long time." Originally, everyone had tacitly agreed that it was impossible for the Dragon King to go ashore, but now, the mutant crocodile that was driven to death and still went ashore and entered the woods. This was an unexpected situation. The five of them immediately entered the forest. There were long scratches on the ground, and there was also a lot of blood on the ground. It was obvious at a glance that it was left by the mutated crocodile. Yiming asked everyone to take out the strong flashlights, and shouted loudly, "Pay attention to your surroundings while walking. There are many mutant animals in the mountains, be careful." Shen Feng looked at Yiming suspiciously, and asked, "How do you know that there are many mutant beasts in the mountains, K?" Yiming said proudly, "This is what you don't know. Didn't I go to Yeshao to look for you last year? I used to search for you in the mountains for a long time and saw a lot of mutant beasts, back then." Yiming started looking for Shen Feng when he was in the mountains. During this period, he saw many mutant animals in the mountains. While looking for Shen Feng, he ate wild game in the mountains, but he couldn't find Shen Feng in the end. And finally did everything possible to go to Yeshao, and finally waited until Shen Feng appeared. Shen Feng glanced at Yiming suspiciously, and suddenly remembered something, and couldn't help asking, "Speaking of which, have you planted eyeliners in Yeshao, K?" Yiming quickly denied it, but his eyes were a little wandering. "No, no one has ever been watching you. I found you before, and I found it myself." Shen Feng didn't believe what Yiming said, but there was no evidence right now, so he could only give up. The crowd walked a long distance in the mountains in the rain, and finally came to the ravine that was bombed. The place has turned into scorched earth. Although the river is still flowing, there is a burnt smell in the air. Why? Can't you see the Dragon King? Could it be blown to pieces? Shen Feng couldn't help asking. Zhang Ziking's eyes were quick, and he found an object on the ground, so he immediately picked it up, and asked a few people, "Look, is this a signal transmitter? Why did it fall to the ground, K?" Yiming took a look at the signal transmitter, shook his head helplessly, and said, "Dragon King must have been moving fast in the mountains and accidentally scratched the signal transmitter off his back. It's a pity that so many missiles were shot crookedly." Now, Yiming knew that his mission to kill the Dragon King might have failed. However, Zhang Ziking used his ability to project. Everyone watched the projection with flashlights, only to find the mutated crocodile rushing down a cliff. "Look! Over there, the Dragon King is over there." Lu K1 pointed to a pale green spot of light in the distance and said loudly. Chapter 319 The Dragon King and Number 039, Doom Part 3. Lu Kevin saw the light below the cliff in the distance, which is more than 200 meters away. The bottom of this cliff is sunken, and it is difficult to see from the sky. Moreover, the mutated crocodile has a messy skin. It was dark and hard, and looked like a stone. If it weren't for the green light from its open eyes, it would be really difficult to find one eye. Of the Dragon King had been blinded by Shen Feng, so there was only one eye left. Lu Kwan saw the light green light and immediately realized that this was the mutant crocodile. Everyone was reminded by Lu Kwan, and they suddenly became nervous. They didn't expect the mutated crocodile to be so close to their side. If the Dragon King suddenly attacked, they would suffer heavy casualties. Shen Feng and Yiming immediately stood in front, and Yiming said to the three behind him, "Hurry up and back up, be careful, this thing is very fast." Everyone retreated quickly, while Shen Feng and Yiming rushed towards the bottom of the cliff. Now they are on land. Whether it is Shen Feng or Yiming, their combat power has more than doubled, and the crocodile that left the water and its ability can no longer threaten Shen Feng and Ke Yiming. When Shen Feng and Ke Yiming arrived at the bottom of the cliff, they found that the mutated crocodile was lying obediently, not doing anything, but panting heavily. Can't move. Seeing this scene, both Shen Feng and Ke Yiming found it inconceivable that they were still alive and well before, but now why did the mutated crocodile suddenly lie on its stomach weakly? Could it be to lure themselves to attack? The body of the mutated crocodile is full of large and small wounds, most of which are bullet holes. This is the result of being shot by a large caliber machine gun. One shot is a horrible blood hole, and the blood is still there. It flows continuously from the body, and the biggest wound of the mutated crocodile is the tail. Although it got into the woods in time, the missile still broke its tail. Although crocodiles and geckos are reptiles, but the regenerative capacity is clearly different. Shen Feng saw the mutated crocodile lying weakly under the cliff, and said to Ke Yiming, "We are attacking it from a distance now, don't get close, otherwise this thing is dying, and it might cause a lot of damage." Ke Yiming nodded, and a huge fireball appeared in his hand. The rain fell on the fireball, and there was a shishi sound immediately, and white smoke burst out immediately. Ke Yiming gritted his teeth and threw out a huge fireball. The fireball the size of a water tank shot towards the mutant crocodile. If the mutant crocodile didn't dodge, it would definitely be hit by the fireball, but in the end, the mutated crocodile didn't dodge either. The fiery fireball hit the mutated crocodile, immediately roasting its flesh. The mutated crocodile let out a final cry, gradually closed its eyes, and gradually lost its breath. Shen Feng didn't dare to underestimate the Dragon King, for fear that this guy was pretending to be dead, so he cast Wind of Fury. Hundreds of wind blades flew out, and the sharp wind blades cut through the crocodile's body, cutting its body continuously. Minced meat flew everywhere, but the Dragon King remained motionless at this moment. Shen Feng understood that the Dragon King was really dead. Shen Feng quickly called the three people behind him over. After hearing the description just now, Lu Keiwen stroked his chin and said, "It seems that the mutated crocodile just now is at the end of its battle. First, it lost too much blood, the body temperature loss was serious, and then, after leaving the water, its huge weight pressed on the internal organs, especially the lungs, and it was very difficult to breathe air. Even if we didn't kill it, it couldn't survive. For land animals, the lungs are very important. The lungs are related to the heart. If the lungs are broken or damaged, it will directly affect the function of the heart. Those who don't go down will eventually die from lack of oxygen. The mutated crocodile has evolved, and it really looks like a legendary dragon in the water, but its body can only move in the water. Once out of the water, it should respond to a few words in the storytelling. The dragon swims in shallow water and is attacked by shrimps, and the tiger Luo Pingyang is bullied by dogs. A powerful civet cat is as happy as a tiger, and a shedding phoenix is not as happy as a chicken." Shen Feng nodded, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "It seems that the mission has been completed, and we can go home. In the next 6 months, don't expect anything special to happen." Lu Keiwen also nodded, and said, "Indeed, from the end of the day to now, I've been busy all day, and it's rare to have a little leisure time. After I go back, I usually don't plan to come out, even. If Shen Feng is a supernatural person, he already feels very tired. Originally, he was an otaku who stayed at home or in the dormitory. Living and working hard, he really wants to stay in the room quietly and read comics or play games." Ke Yiming looked at the current environment. It was dark and the road was slippery, and it was not easy to drive, so he suggested, "Let's go under the cliff to take shelter from the rain, just to roast the mutated crocodile, and discuss the future by the way. What do you say?" "How about it, everyone?" agreed, so they all sheltered from the rain under the cliff. There's a big depression here, and the rain cannot directly pour into it. Moving the mutated crocodile's body can block most of the wind and rain outside. Everyone hid in the cave, first raised a flame, then cut off the meat of the mutated crocodile, put it next to the fire and started roasting. Lu Keiwen saw that the leather on the mutated crocodile was very hard, and originally wanted to take some away. It would be good if it could be made into a wallet or leather shoes, but after careful observation, he gave up on this plan, because the crocodile skin is really hard. It is too thick to be made into a purse at all, and even if it is made into shoes, it must be very painful. Ke Yiming said to Shen Feng, "Next I'm going to Jinling, and Laoli will go with me. The main reason is that Nanjing will give us cash rewards. You should go too. I heard that there are many the media will go to interview. Shen Feng, you will definitely be able to show the limelight." Shen Feng shrugged and said, I have been away from home for more than a month. I want to go back and have a look. There is no need to be in the limelight anymore. I have already been in the limelight in Yanjing. Shen Feng rejected Ke Yiming's invitation because he was worried about Chang Jianyi, who was far away in Yuzhou. There had been no news about Chang Jianyi these days at this point. Of course, Lu Keiwen went back with Shen Feng, and all his family members died in the apocalypse. Now that the world is in chaos, it is more appropriate to stay in Yuzhou. At least it is safe and the work will not be particularly tiring. Zhang Ziqing said while eating barbecue, I want to follow the big sister. She has protected us for a long time. Someone wanted to bully us before. It was the big sister who killed him and then avenged me. I'm going to the Dabi Mountains. She leave a mark so I can find her. Shen Feng nodded and said, it seems that we are going to go our separate ways. I can send Zhang Ziqing to Dabi Mountain. Anyway, I will drop by. Ke Yiming, I will not send you off. You can go on your own. Take care of yourself. When Ke Yiming heard Shen Feng's words, he couldn't help but roll his eyes immediately, and said angrily, why are you so disappointed? We're leaving tomorrow, and you're leaving now. Isn't that making everyone feel uncomfortable? Besides, in the future there are so many opportunities to meet each other, why bother to be so coy? Shen Feng shrugged, shook his head helplessly, and said, are there really many opportunities to meet each other? I don't think so. Maybe the next time we meet will be a world apart. Damn, are you cursing me to death? We have no grudges in the past, and we have no grudges in the present. Can you stop saying such unlucky words? Ke Yiming couldn't help it immediately. Shen Feng smiled and said nothing, but Shen Feng also knows that in the end of the world, no one knows what kind of dangers they will encounter. Nowadays, there are wars everywhere, and accidents may occur at any time. If some words are not said when saying goodbye, there may not be opportunities in the future, said Ke Yiming. Leaned against the stone wall after eating the barbecue, and said to himself, now I have completed a difficult task. Although I have your help, this is something that has become famous. After I go to Jingling, maybe I can also get an exclusive title. What do you think should be my name? Without even thinking about it, Shen Feng replied directly, the title, just call it Vulcan. Ke Yiming shook his head quickly and said, no way, Xiao Sheng's title in the general population is Vulcan. If I call this name now, it will be equivalent to repeating it. Let's change to a louder name, Lu. Keiwen interjected, then why not call it according to the Greek mythology? The god of fire seems to be called Hephaestus. Isn't Xiao Sheng's title called Zhurong? The god of fire in the east. You are the god of fire in the west, so you can. Is there a distinction? The distinction can be made, but it's too awkward, isn't it? Ke Yiming was still dissatisfied, feeling that the title Lu Keiwen came up with was not very good. Zhang Ziqing also joined the discussion. She thought about it carefully, and said, it's better to call it Longian. It means dragon slang flame. It just so happens that you killed this mutated crocodile, so it's a suitable name. That's right. Xiaomi Zheng was thoughtful, so she called her by this name. When it is mentioned in the future, everyone will know that I killed the Dragon King of the Yangtze River. Ke Yiming nodded, and couldn't help being a little excited. After dawn, it was no longer raining in the sky. Although the sky was gloomy, as long as it didn't rain, it was a good thing. Ke Yiming carried a tape recorder and could receive the radio at any time. After listening to the weather forecast for a while, he realized that the typhoon was about to return to the Pacific Ocean. After more than 2 months, the typhoon finally ended, which meant that the flood would also disappeared. Shen Feng and Lu Keiwen took Zhang Ziqing and walked westward, while Ke Yiming and Lao Li walked eastward. Shen Feng was going home, and Ke Yiming was going to receive the reward if there is enough manpower. The mutated crocodile's body of hundreds of tons must be dragged away. Even if it is meat, tens of thousands of people can eat a meal, but Shen Feng has only 5 people, and the heavy crocodile is not enough. The way to take it away, everyone can only cut off some meat and take it away as dry food, but the crocodile's body can only be thrown in the mountain. It's a pity. The mutated beasts in the mountains are cheap. Lu Keiwen was a little bit pity. So much meat does not know how many evolutionaries can be produced. It is a pity that it is left to rot in the mountains for nothing. Maybe it will be killed by the mutated beasts in a few days. It would be a pity to eat only the skeleton. In fact, Shen Feng also wanted to take the Dragon King's head away, but even if he cut off the Dragon King's head, it would still weigh dozens of tons, and he could barely lift it up by himself. But he couldn't do it if he was on the road. So, Shen Feng can only leave with regret. There are extraterrestrial elements in many mutated beasts. When he was in Yanjing, Chai Qifu had already detected it with his supernatural power. The stronger the mutated beast, the more likely it is to contain extraterrestrial elements, although not necessarily able to use abilities, but it is possible to order the rest of the mutant beasts under his command. Forget it's not a pity for this thing, it's better to hurry back and go back. Shen Feng shook his head regretfully, and left with Zhang Ziqing. As soon as Shen Feng left the cliff, soldiers soon came to their place of residence last night. When K. Yiming reported to his superiors, he mentioned the location of the Dragon King's body. By the way, he didn't think there was any problem, because he just don't think the Dragon King's corpse is of great value. Isn't it just hundreds of tons of crocodile meat? Why mobilize the crowd? Besides, at this time, the soldiers are all doing disaster relief in the Jianghui area, and they don't have time to deal with a dead crocodile. However, Jinling's laboratory knew the importance of the mutated crocodile, especially since the Dragon King of the Yangtze River was so huge that there might be extraterrestrial elements in his brain, so they immediately sent soldiers to deal with it. The soldiers dismembered the huge body of the Dragon King and transported it away by air by helicopter, especially the head of the mutated crocodile, which was the most important part and needed to be sent directly to the laboratory in Jinling without any delay. Shen Feng thought that the mutated crocodile would be eaten by the rest of the mutated beasts, but that didn't happen because the army immediately took the mutated crocodile away. Moreover, more than a dozen helicopters flew over to lift away the decomposed mutated crocodiles. It would be a waste if so much meat was left in the wild. If you're lucky, you'll be able to create a few supernatural beings. Chapter 320 Dawn number 039, Take care about spring and autumn. The scenery of Dabi Mountain is very good, especially in midsummer, after irrigation by rain. The wildflowers on the mountain are very brilliant and colorful. There are bees and butterflies flying around the flowers, looking peaceful. There is no lack of dangers among the high mountains. There are straight up and down cliffs, and there are also bottomless ravines. There are pines growing on the cliffs. If you don't walk it yourself, you can't imagine such a dangerous place in the world. No wonder everyone ran to the mountains during the war. It's really hard to find. Shen Feng couldn't help admiring the mountains and rivers in troubled times. When people lack a sense of security, they always like to get into the mountains and wait until the war is over before coming out. And the more precipitous the place, the more people live there, which is also a forced behavior. Zhang Ziqing took the map and looked at it seriously. She was looking for the place to meet Mu Ying. Finally, after walking in the mountains for 2 days, she saw the mark left by Mu Ying. We found the marker, let's go, Zhang Ziqing said happily. Shen Feng was also worried about Zhang Ziqing going to find Mu Ying alone. There might be some beasts and poisonous insects in the mountains. Zhang Ziqing's ability is not specialized for fighting. As soon as Zhang Ziqing was sent off, it was considered a good person who had done his best. Zhang Ziqing was touched by Shen Feng's caring so much. When she was walking on the road, she couldn't help but said to Shen Feng, "You are a good person. In the last days, apart from Sister Mu who treats me so well, there's only you care about me so much." Zhang Ziqing said this from the bottom of his heart. In today's society, people are full of cannibalism. If you catch a toad, you can't wait to get oil out of it. They often squeeze the bottom people to death. There are no good people anymore, and those who label themselves as good people are often pretending to be good people. Shen Feng shrugged and said, "It's just a matter of raising your hand, and it won't take too long. Just let me take a look at the scenery." Zhang Ziqing became much more cheerful at this time. Ever since her revenge was avenged, her mentality has changed. Looking at the scorching sun and the blue sky, she felt at ease, and said to Shen Feng, "In the future, if you can't hang out outside, then come to the Dabi Mountains to fall grass. We will welcome you here any time." Shen Feng shook his head and said helplessly, "Stop talking nonsense. I can call the wind and rain in Yazhao, so why come to Dabi Mountain?" Suffering. Shen Feng is telling the truth now. He is the absolute boss in Yazhao. Maybe it is not a big deal in other places, but as long as he is in this area of Yazhao, no one does not know his name. As long as he develops in Yazhao honestly, he will definitely not hide in the Dabi Mountains. Lu Kaiwen interjected, "That's right. Why did we come to the Dabi Mountains to shed grass? Even if we can't get along anymore, there is Daba Mountain to the north of Yazhao. Why don't we go into Daba Mountain?" Hearing what the two said, Zhang Ziqing couldn't help laughing, and said while laughing, Okay, I misjudged you. You are all dragons and phoenixes, so you don't need to hide in the Dabi Mountains. Okay, alright, Zhang Ziking also found it funny. He just invited the other party along the way, but it turned out to be his own fault. The three walked along the mark left by Mu Ying, and after half a day, they met Mu Ying, who had returned from hunting. Now, with Mu Ying leading the way, the three of them came directly to the stronghold. The top of the mountain is flat, with cliffs on three sides, and the only remaining passage is twisted and narrow. It can be said that this is a terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as the passage is guarded, no one can easily come up. On Mu Ying's back was a huge mutated animal. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a mutated wild boar, which is the most common thing in the south, but with a body as big as a bison, most people really can't handle it. After entering the top of the mountain, Shen Feng saw a group of women who were building shacks. After entering the deep mountains and old forests, they were much happier and left the once sinful place. After a meal, they would rather stay here. There are several caves at the back of the mountain. During this period of time, Mu Ying and others lived in the caves, but it was inconvenient to live in the caves, and the accumulated water could not be drained out. When a fire was lit in the caves, the smoke was lingering, which was unbearable. I can't stop crying, so, no matter what, you can't live in a cave anymore. It's not good for your health. Even if you build a shack, you must live outside. Shen Feng watched a group of people building a shelter, and some people came forward to break down the wild boar and prepare to make dinner. Although the place is poor, it can be known that these people are willing. You're living in the mountains. You're really wasting your talent. You know, there are very few people who can become fourth-order supernatural beings. Are you really willing to live in the mountains like this? Shen Feng couldn't help but ask. Koki Sakura asked. Mu Ying smiled and said, our pursuit is different. You want to be famous and powerful, but I want to live a quiet life, so there's nothing wrong with me staying on the mountain. But you, staying outside requires constant consideration of future decisions, which, in my opinion, is exhausting. To this, Shen Feng was speechless. He could only shrug his shoulders and say nothing. In fact, Mu Ying's current state of mind is a poem by Mr. Lu Sun, hiding in a small building to form a unity, regardless of his winter, summer and spring and autumn. Obviously, this is self-avoidance, in order not to face danger, in order not to encounter setbacks, so he keeps avoiding. But having said that, although evasion is shameful, it is often useful, and Shen Feng is not qualified to accuse Mu Ying of evading her behavior, so she can only shrug her shoulders and stop persuading her. There is a spring on the mountain. After it flows out, it falls from the edge of the cliff. The sound of crashing water keeps going. If you build a villa here, you will definitely be able to sell it at a high price. Of course, it is the end of the day, and almost everyone no one has the idea of living in the wild as they squeeze into the city. It is said that this mountain is called Wangman Mountain, and it was the lair of bandits a long time ago, but after the world was peaceful, all the bandits were arrested, and the cottage was also demolished, so many people forgot about this place, and only some curious people will come to the mountains to explore. Mu Ying is determined to be the king of the mountain. Anyway, the outside world is extremely dangerous, so it is better to hide in the mountain at ease. Shen Feng originally wanted to leave here directly, but Mu Ying asked to stay. Let's leave after dinner. I finally hunted down wild boars, so I'll treat you to a meal anyway. This is the way of hospitality. Lu Kaiwan also encouraged Shen Feng, saying, that's right, let's go after a meal. Santo, I've been eating compressed biscuits these days, so I should give it a try. Hearing this, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning and said, didn't you eat crocodile meat last night? This can't stop your mouth. Lu Kaiwan quickly said, it's different. The crocodile meat tastes too strong and it's not good to eat, but the wild boar is different. The meat is firm, roasted on the fire and sprinkled with spices, not to mention how delicious it is. I promise, I will leave immediately after dinner, without any delay. Shen Feng was right when he thought about it. Anyway, there was nothing urgent, and there was still time for dinner, which was only a few hours, so he left after eating. There was no problem. At dusk, Zhang Ziking came to invite Shen Feng to have dinner. At this time, Shen Feng was watching the scenery from the edge of the cliff. Shen, let's go eat, Zhang Ziking said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng nodded and followed Zhang Ziking. The dining table was very simple, that is, a few large flat stones were used as the dining table, and next to the dining table were stone piers one by one, which was extremely shabby. The food everyone ate was simple, just roasted wild boar, seasoned only with salt and chili noodles, and the wild boar thigh was served to Shen Feng, which was obviously the best part, with more lean meat and a lot of fat. Less, after peeling off the wild boar skin, the smell is also reduced by half. The wild pork is roasted on the fire. Instead of using an open flame, it is grilled on charcoal fire. The pork is roasted until it's sizzling, and the fat drips from time to time. While grilling, someone sprinkles salt and pepper on the pork. Simple, with strong fireworks, but the atmosphere is very good while eating. Mu Ying reminded Shen Feng in a low voice, I am not trying to sow discord, but to remind you of one thing. The people in the headquarters cannot be trusted, because you are not the same as them. Now that you are strong, they value you very much, but once you are weak, they will eat you up. That's all, whether you believe it or not, it's the same. Shen Feng nodded, and said casually, thank you for your reminder, I will pay attention. Although Shen Feng believed in the authenticity of what Mu Ying said, he felt that Mu Ying was always too cautious. The headquarters is indeed not friendly enough to civil society groups, but it will not directly annex civil society groups. If it really wants to do so, it will definitely cause public outrage. In the middle of the night, Chang Jianyi was still writing and drawing in the tent in the wild, while Luo Qing sat beside him and helped with the documents. It can only be said that there is very little time to use the book. Luo Qing was only a student in a technical school before. To be honest, he was already a person who has abandoned. Period. Now that I need to deal with documents, I immediately scratch my head and often need to ask Chang Jianyi for advice. Deputy City Lord, you'd better go to rest, and deal with these documents tomorrow, for the sake of the children. Luo Qing looked at the time now, and quickly persuaded Chang Jianyi. Chang Jianyi looked at the documents on the table and couldn't help but said, no, if I can't process these documents in time today, there will be more backlogs tomorrow. Besides, the child is only 5 months old, so there will be nothing wrong with it. Luo Qing shook his head helplessly, and continued to process the documents in his hands. These documents were all about the news about harvesting food and killing mutant beasts. Most of these documents were information about poor people. Some needed manpower, and some needed machines. And some need bullets and guns. It can be said that they are all asking for supplies. However, in the past half a month, Yazhao has indeed had a bumper harvest. Thanks to Chang Jianyi's ability, most of the farmland in the west area was harvested before being ruined by mutant beasts. There are at most 5 million people, and the harvested grain is enough for a year's consumption, but unfortunately, it is difficult to continuously sow the ripened land if the seeds can be planted continuously. Chang Jianyi is fully capable of solving the famine problem in Yazhao by himself, but it is obviously impossible. The ripening plants can extract all the nutrients in the soil, which is completely impossible. So again, Chang Jianyi also had some ideas. If the western plains cannot be sown again, can the eastern regions, these newly recovered regions, be able to grow crops? Even if there are many mountainous areas, after they are reclaimed, they can still bring food harvests. However, such a plan requires a large number of people to go out of the city to plant seeds, and it also needs an organizer. Yazhao will not be able to carry it out for a while. After all, there are still many mutant beasts in the mountains that are eating crops. If there are crops, they will eat crops. Someone appears. If so, then eat people, just like locusts. It would be great if Shen Feng came back. At that time, he can take the elite to kill mutant beasts, which will definitely relieve the pressure on my side. Chang Jianyi thought silently in his heart. While Chang Jianyi was working hard to correct the documents, the phone rang suddenly. She picked it up and saw that it was the Yazhao City Lord's mansion calling. She frowned and said to herself, could it be that something happened in Yazhao? Otherwise, if so, why would you call me? Chang Jianyi answered the phone and asked, hi, I'm Chang Jianyi, what's the matter, sister, come back quickly. Something happened to my grandpa. He's dying. I don't know what to do. Chu Qiaowen's crying voice came from the other end of the phone. She was crying and talking about what just happened. Chang Jianyi was startled, and quickly asked, Professor Chu has an accident? What happened, Chang? Jianyi didn't understand at all. Why would something happen to Professor Chu in Yazhao? Obviously, before I left Yazhao, I had asked Professor Chu for advice, but just half a month after I left, something happened to Professor Chu. How could it be such a coincidence? Chu Qiaowen cried and said, my grandfather fell down and is being rescued now. The doctor said to prepare for the worst. I don't know what to do now. Come back and help me." Hearing this, Chang Jianyi gradually understood the reason. It turned out that Professor Chu fell down. He was old, and if he fell, it must be very dangerous. You immediately send the helicopter to pick me up. In addition, immediately notify Shen Feng to fly back. The situation is urgent and he must come back as soon as possible. Chang Jianyi said calmly. Chapter 321. When the night fell, the city of Yuzhou was still busy. In order to get a better life, everyone was working hard, even the city lord's mansion. After Chu Yangshan returned home, the nanny immediately came to ask, Mr. Chu, what do you want to eat? I'll cook for you right away. Chu Chaoyan had to work late every day, so it was impossible to take care of her elderly grandfather anytime, anywhere, and Professor Chu's health was deteriorating. If there was no one to take care of her, something might happen to her. Hire a nanny and let her take good care of Grandpa. Chu Yangshan looked at the sky. It was already very late, and he didn't want to bother the nanny, so he said directly, "No, I've had dinner outside. It's getting late. Go back to sleep. I'll read a book in the study." After entering the study, Chu Yangshan found a pack of running seconds from the drawer, threw away the ingredient pack, and then took out a bread and gnawed it. Of course he knew that this stuff was high in calories and not healthy enough, but now the weather it's too late. It's not worth asking the nanny to cook for me. Just make do with it. Chu Yangshan has never paid attention to ostentation, and will not treat others differently because of their different identities. Therefore, Chu Yangshan has a high prestige in the hearts of many people, which is the respect from the heart of others. While gnawing on the bread, Professor Chu suddenly felt chest tightness. Then he remembered that he hadn't taken the medicine yet. He was really busy today and even forgot to take the medicine on time. In fact, he had a coronary heart disease. After the apocalypse, without medical treatment for a long time, the body is already very poor. I almost forgot to take my medicine. It's not okay. I need to take the medicine quickly, or my body won't be able to handle it. Chu Yangshan put down half a piece of bread and wanted to fetch water. He took a cup of warm water in his hand. Then I was ready to go back and sit down behind the desk. However, on the way back, the water in Professor Chu's cup spilled out, and he stepped on it, slipping and falling to the ground. Professor Chu's head hit the ground heavily, and he fell unconscious immediately. Pa! After the porcelain cup fell to the ground, it made a crisp sound, and then fell apart. The nanny was also about to rest, but at this time she suddenly heard a voice from the study, and hurried to observe, thinking, could it be that the old man accidentally knocked over the cup? Don't let anything happen. However, when the nanny found Professor Chu lying unconscious on the ground in the study, she was dumbfounded at the time. She didn't expect the old man to have an accident at this time. He was fine just now, so why did he suddenly fall to the ground? The nanny then urgently notified Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan received a call and told the nanny to send Grandpa to the hospital immediately, and she then drove to the hospital. The doctor hurriedly began to rescue him, but the doctor was not very sure that Professor Chu's condition could be cured. Miss Chu, the professor is already old, and his body is not very good. As a result, he fell at home and his brain was hit. It's hard to say whether there will be problems with the blood vessels of the brain. We can only do our best. Please also prepare for the worst. The ability said to Chu Chaoyan in a deep voice. When Chu Chaoyan heard this, she was dumbfounded. In her anxiety, she could only choose to call Chang Jianyi, hoping that Chang Jianyi could give her advice at this moment. However, Chang Jianyi had no choice but to come back in person. He could only ask Chu Chaoyan to notify Shen Feng so that Shen Feng would come back as soon as possible. When Chang Jianyi returned to Yuzhou by helicopter, she saw Chu Chaoyan sitting outside the ward. At this time, she was very panicked. Even if she encountered many dangers before, she was not so nervous and lost her composure. It's because she knows that she still has a learned grandfather, who is her only relative now, but now, her only relative is leaving her. Don't worry, Zhao Yan, the professor will be safe. Let's wait outside the operating room. Chang Jianyi comforted. While talking, Chang Jianyi grabbed Chu Chaoyan's palm. Chu Chaoyan's palm was very cold, and she seemed to be shaking slightly. She couldn't calm down. After going through life and death in the operating room, the doctors began to rescue Professor Chu. They all knew very well that the importance of Professor Chu to Yuzhou was like the existence of the Dinghe God Needle. Shen Feng's teacher, Shen Feng, and Chang Jianyi would often ask if there were any questions. If such a character died on the operating table, It would be a disaster. The dean also personally participated in the operation. He even said that his own hospital was not easy to establish. There was already a shortage of clinicians before the end of the day. After the establishment of the hospital, doctors were scarce. He even let junior college students start to learn surgery. There was a real shortage of talents, but once someone as big as Professor Chu died in his own hospital, and once Shen Feng and Chu Chaoyan got angry, the whole hospital might be disbanded. I must keep this hospital, and I can't let my desire to cure the disease and save the patient fail. The dean thought in his heart the training of clinicians is simply a matter of countless efforts. Every clinician has more than 10 years of hard work behind him. After coming out, it will take 3 years of regular training and 10 years to train a qualified clinician, and it is impossible to train a doctor smoothly in a short period of time, and there is only one hospital in Yazhou, which is achieved by the concentration of doctors among millions of people. Although there are many small clinics in the city, when it comes to surgical conditions, they are completely different, so this is the only one. A hospital is the hope of countless people. The dean gathered excellent doctors to come to the hospital for consultation. After the consultation, the operation was performed immediately. Even if the doctors were still asleep, they must come to the hospital. The survival of the hospital is the most important thing now. The operation lasted for more than 4 hours, and when the operation was over, the outside of the window gradually became brighter. The dean led the tired doctors out of the operating room, and directly faced Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan outside. Neither of them slept, and they waited from night to early morning. "Dean, how is it? How is my grandfather?" Chu Chaoyan hurriedly stepped forward to ask. The dean looked haggard, shook his head gently, and said, "The operation was successful, and the problem of cerebral hemorrhage has been resolved, but Professor Chu's health is too bad, and he may not be able to carry it through. Hurry up and tell the funeral. We have done our best." After the fall, Professor Chu suffered cerebral hemorrhage, and it was an intracranial hemorrhage, and he didn't take medicine all day yesterday, and he also had a heart attack. Now it is not easy to survive after rescue. When the dean said this, he lowered his head and remained silent. Chu Chaoyan suddenly thought of something at this time, and quickly turned to Chang Jianyi and asked, "Sister, give my grandfather an evolutionary potion, okay? Maybe my grandfather can become an evolutionary." Hearing this, the dean quickly stopped him and said, "No, absolutely not. Professor Chu's health is already very poor, and he can't stand the torment. If he takes the evolution potion forcibly, he may not be able to survive the evolution. Will die immediately. His heart can no longer bear more pressure. Ordinary people become evolutionaries or supernatural beings, and their bodies will be transformed by viral proteins. People with better health are more likely to resist evolution, while people with poorer health are less likely to survive. The reason is very simple. Among the human organs, the most important thing is actually the heart, because the heart is responsible for the function of pumping blood. Once the pumping fails, all parts of the body will lose oxygen and energy, and they will die on the spot. The professor's body can no longer withstand the pressure brought by evolution. Chu Chaoyan lowered her head in frustration. Her eyes were empty, as if she had lost all strength. Chang Jianyi also hurriedly comforted Chu Chaoyan, saying that such a thing as life and death is something that everyone does not want to encounter, but things backfired. What should happen will always happen. Professor Chu was sent to a separate ward for care, with tubes of all sizes inserted into his body, oxygen tubes, and electrocardiograms. The nurse has been observing Professor Chu's condition, and will promptly notify the doctor if any dangerous situation occurs. And Professor Chu finally woke up an hour after the operation. He opened his eyes and saw Chu Chaoyan and Chang Jianyi beside the bed. "She is very sad. Grandpa, are you awake? You must persevere, you will definitely recover." Chu Chaoyan said to her grandfather quickly. When Professor Chu heard this, he shook his head with a wry smile, and then said, "I seem to be really old, and I'm very tired, but I'm over 60 years old, so I've lived a long life. Jin, I have also seen the turmoil in the world, and now I am leaving this world. I have thought about this matter a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Chang Jianyi also hurriedly said, "Professor, don't worry, you will be able to resist. I have a lot of northeast ginseng and curry, and I have asked people to make soup. After you drink it, you will recover quickly, Professor." Chu was still smiling wryly. His face was pale. He looked at Chang Jianyi and said, "I know my physical condition. Probably I can't withstand this catastrophe. Now, my time is coming. Chang Jianyi, I beg you one thing, please promise me." Chang Jianyi nodded quickly, and said seriously, Professor, tell me, I will definitely do it, Professor. Chu raised his weak hand, pointed at Chu Qiaoyan, and said in a low voice, Qiaoyan is my last relative, and I am most concerned about her. I also know that no one is willing to share their beloved, but this is the end of the matter. I hope you can take good care of Qiaoyan and don't make things difficult for her, Chang. Jianyi hesitated for a moment, nodded and said sincerely, Professor, don't worry, after the palace is completed, I will let Qiaoyan live in it. From then on, we are sisters, and she and I are a family. It will make her feel wronged, Chang. Jianyi also knew that when a person is about to die, his words are good. For an old man before death, he should try his best to satisfy his wishes. Professor Chu nodded with a smile on his face afterwards. Professor Chu thought of something and said quickly, I have something to say to Shen Feng about the future of Yeziao. I'm worried that he won't be able to see the immediate danger. I must remind him now. Get some paper and notes, Chang. Jianyi wanted to get up to get the pen and paper, but Chu Qiaoyan asked Chang Jianyi to sit down, and she went to find the pen and paper herself, and began to record what Professor Chu said. Professor Chu said in a low voice, nowadays the world is in chaos, and heroes are taking advantage of the situation. In a short period of time, the world will not be peaceful, and the Yeshao area is very important. As long as you maintain peace, you will be able to enjoy everything. Therefore, Shen Feng, the most important thing is to maintain the stability of the region. When the world is settled, you will surely make great contributions. The foundation of Yeziao is not stable, the public and private are not clear enough, and the mutant beasts in the south continue to harass. Chu Qiaoyan carefully recorded what Grandpa said, while Chang Jianyi asked all the nurses in the ward to go out. At this time, except for important people, no one else should be allowed to hear the content. Professor Chu rambled on for half an hour, talking about all the general issues, and gave Shen Feng a lot of suggestions. Chu Qiaoyan kept recording, and Chang Jianyi was also listening carefully. There are only 3 people in the room, and others have no idea what the people in the room are talking about. When Professor Chu finished the last thing he wanted to say, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before that he was able to insist on finishing his words by relying on one breath to hold on. My heart also suddenly ached. You can take care of yourself, old man. Professor Chu said the last sentence in his life with difficulty, then closed his eyes forever. The electrocardiogram was straight, and the instrument also made a harsh sound. Chu Yangshan's eyes went dark, and then he lost consciousness forever. No one knows when he will die, even Chu Yangshan himself. He worked hard all his life, and in the first half of his life, he was proud of his success and became a knowledgeable professor that others looked up to. But until now, he still fell on the hospital bed and ended up in a dismal end. Before he passed away, there were only 2 juniors around him, and he wanted to see him the most. Shen Feng also failed to appear for a long time. Chapter 322 Attack in the Air. Shen Feng and Lu Keiwen left Wangman Mountain after dinner, turned on the flashlights and took advantage of the night to drive. With the existence of Shen Feng, a 5th-level supernatural being, Lu Keiwen was not worried about his own safety. Be careful that the mountain road is rugged, don't sprain your feet. The moonlight in the sky is hazy, and the surroundings of the moon are blurred, which seems to have a sense of mystery. However, in the process of rushing, the satellite phone on Shen Feng's body rang, and he quickly picked it up to connect, but there was bad news about Professor Chu. Shen Feng, my grandfather fell at home, I don't know what will happen in the future, please come back soon. Chu Qiaoyan cried and said on the phone. Shen Feng heard the news and quickly replied, don't worry, I'll be right back. After finishing speaking, Shen Feng opened the paraglider on his back, ready to take off. For the elderly, the most dangerous situation is often falling. The bones of the elderly are fragile. If they fall to the ground casually, that is the end of their bones and tendons. Moreover, the ground is cold and they lie on the ground for too long. The impact on the organs would be very serious, and Shen Feng did not expect this kind of thing to happen to Professor Chu. Seeing that Shen Feng was about to take off, Lu Keiwen quickly grabbed Shen Feng's sleeve and asked, City Master, what should I do if you fly away? I am a first-order evolutionary, and many mutant beasts can eat me. Yes, I have no ability to protect myself. Hearing Kevin Lu's question, Shen Feng frowned and thought about it. If possible, he wanted to take Kevin Lu directly back to Yazhao, but he had no choice but to take one person with a paraglider. Follow Lu Kevin back together. Suddenly, Shen Feng thought of an idea, and immediately handed the satellite phone on Lu Kaiwen to Lu Kaiwen, and said, "You go to live with Mu Ying temporarily, and when I return to Yazhou, I will find a way to contact K Yiming and let him on the way back after attending the celebration banquet in Jinling. I will take you with me, and when you arrive at the Three Gorges, I will send someone to pick you up by boat. Understand?" It's okay for Lu Kaiwen to disagree now. There are too many dangers in the wild now. Without the protection of supernatural beings and a large number of soldiers around, it can be said that he is in danger. In this case, it is safer to go back to Wangman Mountain to live. When K Yiming returns to the Three Gorges, he can hitch a ride by himself. This is the insurance move, City Lord. You have a smooth journey. Lu Kaiwen said reluctantly. Shen Feng nodded, jumped up to the side of the steep slope. A gust of wind blew behind him, and then he flew towards the west. Something happened to Professor Chu. This was something that Shen Feng never thought of. It was clear that Professor Chu was in good health before, but after he fell down, his life and death were uncertain. It can only be said that the world is impermanent, and the life of ordinary people is so fragile. If something happens, and Shen Feng felt very guilty. Before, he used Professor Chu as his teacher and studied history and politics. Shen Feng asked Feng Shichen to answer more than half of the questions asked by the teacher. The above was written by someone else, and Shen Feng felt uneasy if he deceived the teacher like this. At this time, Shen Feng suddenly felt sorry for Professor Chu. Although Professor Chu has been teaching him patiently, most of his answers are for others to answer. This is simply deceiving the elders. For this matter, Shen Feng was worried that he would not have the opportunity to apologize up. "Professor, you must be fine." Shen Feng thought silently in his heart. Shen Feng took off in the middle of the night, thanks to the existence of the moon in the sky, so Shen Feng could see the situation on the ground so that he would not get lost. Although he is flying in the sky, Shen Feng's speed is not fast enough. He can only glide in the sky, which is called flying, but he doesn't even have wings, so it is difficult to change the speed. Shen Feng estimated that although he could avoid detours when he was in the sky, according to his current speed, it would take at least one day to reach Yazhou. The sky is gradually getting brighter, and the sun appears in the east. As the sun rises, the birds also start to look for food. It is true that the early bird catches the worm, because many birds are blind at night and cannot see their surroundings at all. So, after dawn, they all ran out to find food. Shen Feng flew for most of the night, from Dabi Mountain to Wuding Mountain. When he passed Jingxiang, he saw the flood that had dissipated on the ground when the typhoon swept across the land before. It brought rainwater that lasted for 2 months, and the ground was full of accumulated water that could not be discharged. However, Jingxiang has a special terrain, and too much accumulated water immediately formed a flood. Countless people hid in high places for refuge. A large number of houses were washed away. It can be said that it is a vast ocean when viewed from the sky to the ground. For animals on land, this is pure disaster, but for animals in the sky and animals in the water, it is pie in the sky. Animals that fall into the water are like a buffet for them, and humans have no resistance ability, can only let them prey. The zombies in the Jingxiang area were also emptied due to the flood. Even the Corpse King couldn't resist the flood. Tens of millions of zombies fattened the fish and birds in the Jingxiang area. While Shen Feng was flying, black shadows suddenly flew out of the mountains. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be sparrows. These sparrows had black spots on both sides of their heads. They were as strong as ducks, and the most terrible thing was that these sparrows flew into the sky in groups. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng quickly raised his altitude, hoping to avoid this group of sparrows. Shen Feng wanted to avoid the sparrows, but a large group of sparrows were not happy. "The sky is our territory. You dare to go to the sky by a human, which is completely challenging our authority. Moreover, you are a human being. Who can eat?" As a result, thousands of sparrows flew to Shen Feng, chirping and flying, their wings rubbing against each other and making a rushing sound. "Damn it, you dare to harass me at a time like this." Shen Feng saw a sparrow flying up below, flying towards him, and immediately became angry. Obviously now he needs to rush back to Yazhou as soon as possible, but now it's abominable to have things that don't open your eyes come to make trouble for you. Shen Feng didn't want to get entangled with the sparrows any longer, but the sparrows were very fast. Within just a breath, a large group of sparrows flew up and rushed towards Shen Feng. Seeing this, Shen Feng could only fight against the mutated sparrows. In an instant, he used the wind of fury, and hundreds of wind blades fell rapidly from the sky, piercing through a large area of mutated sparrows, and blood mist burst out in the air instantly. A sparrow was pierced by the wind blade and fell down, flying its feathers. It was just a face-to-face, and Shen Feng used his supernatural power to kill most of the mutated sparrow. The wind blade can penetrate the body of the mutated sparrow without any effort. There is no comparison between the sparrow and the mutated crocodile. The mutated crocodile has thick armor. Shen Feng must let thousands of wind blades attack the mutated crocodile in order to break through the defense and cause damage. But in the matter of dealing with the mutated sparrows in the sky, the wind blade showed great power. A single wind blade can penetrate 5 or 6 mutated sparrows in a row. The sparrows, which were originally in a dense formation, were easily slaughtered after encountering Shen Feng. It was only then that the sparrows discovered that the person who could fly into the sky seemed to be different from the people they had seen in the water or on the ground before. Their combat power was too strong, but they killed thousands of mutated sparrows in an instant, and the remaining sparrows immediately went to the woods drop-in. Shen Feng watched the remaining hundreds of mutated sparrows fall, and couldn't help showing a look of contempt on his face, and then said, "Sparrows are sparrows, no matter how many there are. It is impossible to cause harm." Shen Feng continued to fly westward. He thought that after the mutant sparrow suffered a loss, he would definitely not dare to have any thoughts about himself. However, just 10 minutes later, Shen Feng heard a strange sound, which seemed to be a humming sound, and this sound was still getting louder, as if it was approaching him. Shen Feng looked back and was shocked. The sun had already risen in the eastern sky, but it was dark in the sky. Even the sunlight was blocked a lot, making the ground look very gloomy. There are countless mutated sparrows flying into the sky, but they are as dense as locusts. Compared with the mutated birds encountered in Yanjing back then, this kind of scene is no different. This is poking the sparrow's nest. Why are there so many mutated sparrows? Shen Feng quickly descended. He couldn't be the opponent of the mutated sparrows in the sky. The sparrows he dealt with before were thousands of sparrows. Shen Feng was still able to deal with them at that time. But now looking at it from a distance, there are at least hundreds of thousands of mutated sparrows behind him. Besieged by so many sparrows, Shen Feng has no way to retreat unscathed. The mutated sparrows are flapping their wings vigorously and chasing Shen Feng. Many sparrows are not going to let Shen Feng fall. For sparrows, the way of survival is to rely on numbers. Now there is only one human in the sky. There are hundreds of thousands of people around, and even by numbers, humans can be overwhelmed. Now, the enemy must be killed. Shen Feng wants to land on the ground. As long as he lands, he can use extreme speed to quickly get away. Although there are so many sparrows in the sky, when it comes to speed, these sparrows are still not enough. But his speed of gliding in the sky was still too slow. A part of the army of sparrows suddenly separated out, and blocked Shen Feng's falling direction first. Shen Feng quickly manipulated the wind blade to slaughter the mutated sparrows. Thousands of mutated sparrows were pierced through the body by the wind blade on the spot, and the formation was also punched a gap by the wind blade. However, there were still too many sparrows. As soon as there was a gap in the formation, the sparrows from behind filled up, blocking Shen Feng's path again. Gradually, Shen Feng was surrounded by black sparrows. Shen Feng was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of sparrows, and Shen Feng flew in the middle of the night, and his physical strength was exhausted. At this time, he had to fight hundreds of thousands of mutated birds. Not dominant at all. Damn, it's raining overnight. Shen Feng cursed. He didn't expect to encounter such danger on the way home. It was unexpected. Countless mutated sparrows rushed towards Shen Feng immediately. Shen Feng quickly used the eye of the hurricane. A whirlwind blew up around him. Thousands of sparrows were involved in the whirlwind, and then bounced away far away in the sky. Shen Feng can't really use his speed, so he can only glide continuously in the sky. Once a sparrow approaches, Shen Feng immediately uses the eye of the hurricane to protect himself. The hurricane can throw away the zombies far away, let alone the sparrows were gone, and although there were so many sparrows, they couldn't attack Shen Feng for a while. Wind of fury. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and used his ability. Thousands of wind blades flew straight ahead. More than 10,000 mutated birds were pierced by the wind blades on the spot, and they fell down one after another. Shen Feng appeared in front of him. There is a large gap. Shen Feng quickly manipulated the wind to accelerate himself, hoping to escape from the siege of sparrows, but the sparrows in the sky are always faster than Shen Feng. Tens of thousands of sparrows blocked Shen Feng's way out again, and Shen Feng still couldn't break out of the encirclement at this time. Shen Feng felt that his physical strength was not much left, and he planned to use his supernatural power to fly in the sky, but he did not expect to encounter the attack of mutant sparrows on the way back. He was caught off guard, and now he is surrounded. I can last an hour at most, and I won't be able to take it any longer. Shen Feng thought to himself, if he couldn't escape in a short time, then in the fierce battle, his physical strength would definitely be further weakened. Consumption, in this way, is bound to be dangerous. Ever since he became a 5th-level supernatural user, Shen Feng basically won't be exhausted. Before that, he lasted for more than 10 days in the underground of Yanjing, but now, he has only fought so much. After a while, Shen Feng felt tired. In order to escape, Shen Feng also became ruthless, manipulating the airflow to accelerate himself, sometimes raising his height, and sometimes diving straight down, hoping to suddenly disrupt the siege of the sparrows. As long as he can reach the ground, then Shen Feng can quickly move away. At the speed on the ground, Shen Feng can say that no one is faster than himself. Chapter 323 Misfortunes never come singly. A huge sphere appeared in the sky, and it seemed to be full of dense black spots, but as long as you zoomed in, you could see that these black spots were all sparrows, and these sparrows were gathered together. It seems to be wrapped in something. The beasts on the ground saw the fierce battle in the sky, and all hid in the cave one by one. No matter how powerful the mutant beast was, after seeing such a fierce battle in the sky, they could only hide in the cave and tremble. The same is true for the mutant cats and dogs that can be king in the mountains and forests. It's not that the mutated beasts on the ground are timid, it's that the battle in the sky is extremely fierce, and it's almost like blocking out the sun. If it falls, the consequences will be unimaginable. Where the huge sphere in the sky passed, the sunlight was completely blocked, and sparrows weighing more than 10 catties fell from the sky from time to time, and the huge sphere in the sky will suddenly jump up into the sky, as if it is about to tear the sky apart, and then suddenly fall to the ground, as if it is about to hit the ground heavily. Hundreds of thousands of sparrows form a dense formation. Although there is no leader, their actions are as if someone is directing them. Their wings are beating vigorously, and their feathers rub against each other, making a loud noise, like a river flowing through this place in the sky. Shen Feng was wrapped in the central area of the sparrow, and Shen Feng was rushing left and right, hoping to break through the encirclement of the sparrow. Otherwise, if he continued, his physical strength would be exhausted. Shen Feng also tried to stop gliding, retracted the paraglider on his back in an instant, and then used the Wind King barrier, arranged a solid barrier around his body, and fell towards the ground. Shen Feng hopes to be able to fall to the ground through the effect of gravity. Even if his hands and feet may be injured, he can escape at least. But contrary to expectations, the formation of the sparrows was too dense. Even if Shen Feng stopped flying, his body would not fall, and his whole body was supported by the sparrows. Damn. It turns out that the cowherd and weaver girl meeting is possible, and people can really stand on the Magpie Bridge. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing a few words before Shen Feng heard that the cowherd and the weaver girl met on the Magpie Bridge. He thought it was false. After all, the bird's body is so light, it must be impossible to bear the heavy human body. No matter how many sparrows there are with 2 children, they can't bear such a great pressure. But now at this moment, Shen Feng believed in the authenticity of this matter. As a living person, he was supported by hundreds of thousands of sparrows, right? It's impossible to even hit the ground. Hey! Suddenly, dozens of sparrows started pecking at the barrier, and the barrier was constantly vibrating. Shen Feng also heard the sound of pecking around. The barrier was very strong, but it couldn't stand the sparrows. Attack all the time. After the sparrow pecked for a long time, dense cracks appeared on the barrier. Inside the sphere, the light was dim. Shen Feng was thrown high by the sparrow, and then fell heavily. Shen Feng had been pecked to death by sparrows. However, Shen Feng had no way of escaping from the sparrow formation, so he searched for his weapons, only to find a dagger, and no other weapons with him. Damn, I'm so lucky that I didn't bring any weapons. Shen Feng couldn't help cursing. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing on the way home. Maybe he shouldn't be so mean just now. If you can directly avoid thousands of sparrows, then the subsequent danger will not come as a herd animal like sparrows. Once they are provoked, they are likely to attack in groups. Shen Feng silently reduced the size of the Wind King's enchantment. After shrinking the enchantment, the area of the sparrow's pecking enchantment suddenly shrunk, and the range of being attacked was reduced, and Shen Feng could persist for a longer time. The sparrow was still constantly moving in the sky, and Shen Feng, who was wrapped up, could only move with the movement of the sparrow, unable to grasp his own position at all. Just when Shen Feng was about to give it a go, a high-pitched and long cry suddenly came from the sky. Hey, hi. In the sky, a huge figure appeared. It had long wings. When the wings spread out, it cast a deep shadow below. Its head was small and its neck was short, but its beak was sharp. Hooked down, it still looks like a metallic luster. A golden eagle with a wingspan of 30 meters suddenly appeared in the sky. After tightening its wings, it began to dive towards the ground. In its eyes, no matter how many sparrows there were below, they were just food, so there was no need to care about it at all. The golden eagle's cry immediately alarmed the sparrows in the low altitude, and the fear engraved in the sparrow's bones appeared immediately. In the sky, the natural enemy of the sparrow is the raptor, and the golden eagle would even grab the lamb and throw it on the ground. Above the sparrows, all the sparrows immediately became afraid, so they scattered and fled. The golden eagle swooped down one door. Its eyes were fixed on the center of the sparrow formation. It was looking for the larger sparrows. Its wings were beating vigorously, and hundreds of sparrows were immediately stunned. Shen Feng in the center of the formation didn't understand what happened. When he saw the sparrows scattered around him, Shen Feng fell towards the ground. Just when Shen Feng thought he was saved, a huge claw protruded from the sky. The claw was very thick, and the nails were extremely sharp. It existed, and resisted the claws at the critical moment. What is this? How did you catch me? Before Shen Feng could react, he was caught and flew into the sky. Rising slowly, in an instant, the mountains and rivers on the ground were far away from him. When he looked up, it seemed that he was not far away from the clouds. Shen Feng carefully observed the animal that grabbed him, and instantly recognized it. Isn't this a golden eagle? How did this kind of raptor, that lives in the bitter cold of the high mountains, appear near Wuding Mountain? Moreover, it caught itself. Didn't it treat itself as food? The current situation is that just out of the tiger's mouth, and then into the wolf's den. Shen Feng never expected that he would fall into the claws of the golden eagle. The 30-meter-long golden eagle is already about the size of a small plane. It must be looking for a quiet place to enjoy it now that it is grabbing itself food. Shen Feng grabbed the dagger in his hand and began to think of ways to counterattack. Although Shen Feng is sure that he can kill the mutated golden eagle, he is not sure that he can safely fall to the ground from such a high altitude. Although he has a paraglider on his back, the golden eagle will not let go of its claws even if it dies. No chance. After much deliberation, Shen Feng made a decision in his mind. As soon as you hit the ground, you should resist immediately. You are still in the sky, so you can't act rashly. Shen Feng couldn't tell the difference between south, east and north at high altitude, and he couldn't see the reference objects on the ground at all. He had been tossed about by sparrows for a long time, but now Shen Feng couldn't even tell his own position at all. Fortunately, Shen Feng used the Wind King barrier at this time, so he was not scratched by the golden eagle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shen Feng quickly took out compressed biscuits and mineral water from his body and began to eat and drink. It is still important to recover his strength. After a night of flying and an hour of fighting, Shen Feng is already very tired. After recovering from the battle, Shen Feng continued to rest. This is the first time for Shen Feng to come to such a high sky, and he is surrounded by a transparent enchantment. He can clearly see the surrounding environment. He did not expect that the first time he came to the sky was not by plane, but by a golden eagle. Grab it and bring it up. Shen Feng secretly made up his mind. In the future, I must fly high into the sky with my own ability. I am still below the clouds, but sooner or later I will have a chance to reach the top of the clouds. An hour later, the golden eagle suddenly started to land. Shen Feng also recovered a little bit of physical strength. Looking towards the ground, he found that there was a cliff below. The surroundings of the cliff were extremely steep. There is a huge layer on top of the cliff. The huge nests are all made up of low grass and trees, which look soft but not scattered. It can be seen that the golden eagle is also a natural architect, and the ability to build nests is innate. There are also 3 plump little birds in the nest. Although they are small birds, they are not small in size, but smaller than the huge golden eagle. These 3 are all young birds, but their bodies are smaller than ordinary people. They are all huge, with a height of more than 3 meters alone. The golden eagle before the mutation may not have such a large body. Shen Feng understood. No wonder the golden eagle flew such a long distance with him, so it was to feed its cubs. Shen Feng was ready at this time, but he couldn't be buried in the mouth of the golden eagle cub so easily. He had to fight. and he had to attack. The moment he landed, the golden eagle circled twice in the sky, uttered a cry, and then began to slowly descend downward. Among the golden eagle's two huge claws, one claw grabbed Shen Feng, and the other claw grabbed 5 or 6 mutated sparrows, and the mutated sparrows had already been pinched to death. Said that the sparrow is still too small, and it will be crushed to death. Casually the golden eagle slowly landed in the nest, and its claws were released instantly. The 3 golden eagle chicks rushed up to peck at the flesh and blood, and one of the fat chicks wobbled towards Shen Feng. The counterattack is now. Shen Feng instantly dispelled the Wind King barrier around him. Thousands of wind blades condensed around his body, and the wind blades condensed into waves, rushing straight to the huge golden eagle in the nest. The golden eagle didn't expect that the human being caught by him would not die, and would burst out with powerful fighting power in an instant. It felt a deep threat. Although it couldn't see the transparent wind blade, the animal's intuition itself was very keen. When the time was short, the golden eagle spread its wings and was about to fly away. However, although the golden eagle has a huge body, its takeoff speed is very slow. After spreading its wings, thousands of wind blades have already struck. The golden eagle couldn't dodge in time, and was immediately pierced by the wind blade. Puff! Thousands of wind blades directly pierced the golden eagle's whole body. Although the golden eagle is huge, it is also the overlord in the sky, but apart from its attack power and speed, its defense and recovery capabilities are not good. The wind blade couldn't break through the crocodile's defense, but it could penetrate the golden eagle's body without hindrance. The golden eagle let out a mournful cry, and pieces of blood flowed out of its body, wet its feathers, struggled for a while, and suddenly fell to the bottom of the cliff. The 3 chicks were stunned by the scene in front of them. They didn't expect that their mother, who was out hunting, would be killed instantly by the prey. They couldn't fly yet, and their attack ability was poor, so they curled up in the corner and shivered. Trembling, while chirping crisply, he looked at Shen Feng in fear. Shen Feng went to the edge of the cliff and looked down, and found the motionless golden eagle hanging at the bottom of the cliff, which was probably shattered when it fell from the 100-meter-high cliff. Turning his head, Shen Feng looked at the 3 golden eagle chicks. At this moment, the 3 chicks trembled. Although the chicks were more than 3 meters tall, they were afraid of the short Shen Feng. Dare to have the idea of resistance? Forget it. I won't cut the weeds and root them out. Since you are young and ignorant, I won't settle accounts with you. Shen Feng shrugged, not going to kill the 3 little golden eagles. Although for Shen Feng, the 3 chicks can be killed with just a snap of his fingers, but he has no habit of killing cubs. The 3 chicks can't fly, and they will starve to death if left on the cliff. There is no need to add murder. Shen Feng opened the paraglider on his back, jumped down towards the edge of the cliff, and then the strong wind blew, and Shen Feng flew to the distance. He was going to find a place with people to find out where he was, and then quickly return to Yazhao. Without navigation in the wild, I have no idea where I am. Shen Feng had been gliding for 10 minutes, when he suddenly heard a familiar cry, and when he looked up, it turned out to be another golden eagle appearing high above his head, flapping its wings and swooping towards him. Compared with the previous one, it can be said that it is bigger in size. Come to think of it, this is the male golden eagle. Could it be that the golden eagles are a couple? I killed the female one, and the male one came to take revenge. Shen Feng thought of this possibility in an instant. Chapter 324 Come to Deceive and Sneak Attack. When the golden eagle appeared in the sky, Shen Feng immediately understood that something was wrong. He couldn't even beat a group of mutated sparrows in the air, let alone the giant golden eagle that appeared in the sky now. Such a huge golden eagle came to find him. Chew, he may not be the opponent. Shen Feng quickly manipulated the ability, summoning a strong wind to interfere with the golden eagle in the sky, and then landed on the ground. The golden eagle was disturbed by the sudden gust of wind, but it was fighting the wind and rain in the sky. In terms of flying ability, it is far from being able to interfere with success by a gust of wind. The golden eagle quickly adjusted its direction, and immediately swooped down. The strong wind was blowing, but it couldn't interfere with its actions. Shen Feng quickly used the ability Wind of Fury, condensed hundreds of wind blades around his body, and launched them towards the golden eagle in the sky. Since the previous golden eagle died after being pierced by the wind blade, then this golden eagle, it must not be able to withstand the attack of the wind blade. Hundreds of transparent wind blades shoot out. Even if the golden eagle has keen eyesight, it is impossible to see them now. After all, the wind blades are formed after the solidification of air, and they are colorless and odorless. Except for Shen Feng, who can, apart from knowing the location of the wind blade through consciousness, Other animals don't even want to see the wind blade, seeing that the wind blade was about to hit the golden eagle, but the golden eagle's instinctive reaction was very fast. Although he couldn't see the wind blade, a strange feeling suddenly appeared in his mind, as if danger was coming. Relying on its powerful perception ability, the golden eagle escaped the attack of the wind blade in the nick of time. I saw the golden eagle suddenly spread its wings, and with the help of the continuous gust of wind, it forcibly raised its own trajectory. The wind blade's attack has always been straightforward, relying on extremely fast speed and powerful lethality to cause damage, but this has also led to the fact that as long as the enemy can avoid the attack of the wind blade, the previously condensed wind blade will not work. Yes, because it is impossible for the wind blade to turn around. Shen Feng's physical strength has been exhausted at this time. His ability to fly is all based on the use of supernatural powers. If he does not use supernatural powers, Shen Feng will fall after flying a few hundred meters, and he will not be able to fly at all distance flight. But at this moment, Shen Feng had already seen that the ground was very close, and he knew that as long as he could land on the ground, the golden eagle in the sky would not be able to harm him. The ground is bare, with only low grass and trees, which can't even cover his figure. If there are trees, Shen Feng can just hide in the woods to be safe, but the ground is full of grass and trees, which means Shen Feng still needs to find hiding place. The golden eagle swooped down again, attacking Shen Feng. For this golden eagle, Shen Feng, a human being, is the murderer who killed his wife. The golden eagle also has a sense of territory. In its territory, no animals are allowed to threaten the safety of it and its family. Shen Feng undoubtedly violated this taboo. Shen Feng had no choice but to use his ability again, and dozens of wind blades flew into the sky again. His current physical strength can't even gather a large number of wind blades. Shen Feng would not even have the ability to fight back now. The golden eagle calmly raised its figure again, dodging the attack of the wind blade. Maybe the golden eagle can't see the transparent wind blade, but it can easily deal with Shen Feng's attack, relying on its natural intuition. Shen Feng finally landed safely, and he quickly cast a company like the wind and ran forward at top speed. However, Shen Feng has an open paraglider on his back, and when he walks, he is driving, which seriously slows down his speed, so that his speed cannot really be used at this moment. The sunlight around Shen Feng disappeared. He knew that the golden eagle had come to the sky above him, so the sunlight in the sky was blocked by its huge figure, Wind King Barrier. Shen Feng gritted his teeth and used his power, and a transparent barrier appeared around his body in an instant. Shen Feng had no time to put away the paraglider on his back at this time, so he could only hope for the Wind King Barrier. As long as the Wind King enchantment can block the attack of the golden eagle, then he still has the hope of escaping. The golden eagle's giant claws protruded from the sky, and instantly grabbed Shen Feng, who was running away at a high speed. The huge claws grabbed the barrier, and the huge grasping force instantly caused cracks to appear on the barrier. The golden eagle's ability to catch rabbits has long been engraved in its DNA. It is nothing more than keeping a close eye on its prey, swooping down, and then catching it in the sky. If the rabbit dares to resist, it will fall to death on a stone before eating. Shen Feng's physical strength was consumed enormously, and his speed was also affected. At this moment, he was caught in the sky, just like a running rabbit. Animals running on the ground are always inferior to birds flying in the sky. Shen Feng saw cracks appearing in the barrier around him, heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "It seems that we can hold it." As a result, at this moment, the golden eagle's claws exerted force suddenly, and only a loud bang was heard, and Shen Feng's Wind King barrier was crushed by the golden eagle's claws in an instant. The huge grip force acted on Shen Feng's body, and Shen Feng heard the sound of caw-caw-caw, and 7 or 8 cracked ribs were broken on his body immediately, and even breathing was painful at this time. Moreover, the paraglider that was still on Shen Feng's back broke instantly, and the broken part was directly stuck in Shen Feng's body, and blood flowed out along the wound. Shen Feng let out a muffled grunt, already severely injured. "Am I going to die here today? Why is there such an unlucky thing?" Shen Feng thought painfully. Shen Feng felt a little regretful at this time. He knew that he should not continue on his way when he killed the first golden eagle. Instead, he should hide and wait until he regained his strength before acting. Only the golden eagle caught him, but it was too late to regret it now. He had already been caught by the golden eagle, and the next step would be to be pecked through his chest by the golden eagle's sharp beak. Right, a picture suddenly appeared in Shen Feng's mind. That is, when Prometheus was tied up on the Caucasus mountain, eagles would peck at his liver every day, but Prometheus is a god. After the liver was pecked he can still recover, but he is a human being. After being pecked at his liver, he will never be able to recover in the future, and he will die on the spot. The golden eagle flew back towards the cliff, and when it reached the top of the cliff, it threw Shen Feng down from the air, impartially, and directly hit a chick on the body. After the golden eagle chick was hit, he was startled, and immediately saw Shen Feng covered in blood, and immediately elated, he rushed up and put Shen Feng in his mouth, raised his head, and swallowed Shen Feng directly. The golden eagle circled twice in the sky, and suddenly flew down the cliff, and came to the golden eagle that was killed by Shen Feng. The golden eagle folded its wings and stood on the stone, as if remembering its dead wife. It was gradually getting late, and the male golden eagle spread its wings and flew up the cliff again. From now on, it needs to feed its children alone at dusk. The sunset low in the western sky was illuminated by the setting sun and turned blood red, which looked spectacular. But at this moment, 3 golden eagle chicks walked over with their fat bodies shaking, and began to sing with their mouths open. It seemed that the 3 chicks weren't already hungry in a whole day's work. The 3 chicks only ate a few sparrows, and they couldn't fill their stomachs at all. One of the chicks that had swallowed Shen Feng kept calling, and it was louder than the others. Both chicks are bigger. The golden eagle was helpless, spread its wings and flew towards the distance. Originally, 2 golden eagles hunted together and could barely feed 3 children, but now there is only 1 left, and there are 3 children. The pressure of raising them will be great in the future. After the male golden eagle flew away to the distance, the golden eagle chick that swallowed Shen Feng suddenly lay on the ground and began to twitch, as if it was in great pain. The other 2 chicks were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. After a while, he stood aside blankly, not knowing anything. However, at this moment, a light appeared in the abdomen of the chick lying on the ground, and a dagger stabbed out from the belly of the chick. Afterwards, the dagger slowly slid downward, and the struggle of the chick became more and more serious. Violently, in the end, the chick's abdomen was cut open, and a figure emerged from it. The chick died in an instant, had been disemboweled, and had no chance of surviving. Shen Feng got out of the chick's body. Its body was covered with mucus, and there was no clear water around to wash off the mucus. Shen Feng simply pulled out some fluff from the dead chick's body to wipe it, and took the paraglider on its back without any hassle. When it came down, the paraglider was broken and could not be used. Shen Feng looked at the dead chicks on the ground, and said to himself, "I didn't kill you, but you swallowed me up. This is the end of kindness and revenge. However, you are a beast, and it's too late to talk to you so much. It doesn't help. I hope your reincarnation will be better in your next life." When Shen Feng was thrown from the sky, he was already extremely weak and his body was also injured. He had no ability to resist the next attack of the golden eagle, but then Shen Feng was swallowed by a golden eagle chick in the stomach. At a critical moment, Shen Feng used the Wind King barrier and hid in the bird's crop. The digestive juice could not digest Shen Feng, so Shen Feng took the opportunity to recover his strength and hid in the chick's body to wait quietly. When he realized that the adult golden eagle had left, he untied the Wind King's barrier, and used the dagger to cut open the belly of the young golden eagle. Shen Feng saw 2 golden eagle chicks beside the nest, looking at him tremblingly. Shen Feng didn't talk nonsense. 2 wind blades gathered around his body, piercing the 2 chicks instantly. "When you grow up, you will still eat people, so don't blame me for cutting grass and roots," Shen Feng said coldly. Shen Feng thought about it. If he didn't completely eradicate the golden eagle, even if he ran away from here again, he would still be caught up by the golden eagle. He had experienced the speed of the golden eagle before, unless it was him. He recovered his injuries and all his physical strength, otherwise he could not escape at all. The setting sun was about to set, and the distant sky had turned into a dark world. In the dim light, Shen Feng thought of a way. He put the corpses of the 3 chicks in the shadow of the nest, and he himself drilled. When they got to the bottom of the nest, they covered themselves with a lot of hay and hid quietly. After more than an hour, the golden eagle flew slowly from the distant sky, holding 4 or 5 zombies in its claws. These zombies had been crushed to death by the golden eagle, and the physical fitness of the zombies was inferior to that of Shen Feng. The difference is too much. If Shen Feng is pinched, a few ribs will be broken, but if a zombie is pinched, he will die on the spot. When the male golden eagle came to the nest, he saw the 3 children in the shadows, and threw the zombie in his paws directly, but the 3 chicks sat motionless, without any movement at all. The golden eagle landed in the nest very dissatisfied, and uttered a sharp cry, hoping to wake up the sleeping children and let the 3 children eat the food. However, at this moment, in a certain corner of the lair, the hay was lifted in an instant, and hundreds of wind blades shot out at high speed, and they came in front of the golden eagle. In an instant the golden eagle immediately spread its wings and wanted to escape. But it was no longer in the sky, not to mention the takeoff was very slow, and caught off guard, it was hit by the wind blade on the spot. The wind blade pierced the golden eagle's forehead, directly smashing the golden eagle's brain. The invincible overlord of the sky died instantly. His huge body was pressed heavily on the nest. Shen Feng quickly avoided to avoid being crushed alive by the golden eagle. Die? Phew, it's really thrilling. Now that Shen Feng has won, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If fighting in the sky, Shen Feng is definitely not the opponent of the golden eagle. After all, this is the home field of birds. If it is on the ground, Shen Feng has a great chance of winning, but now Shen Feng has been injured and his physical strength is very serious. If not just now he did mental calculations but didn't care, he couldn't beat the golden eagle at all. Shen Feng has learned his lesson, and now his physical strength has not yet recovered, and his body is injured, so he is not suitable for rushing, so he can only rest temporarily on the cliff. Shen Feng found a leeward place surrounded by rocks on 3 sides, built a fire with a bird's nest, tore off many feathers from the golden eagle, and laid them on the ground, which was regarded as a place to sleep. Then, Shen Feng cut off a piece of meat from the golden eagle's thigh and roasted it slowly on the fire. With a little salt on his body, he sprinkled it on the meat, which added a little taste. After eating the meat, Shen Feng began to rest, and the ribs on his body also had a dull pain, especially when breathing. The pain was particularly strong. This is also impossible. Breathing requires the cooperation of the ribs. Shen Feng's ribs are broken now, so breathing is painful. I don't know what's going on in Yazhou. I have to go back earlier. I don't have a satellite phone, so I can't contact Yazhou. Shen Feng is very helpless. As long as he doesn't bring a satellite phone, he basically lost contact with Yazhou. Chapter 325. A step late. After resting overnight, Shen Feng finally recovered his physical strength. Although his ribs were broken, as long as he could bear the pain in his body, his running would not be affected. Shen Feng grilled another piece of bird leg meat, and after eating it, he was about to leave the cliff. He plucked 2 long feathers from the golden eagle's body. These were wing feathers. The feathers alone were taller than Shen Feng. Shen Feng holding a feather in each hand, he jumped down from the cliff and slowly glided to the ground. After roughly distinguishing the north from the south, he rushed out towards the south. Now I am still in the mountains. Shen Feng does not know where he is, but it is always right to go south. Before he entered Wuding Mountain, he was trapped by sparrows. If he went south, he could go to the edge of the Yangtze River. That's right. Shen Feng ran a long distance to the south, and finally saw a long river, and the surrounding terrain became more and more flat. Shen Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had come to the edge of the Yangtze River at this time. Shen Feng found a small town, and there were still people farming in the town. Many crops had been planted in the plain area, but these people were very hard-working, knowing that the plain land was owned by the public, and they were leisurely when they were young. These people spontaneously went to the mountains to farm. The cycle of planting vegetables and peas is relatively short, and they can be harvested after planting for a month or so, and they can be sold for money. Shen Feng found these people on the mountain, and when he asked, he was stunned. This place is not by the Yangtze River. This is Osmanthus Township, in Hanzhong. The river below is the Han River, and the Qinling Mountains are to the north. The young man said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng's body was covered in blood, and he was still holding long feathers, which attracted the attention of many people. Shen Feng was stunned for a moment, and said to himself, "It's too ridiculous to be in Hanzhong, isn't it? Now, how should I go?" Shen Feng did not expect that he would be taken from Wuding Mountain to the mountains of Qinling, that is to say, he would be farther away from Yazhou. It seems that the golden eagle's flying ability is really not boastful. It can fly from Wuding Mountain to the Qinling Mountains in an hour, and it goes out of the province directly. An old man in his 50s asked, "Young man, where are you going?" Shen Feng quickly said, "I'm going to Yazhou." "Old man, do you know how to get there?" The old man nodded and said, "I still know this. You just need to go south. After Daba Mountain is the boundary of Yazhou. I heard that there are mutated beasts in Yazhou. You have to be careful." Shen Feng nodded, knowing the general path. It seems that the path he chose is not a problem. If you go south, you can reach Yazhou, which will be a place you are familiar with at this time. The young girl walked over curiously, looked at the 2 long feathers that Shen Feng carried with him, and asked with envy in her eyes, "Is this the feather of a golden eagle? Can I touch it?" Shen Feng shrugged. Isn't it just 2 feathers? I originally wanted to take it back as a trophy, but since others are interested, it's better to be a favor. Thinking of this, Shen Feng directly handed over the feather and said, take it, I'll give it to you. I pulled it out when I killed 2 golden eagles. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Hello, it's not a big deal anyway. Hearing this, the young girl was stunned. Looking at the 2 long feathers in front of her eyes, she foolishly accepted the gift, but she was too shocked by what Shen Feng said just now. Although the golden eagle's feathers are gorgeous, they are not so precious that it is difficult to add more. What really shocked her was Shen Feng's saying that he killed a golden eagle. After hearing the narration in Shen Feng's mouth, the rest of the people who cultivated the land also gathered around and began to ask questions. Boy, are you kidding me? It's not just a matter of casual talk, you have to be responsible for what you say. Don't think that you can fool us by picking up 2 golden eagle feathers by chance. How can you kill such a ferocious thing like a golden eagle? The group immediately began to question the authenticity of what Shen Feng said. Basically, they all believed that Shen Feng was lying, and some people thought that Shen Feng was just deceiving everyone after seeing the feathers. In short, no one believed it. Seeing the excited look of the group, Shen Feng couldn't help frowning, and then said seriously, I really killed a golden eagle. Look at the blood on my body, it's the wound I got when fighting the golden eagle. If I didn't bring my mobile phone, otherwise I would have already taken a picture of the golden eagle. Seeing Shen Feng's resolute look, everyone became confused. Could it be that the golden eagle was really killed? Suddenly, someone recognized Shen Feng's face, pointed at Shen Feng in surprise, and asked, aren't you one of the top 10 heroes on TV before? Why aren't you wearing yours? A wolf fur coat? That's why I only recognize you now. When he was in Yanjing, Shen Feng appeared on TV facing the whole country and was awarded an honor. However, Shen Feng was wearing a wolf fur coat at that time, and a lot of attention was paid to him on the coat. If Shen Feng was wearing it today, if the wolf fur cloak appeared here, someone would have recognized him long ago. Shen Feng shrugged helplessly, pointed at the sun in the sky, and said, everyone, it's summer now. Wearing fur at this time, wouldn't you be suffering from heat stroke? However, since you all have recognized me, let me just say I have killed the 2 golden eagles, don't worry. As soon as Shen Feng's words came out, the crowd no longer doubted, and all cheered, but after the cheers, some people knelt on the ground and started crying. Seeing this scene, Shen Feng was immediately puzzled. What happened to these people? The girl who got the feather explained, Lord Fengshen, please listen to me, we are all suffering from the golden eagles in the mountains in the north, and the 2 golden eagles often come to the villages and towns to catch people or animals to eat. Many people's relatives and friends have been taken away by golden eagles. Now, even if we are farming, we have to keep people on alert at all times, and once we find golden eagles, we have to hide immediately. In the girl's explanation, Shen Feng gradually understood the truth of the matter. The golden eagles appeared only after the end of the world. They may have come down from the Qinghai Tibet plateau. Since the golden eagles built their nests in the mountains, they immediately started catching people and animals. Well, the vicinity of the Qinling Mountains has become a hunting ground for golden eagles. Once an army dispatched 10 fighter jets to encircle and suppress the golden eagles, but they were all torn apart by the golden eagles. Therefore, the surrounding residents are always on alert for attacks from the sky, and 2 months ago, the Jingxiang area was flooded and the people were displaced. The golden eagle shifted its hunting target to Jingxiang. Whether it was humans or zombies in the water, they all caught and ate them. In this way, the Hanzhong area is considered peaceful a lot now. Shen Feng kills the golden eagle, but these people are sad for their dead friends and relatives, so they are first happy because of the revenge of the Great Revenge, and then feel very sad because of the dead people. So, that's the case. I didn't expect that it was just 2 golden eagles. That could make everyone in Hanzhong be careful and vigilant. Shen Feng sighed a little, as it could be seen that it was really difficult for ordinary people to survive in the apocalypse. On a big tree high on the mountain, there was an adult standing on it with a guang, looking at the sky all the time. His eyes were staring at the sky for too long, which made his eyes dry. But he didn't dare to blink. He was worried that if he accidentally missed the appearance of the golden eagle, his friends would be hurt at this time. Cheers came from the mountainside area. It turned out that the golden eagle in the mountain to the north had been killed. Immediately, the man on the tree breathed a sigh of relief, and then shed tears. The youngest son was dependent on each other, and he thought this was his hope for the rest of his life. But the golden eagle took his youngest son away a few months ago, and now, his whole life instantly became gloomy. My poor child, you can rest in peace now, the evil spirit has been killed. A big man couldn't help crying on the tree. If it weren't for the extreme pain, it would be impossible for a man of 5 years and 3 men to cry on this occasion. The pressure of life cannot overwhelm this man, but the pain of losing a loved one is unbearable. Shen Feng got directions from a group of villagers and learned the way to Yazhao. If you go south, you can only go to the territory of Yazhao, but it is very easy to walk along the road. Take the small road first. After arriving at the expressway, you can go straight to Yazhao. Shen Feng hurriedly started on the road, headed towards Yazhao, and finally arrived in Yazhao in the afternoon. When Shen Feng saw the city wall of Yazhao, he couldn't help but jump up and climbed up along the city wall without entering through the city gate at all. Shen Feng hurried to the city lord's mansion. Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan could not be seen in the city lord's mansion. Now it is Tu Zuhui who is dealing with government affairs. He is so busy that he is handling almost all the affairs of Yazhao City. City. Lord, you are finally back. Miss Chu is at home right now. Professor Chu's words have unfortunately left us forever. Where are you going now? Seeing Shen Feng coming back, Tu Zuhui finally felt relieved. Since the city lord appeared, then Yazhao will definitely not have an accident. He believes in Shen Feng's ability. When Shen Feng heard the news that Professor Chu had passed away, he felt sad for a while. He wanted to come back quickly, but he encountered a fight on the way, and it was a pity that he didn't see the teacher for the last time when he came back. Hey, I'll go and see Zhao Yan first. You take care of the things here first. Shen Feng said disappointedly. However, Tu Zuhui pointed at Shen Feng's body. At this moment, Shen Feng's clothes were torn, and there was still a sour smell. Although the blood on his body had dried up, his image was not flattering now. Such a handsome young man, but now he is in such a mess. It would be really inappropriate if he appeared at Professor Chu's funeral. Shen Feng nodded, understood, and looked Tu Zuhui up and down. At this time, Tu Zuhui was wearing a white shirt and tie, but his coat was hanging on the side. He took the coat away and went to the bathroom for a while. Take a shower, put on your coat and leave. Tu Zuhui watched Shen Feng leave with a frown. His eyes were full of confusion, and he said in his heart, "It seems that my coat will not come back. How can the city lord take the sheep by hand?" When Shen Feng arrived at Chu Qiaoyan's house, he felt very heavy. The room was hung with white linen, and many people were busy in black suits. When they saw Shen Feng, these people nodded their heads and spoke in a loud voice. Also very small, for fear of disturbing others, there are couplets pasted on both sides of the door. The teardrop canal is full of Jiangliu, and the throat is choked with sobs and wailing. Walking into the door, one can see a dark coffin in the middle of the main room. Professor Chu's pale face is lying in it. There are many ice packs around to cool down the temperature. The coffin is lit at the head and tail, and the portrait is also hung in the center. Chu Qiaoyan was dressed in plain clothes, with white linen on his body, a white cloth tied on his forehead, his hair was tied into a bun, and a white flower was inserted on top of the bun. His whole body was covered with pear blossoms, and he knelt on the ground and cried non-stop. The eyes also became red and swollen, which shows the degree of sadness. Chang Jianyi was arranging matters with her stomach full, and Chu Qiaoyan was overly sad now. Although she was an outsider, she still had to deal with related matters at this time. Shen Feng appeared in the main room, couldn't help but walk to Chu Qiaoyan's side, half kneeling, and said, "Qiaoyan, I'm back. It's a pity that I'm a step late." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.